Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. Is a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Today's Tuesday, June 17th of 2025, and Judge Canoni decided to start early today, so let's get right into court. We are heading into the upside down, inside out Narnia Matrix of Norfolk County, Massachusetts for day 35, and we're still on verdict watch. And here we go. God save us from the Commonwealth. Hey, Chrissy. Judge is smiling.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
You shall be heard, but we really don't care what you have to say.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I have to ask you those same three questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anybody since we met yesterday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no. So, Mr. Foreman, with that, we're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All rise for the court, please.
Jimmy?
Jurors, follow me.
Jimmy's getting upset. Jim is the court clerk, for those of you who don't know. His name's Jim McCormick, I think. Karen looking lovely today.
So, I've been sending a note in at 4 o'clock, so I would like counsel here at 4 o'clock. All right, so if you just plan on being here at 4 o'clock, it would make it easier in case the jurors want to go home. So, all right, Ms. Giannetti, it wasn't until I was here that I noticed you were not in the courtroom.
They held me downstairs, Your Honor. I think the jury was being brought in, so.
Okay.
Misty and Eddie.
No one told us otherwise either.
Understood.
So. All right, thank you.
All rise.
Oh, and here's an idea. Let's start off by spanking the defense team publicly, by being super rude to them, by being annoyed at Mr. Yannetti, and spanking the defense attorneys for not being in the courtroom at 4 o'clock yesterday when they showed up at 4:20, when she knows that their satellite office is 15 minutes away from the courthouse. They asked her for the indulgence of a extra 5 minutes because, you know, traffic, and there's nowhere for them to hang out all day in the courthouse. But, you know, we're going to let the jury go at 4 o'clock. Who are they working a half a day, like every day? Like, a woman is facing life in prison. Think maybe we could keep the jury past 4. You think that would be a possibility? Remember Sarah Boone, you guys, when we watched Sarah Boone together and they let the jury deliberate? They got him pizza for dinner and they deliberated until like 9 p.m. and they came up with a verdict like same day. What are we doing here? Anyone? Bueller? Anyone? Let's listen to that again and get out your shovel emojis, please, because this was nothing but a complete dig at the defense team. Luckily, the jury was not there, but let's just roll back to 1, since many of you are just joining. And I can see that StreamYard is already having issues, although I did fix the issue with my MacBook. So that's good. Okay, let's listen to this nonsense again. That's why we have Chaka up in the upper right-hand corner, the right-hand corner of your screen, because he's from Land of the Lost. It was a TV show in the 70s, and we are in the Land of the Lost. And there are some slee stacks in the courtroom as well. Okay, let's listen to this again.
Excuse me?
Please be seated. The court in session.
So I've been sending a note in at 4 o'clock, so I would like counsel here at 4 o'clock. All right, so if you just plan on being here at 4 o'clock, it would make it easier in case the jurors want to go home. So, all right, Ms. Giannetti, it wasn't until I was here that I noticed you were not in the courtroom.
They held me downstairs, Your Honor. I think the jury was being brought in, so.
Okay. No one told us otherwise either, so.
Understood.
All right, thank
All
you.
right. What's the recess to exit court?
Morally Bankrupt, welcome. You are the first one to go to Block Island today. Really? If you don't like it here, I suggest you go find someplace else to watch. We won't miss you, okay? Thank you so much. I've looked at all of your comments. What you guys don't know is that when you put up nasty comments like that, I can see every single comment that you have ever made on this channel. And so you, sir, clearly do not belong here, okay? Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Don't let the door hit your ass on the way out, okay? You want to start with me this morning? It's not going to happen for you. I am on my last nerve. And why are you even here? Okay, for those of you who are at the courthouse today, see, some people just got here and they wanted to see what happened. So morally bankrupt, maybe you and Hank should go have lunch together because you're the same. Why are you even here? Perhaps yellow cottage cheese is more your style. Why don't you go over there? Okay. Okay. Everyone is on their last nerve. Nobody has slept in days. And we have had enough of this and enough of people like you who seem to be waiting in the cesspool of Norfolk County. We're done here. We're done. We're not done here because we're still waiting for a verdict because, you know, God knows how long that's going to take. And, you know, Court TV is going to go on with their commentary, which I don't want to watch. So
say that it appears to be.
Put them on mute for a second. Okay. I don't know if a verdict is going to come today. I don't know. I don't know what's happening, but I do like Matt Johnson. So let's listen to what Matt Johnson has to say for a moment. Oh, no, I cannot stand her. Julie Grant hates Karen Reed. So yes, no, we cannot watch that. I will not allow it. We will just keep Law and Crimes fan up this morning as we are all on our last nerves. Okay. I have some guests, special guests who will be coming in today from the buffer zone and giving us, you know, a look around, and we will be checking out the situation there. So however long it takes, we'll be hanging out here together today. It's like group therapy. It's like talking each other off a ledge, right? Right. Okay. Let me, let's play from yesterday. Well, okay, Court TV is playing this. So I want to show you what happened yesterday when Karen walked out of the courtroom, out of the courthouse. Because the way that she's being crowded, first of all, do you guys remember when Jennifer McCabe and all of the McCabe's and Alberts would come to the courthouse and they would get like an escort by Massachusetts State Police? Do you remember that? Well, for some reason, and I don't know why, but Karen Reed's team is not getting any sort of accommodations with regard to security coming out of the courthouse. And so yesterday when they came out, watch what happened. I'm just going to put it back on here for this video only. They could barely get out of there. They swarm her. It is so unsafe, in my opinion. It's so unsafe and it's just so wrong. And I don't understand why she doesn't get a special escort. Why do people like, you know, the alleged victim in Aiden Carney's case get special escorts into the courthouse and out of the courthouse, and the McCabe's and the Alberts, but Karen doesn't? Watch what happened yesterday. Watch.
This weekend, what did you do for the weekend now that you don't have to prepare anymore?
We wrote a motion to reconsider the verdict slip that was just denied without a hearing.
You want more boxes added to that verdict
Yes.
slip, the lesser included.
Yes.
Can you explain why that's important to you?
I think what happened last year with the same verdict form explains that the jurors themselves wanted confusing, and it said as much. So we just wanted to avoid that again, and apparently the is not working. So we'll just move forward and we don't.
Overall feelings heading into today, Karen?
I feel well. I feel strong, and Retrial will do the right thing.
So this is the third.
That's not even the best of it. I think I even have a better video. Let me see if I can find it. But that is outrageous. And Alan Jackson came out and people started screaming and he asked them to please like keep it down. And I just don't think it's safe for her. And I don't like it. Nobody asked me, but I'm going to tell you what I think anyway, as usual. Let's see. I think, where did I save it though? No, I've got 14 different places to save things. Oh, please. Oh, I know where it was. It was yesterday's stream. Here it is. Okay, check this out. Okay, so this was yesterday after court ended. And this is the pool camera, I guess, for Law and Crime or somebody they had standing outside.
Possibly, yeah. Our team saying the defense is going out the back door. But that's not confirmed.
I think I hear it. Good morning to Brenda and everyone out there in the buffer zone. Somebody sent me an email, said I walked through the buffer zone yesterday and all I could hear was your voice coming from like on different screens and computers and phones. I was like, all right, represent. Brenda Bombard coming here from the buffer zone. You guys are amazing. I don't know if it's raining today. I'm Aquarius, Elizabeth. Doesn't show. She's like, what sign are you? Okay, here we go. This is from yesterday. You're just joining. Good morning.
You said back door. Are they going out the back door?
They should go out the back door because they don't get any special accommodations for security.
Ted.
If you're just joining, the jury's been sent out to deliberate some more, and they're gone. We're watching what happened yesterday when Karen and her team walked out of the courthouse. All they do is say, give us some room. They don't help them get out. They don't help them get through this throng of reporters.
We are all trapped. Now, watch this.
Here they come.
Karen, are you hoping the jury will reach a verdict?
Alan tells them to please shush, and he goes like this, like cut it. And then he puts up the sign for I love you, the ASL sign for I love you, and wants, the reporters to remain, the supporters to remain quiet so they don't enforce that buffer zone again or, extend the buffer zone again. And with good reason. And so everyone did. And now watch what happens. No escort. Jennifer McCabe gets an escort. Brian Albert gets an escort. Colin Albert gets an escort.
Stay here until you're ready to be done, and then we'll You're done? Yeah. Okay, no comments right now, guys. And do me a favor. The cameras weigh a shit ton. Give me some room. She needs room. We need room. Okay, let us walk.
And we need room on the sides as well.
Yep, just let us walk. You'll get all the pictures you need.
Hang it in there, Aaron.
Karen, do you have any
Look at this. Insane.
Any message to the supporters? We don't come.
A little faster, guys.
Don't trip.
Look at the throngs. And she's telling them they have to be back within 10 minutes. They can't even get to their cars in 10 minutes outside this courthouse. They're not allowed to go out the back door. They're not allowed to park back there. They gotta park far away. They gotta get picked up. And it takes them 10 minutes just to get to their cars. And she can't give them an extra 5 minutes to get back to court if there's a note or a verdict. It's scary, right? It's really scary.
No need to put a bite in. No comment. Sorry. Keep going, keep going, keep going.
Karen? Come on. We got it.
Look at this. You tell me this is not a concern? I'm concerned for their safety. All it takes is one whack job. Oh, luckily, I guess their car is right there, but. But if you know, that last year, all the McCabe's, all the Alberts got police escorts every single time they came to the courthouse. And notice how none of them showed up this time for closings because, it's all about their dear friend, John. Am I overreacting? I might be, but I don't think so. I don't think I am. If this was New York, man, NYPD would have been all over this. All over it. All over it. But there's no courtesies given to the defendant who's been framed for a car accident that didn't happen. And a murder that didn't happen as a result of a car accident. You don't need to be a genius or an engineer to figure that out. Stillerman became a member. Welcome. I wish you could hear my bird, says Jojo. I think he tries to sing along with your intro. That's funny because we just heard some birds in the background of that lawn crime feed. That's very funny, Just Irish. I know. Yesterday I said I wanted to send her a gift card for Dry Bar, and people didn't know what Dry Bar was. It's a blowout bar. They only do blowouts. They don't do cuts or anything. Some people thought it was a bar that doesn't serve liquor. I thought that was hilarious. And then somebody said, how rude of me. And I said, it's a choice. I'm not making fun of her personal appearance. It's a choice. The hair is a choice. And then somebody said, beach hair, don't care. And I thought, that's fabulous. Beach hair, don't care. That's what it is. You know, if you're going to be on worldwide television, I don't know, I would get a blowout. Have somebody come to your chambers and do a blowout. No big whoop, right? No biggie. I mean, you're just out here letting this circus of a trial go on in your kangaroo court. At least, you know, if today's going to be verdict day, maybe you want to cape hair, don't care. That's what it is. Life on makeup, cape hair, don't care. Christina, Bill Burr, I contacted Bill Burr, the comedian from Massachusetts, to tell him about Karen Reed. He lives in LA now. No doubt he will react. I told him to get his info from your channel. Thank you very much. Sue on X said the jurors were dressed up a bit. Oh, that's interesting info. Usually when they dress up, it means they're going to come to a verdict that day because they want to be dressed up for the media in case they want to talk to the media. So that's interesting info. Good morning, Big Hoss. Today is the day that season 3 gets canceled. Free Karen Reed. Well, we can help. We can hope, right? A girl can hope. From your mouth to God's ears and all that good stuff. Good morning. Ashley from Mississippi is a nurse. Good morning. Aiden says female jurors are dressed more proper than yesterday. That's interesting. Brooklyn Janet, thanks for 20, says, as I lay in bed, I was thinking about what it must be like for Karen Reed this morning, knowing she may not make it home tonight. My heart breaks for this poor woman and what she's been through these last 4 years. Let today be Emancipation Day. Preach. Preach. Thank you, Brooklyn Janet, for your 20. Tails says, Bev spanks the defense publicly and Hank privately. I don't think she ever, that's hilarious, first of all. I'm picking up what you're laying down, but I don't, Hank has never seen any ramifications for his behavior ever. He has been able to behave however he wants. He's been able to lie in open court and then make half-assed apologies or really non-apologies. The narcissist type apology, like, well, I didn't do it, but if I did it, you deserved it. And if you didn't deserve it, then what I said was the truth. And if I said wasn't the truth, well, then you just misconstrued it. I mean, right? Word salad. We have an emoji for the word salad. Thank you, Ice Cream Chuck Special. Free silver bracelet says, please send that judge your beauty and hair product list. I have never. Thank you. I got to say she was keeping it a little bit tighter. She was keeping it tight last season. So I don't know. Beach hair, don't care. Maybe that's the thing. Thanks on top for your super sticker. Here we go. Not guilty. All counts by 3 p.m. today, says Wayne. All right, Wayne. I mean, I could shake the magic 8 ball, but so far the magic 8 ball's 0 for 3. Thanks on top for 2 super stickers this morning. Margie says they can't understand why they let the jury go home in Ireland and UK. They are put up in a hotel until they reach a verdict. Well, they used to sequester juries back in the day sometimes. I remember my sister was on a jury one time. I don't remember when it was, but it probably was in the 90s. And it was a very big trial in New York City. A subway motorman was allegedly drunk and I think drove the subway train into Union Square. I don't remember exactly where it happened. And it was a New York City jury and they were all put up in hotels and they used to do that. It's become very expensive and they just don't do it anymore. So they do that for every single trial in the UK and Ireland or only for high profile ones? Thanks, Margaret, for tuning in from across the pond. Music to my soul, Melanie, as she's sending trolls back to Block Island, probably this is the one who might be freed. The only one who might be freed today is Karen Reed. That's right. That is right. We'll see. Oh, thank you, Kathy, for your compliment. Some trolls were already in the pre-chat getting, nasty. So it was taken care of. Thank you to my amazing moderators. Thank you, Trisha, for becoming a member. And also Brog for becoming a member. And Carrie Ann says people were being nasty in Auntie Deb's chat this morning, too. I think the trolls know it's going to be not guilty. And they're making one last attempt to be mean. I was listening in the car to Jimmy. And I invited him. He's going to be hopefully joining us later. And so thank you for reminding me to send him the link, which I will do right now. There we go. And it's funny because Jimmy and I met. We've met in person since then. But if you don't follow Auntie Deb, you should. He came on my stream last year during Verdict Watch. And so that was super fun. All right. Okay. The world is watching. The world is watching. Okay, so we had a bit of a hiccup yesterday technologically, but DoorDash did deliver my new superpower charger and it worked out great. And I updated my software to the latest version of whatever the Mac operating system is. And so far, so good. So far, so good. The only glitch seems to be StreamYard, but we're going to get, I think, listen, Carrie Ann, there's a lot of people out there on the cesspool of Twitter and other places, other little dark corners of the internet who know that once Karen Reed is acquitted, they and their friends are going down. They're going down. Must be scary, right? Good morning, Pam. Good morning, A. Says, I'm new to your channel. Thanks for your commentary. Do you stream any other trials? Any thoughts on upcoming trials worth watching? Yes. Thank you. Thank you for being new. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for hanging out. I think you're going to like it here. Our chat is called the Snark Tank for a reason. You guys are awesome and funny, and my moderators are really amazing. And keep it classy in here for us because we don't tolerate the BS, the nonsense, the hatred, and the vitriol. I have streamed many other trials. The channel is just about, it'll be 2 years old in July, and we just hit 100K. So I'm going to do an unboxing of my awesome plaque that YouTube sent me, which I haven't even taken out of the box yet. And we've covered many trials. I have playlists for all of them. We're going to be covering the Koberger trial when it happens. We're going to be covering many others. Lindsay Clancy, a lot of the ones out of Massachusetts, Brian Walsh, and other ones that we can get really good audio and video on, and also trials that are not popular necessarily, but ones that I find super interesting and ones where I think people are perhaps being overcharged or wrongfully prosecuted. So thank you, A, for tuning in from Australia and for your super chat. Oh my goodness. Thank you. You know how I hate a typo. Thank you for telling me that. Let me fix that real quick. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Talk amongst yourselves. See, that is perfectly allowed and fine. And thank you, Susie Cupcake, for the win. Okay. Heart Warrior Mama says, remaining hopeful that there will be a verdict today so Karen can have some relief in her life. Although sad to say, either way, John won't get justice. I think John will. It is my own personal opinion, and I do not have any insider information or knowledge, but I do believe the FBI is watching. I do believe many things will be happening once this Michigas Shonda of a trial is over. I do believe that. Thank you for your super chat. Block Island went boom over the weekend, says expert architect. Ice cream truck special equals free silver bracelets. Thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships, and for the 10 of you who are randomly selected by YouTube, welcome. We have special emojis for this trial and others, many of which the members will show you, but so many for this trial alone. And also some Dave Matthews one and a couple of Grateful Dead ones, because those are my bands of choice. Thank you, Leanne, for becoming a member. Welcome. Sunshine, free Karen Reed, please. Such a sham trial. Thank you, Melanie. You're so classy. Keeping it real. Love you. Thank you. Thank you, Sunshine. You are my sunshine. Anna says, I really thought they'd be back in 10 minutes with a not guilty. To be honest, should we be worried? A mob lawyer / crooked judge could easily tamper. I don't think you should be worried. No, I'm not worried. Don't worry. Don't worry. We're here today together. Let's hold hands all in a circle and just breathe. There's nothing to be worried about. Listen, this jury is taking this seriously. They've been here for how many days of testimony? 33. They're dressed up today, so that could be news that they may have a verdict. And they're taking their job very seriously. You remember when I said on Friday, when we learned that the defense wanted to add the DUI charge as a lesser included. And so it's just a DUI without a motor vehicle accident. And I said, I think the deliberations might take a little bit longer because even though all of the jurors may agree that there was no car accident, they may disagree about whether or not the Commonwealth was able to prove the drunk driving charge. And so, in my opinion, throwing that in there was going to lengthen deliberations. I don't know if that's what's going on or not, but that's why I'm not surprised by it. So don't worry, everyone. Don't worry. It's going to be fine. Thank you, Wendy. You super sticker. Chrissy Melanie, there is buzz. The jury looks dressed up. Thank you. That's what people are saying. So we're here for it. Cade, welcome. Became a new member. Susan C. gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much for your kindness and generosity. Yinzer said, remember, folks, you don't hate the media enough. I'm not sure what that means, but Alicia says the stress on Karen must be so heavy right now. Right. And she has a lot of pre-existing medical conditions. Many people might not know. She has Crohn's. She has MS. She had something like 9 operations on her colon, where most of her colon was removed. Hence the reason for many of Proctor's disgustingly gross gross text messages about her medical conditions. Horrible. And so, MS and Crohn's are both affected by stress. If you know, you know. And so not only physically, but mentally, I can't even imagine. And the entire defense team, right? The entire defense team has got to be feeling it too. This is exhausting. It's mentally exhausting for me sitting at home with my microphone. It is mentally exhausting for so many of you who have been watching and heavily invested and emotionally invested in this case for years. Alicia says there's no way for her to protect herself, right? With that mob. It was crazy, wasn't it? TG says Melanie outdrawing Court TV and Julie Grant 2-1. Again, just saying. Oh, that, you know what? Thank you. I didn't know because I don't really look at the numbers, but good. Julie Grant has shown nothing but hatred and vitriol for Karen Read. And there's a special place in hell, in my opinion, for women who don't support other women and women that attack other women based on what? Based on what? Special place in hell. That's all I'm saying. But her treatment of Karen Read during this trial, I mean, she's friends. Put it this way. Julie Grant seems to be friends with, I don't know, I've heard Jennifer McCabe, Mafia Masshole Kate Peter, Coffindoffer. Like they're all working together, maybe allegedly, in my opinion, behind the scenes. And it's horrible what they're doing out there on the cesspool of Twitter and other places. Thank you very much. Did I just delete something by accident? Hold on. If I did, I'm sorry. I think it was New Hampshire Dude 603 says, thank you for the wonderful journey from the Sparky to the Sublime. Hold on one second. Just say no to sideswipe volunteering. That's hilarious. Remember they said they used human crash test dummies in a study? Could easily be another Princess Diana situation with the cameras. How's your computer? It's better now. I got it upon the suggestion of many of you who were so kind to write me emails, and one of my sons who's a tech wizard, I had DoorDash send me a more powerful power block to charge my Mac with, and also a more powerful cord. Updated the system, did all the things and stuff. And so thank you for asking. Much better today. Did not hit him. It doesn't matter. Gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, M. Monge 1967, for your sweet gift. Sidebar check. Call to action. Are there any local security professionals who would donate their services to the Read team? Sidebar check. Hopefully today's the last day. Paint chip. I hope we all stick together after this. You guys are like second family at this point. Free Karen Read. Oh, we're still going to be here. We're still going to be doing the stuff. And I'm here for you guys. What you want to watch is what we're going to watch. I know the I remember exactly where I was when when the news broke that Princess Diana was killed. I was in Vermont. I remember exactly where I was. So sad what happened. Stacy Face. Stacy Face Travel says today is a good day to free Karen Reed. It is. It's a good day for justice. It's a good day to free Karen Reed, and we will be here for it. Kathy says Aiden said the women jurors are dressed better than usual. That's a good sign. Thanks, Kath. True Crime Junkie, thanks for your super sticker. Jamie Lynn, you've been amazing to watch during this trial. You helped me understand exactly what is happening. P.S. I wonder how the jury is dressed today. Well, we just heard that. So funny, Jamie. I think all of these comments are crossing, but it seems like they're dressed up. And didn't I say that? I said if they come in dressed up, they want to talk to the media, and they're going to be ready. Dawn, thank you, Dawn, for watching. Pinky, did you ever go back to Brennan's closing to see Jim's fat grin? About 1 minute in? I did not. I'll keep that up though in case we need something to do. Kendra, that is what I was talking about yesterday with the media being crazy. I agree with you. It's scary. It's scary. And again, why is it that certain people get protected and certain people don't? And not just physically protected, but legally protected. This entire prosecution has been in defense of certain people, and you know who they are. Michael Marcy and others. We watched it during season 1. Adam Lally had the ball the entire time, and yet he was running defense, trying to prove the innocence of Jennifer McCabe. Think about that. Even in this trial, Jessica Hyde and Ian Whiffen were hired as expert witnesses and paid by the Commonwealth to prove that Jennifer McCabe's 227 search did not happen. Think about that. It's crazy, right? Think about how people like Aidan Carney and others who do not think that John O'Keefe was hit by a car have been prosecuted under Massachusetts' overly broad witness intimidation statute with felonies, charged with felonies. And then think about how other people out there on the internet, some of whom I just mentioned a few minutes ago, are out there actually intimidating witnesses. And some of their tweets have been meant to harass the families of people like Dr. Crash Daddy Wolf and others, which may be construed as a way to keep them from testifying in the trial. And yet those people don't face any ramifications for their behavior. It's wild. It's wild. And here we are, and we're watching it, and the world is watching it, and it's gross. Cat 3, if the jury writes not in front of the charges, see what happens. Thank you, Elf, for gifting a membership. Why is your intro song so catchy? It's stuck in my head. Well, thanks, Jules. A lot of people say their little kids dance to it. A viewer wrote that song for me and produced it, and then I made a little video to go with it, and she's awesome. Her name is Melissa. Her username used to be Turd Ferguson. I'm not sure what it is now, but she's linked in the show notes below, as is the Karen Reed trial mixtape playlist, because I think in song lyrics, and every time I think of a song during this trial and the first trial, we put it on the playlist. It's on Spotify. You can listen to it. It's something like 14 hours long. If found guilty of OUI, will Karen be taken into custody? It depends. It depends. You've seen the judge. You've seen how she's treated the defense throughout the entire 3 or however long she's been assigned to this case. And the case has been going on for over 3 years. She was only assigned to the case, I'm not sure how far in. Would they want the footage of Karen being cuffed and taken into custody? Of course they would. Would they cuff her, take her into custody, and then maybe let her go on bail? Maybe. We'll see what happens. Don't be surprised if they do, is all I'm saying. Enchanted Warrior, worried if they all thought not guilty, they'd be out by now. Not necessarily. They could be hung only on the OUI charge. Brennan's nasal polyp says, I just want to hear Bev say one last time after Karen is acquitted, Miss Reed, you are all set. We'll see what happens. Slide and Leiden 617 says they will 100% take her into custody. That's how they do it in Massachusetts. No, Bev isn't late. They've already done what they had to do and they've sent the jury out. Jury is back to deliberating. And let me put a chyron up for people who are just joining. Megan Johnson says Bill Burr grew up in Canton. I'm fairly certain his brother works for the DA's office. That's probably why he's been pretty quiet about it. Well, that's interesting. Thanks, Meg. Jules, can you explain the not guilty lesser included BS ratio? You know what? I did it yesterday for so long that if I need something to talk about it, we can talk about it. But I will just quickly say that because of the way the verdict slip is written and because of the fact that Massachusetts does not allow partial verdicts, if the jury hangs on the OUI charge, they hang on the entire manslaughter charge because it's on the same page. And at which point, the Commonwealth would have to decide whether or not they will retry her on manslaughter. They cannot hang solely on OUI. I know it sounds crazy. I know it's ridiculous. That is the law in Massachusetts. Good morning, Jess. Did someone do the full count of sustains and allows? If it's hung, her lawyers might want that info. Zoe B., our resident statistician. She's got it. She's keeping track. Kelly, okay, friends, let's cheer the heck up. Today's going to be a great day for Karen, her family, and her attorneys. Let's go. Kiana Marie Greco, as an empath, this case has wrecked me. I have felt sick all day, every day of this trial. I feel helpless. I am losing hope. I just have a bad feeling. Don't have a bad feeling, girl. Don't have a bad buck up, buttercup. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. The jury's dressed up. Usually that means they're going to come back today. We're here for it. No matter what happens, we're here for it. Kumbaya. There's no way 12 people can agree to convict her on anything involving a motor vehicle accident. There was no motor. A car did not hit John. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And you don't need to be an engineer or a doctor to figure that out. There is not one medical witness called by either the prosecution or the defense that has said that John O'Keefe had injuries consistent with a motor vehicle hit. Not one. Not one medical expert. The experts for the Commonwealth couldn't even show how the taillight broke or how the taillight injured John's arm. Think about that. There's no evidence of a car accident other than some sprinkled taillight that did not appear on scene until what? Until Karen Reed's car was in custody. It's a younger jury. Younger juries, in my experience, are familiar. They're less likely to trust the police. Let's put it that way. They understand the technology. I'm pretty sure they get it. And we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. And that is all that we can do for now. But, I find a lot of times that worry is a wasted emotion because most of the time you're worrying about things that are never going to happen. And other times you're worrying about things that already happened that you can't change. And so ain't no time to hate, barely time to wait. Right? And that is what it is. And I really believe that. I really believe that there is no way that 12 people will agree that he was even hit by a car. It's my opinion and I'm sticking to it. And Munch, I have butterflies today that I did not have yesterday, and I feel the verdict comes today, not guilty. Then finally the crowd outside can go nuts. Thanks for your super chat. Did you see Mike Easter's interview? I did not. I did not see it, but I don't know. Just tell me, like, if you want to give me like a little something? Why was it interesting? What did you like about it? What did he say that you found interesting? Normal Mom, Auntie Deb is my favorite singer and songwriter. Easy on the eyes, too. He's awesome. Fellow Long Islander here. Thank you for all you do. All right, Strong Island Ashley. Long Island in the house. Thank you. Does anyone think that Mitzi wants to know if anyone thinks that Higgins is in witness protection? Is he MIA? Has he been MIA? I mean, I didn't think about it. I thought he just kind of went into hiding, or some people thought he went, away to clean up for a little while, but I don't know. Has he been seen? Heir apparent said he's trying to be a firefighter in a different county. Yeah, the Higgins took a proffer. Rumor was around last year too, and then he testified at the trial. So I don't know how true that is, unless there's evidence that he took another proffer recently. So I don't know about that. But is he in witness protection? I mean, that's interesting. Here's to a not guilty verdict, says Brent. Ice cream truck special. No worries. The McCabe's and Albers will have plenty of security when Karen is freed. Lots of room in an ice cream truck. Or, the child catcher. The child catcher cart from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Oh, children. Paul Joseph Brennan says, love from Ireland, free Karen Reid, justice for John. See, Ireland's in the house. Guru Breed, when she's found not guilty, she should move to New Hampshire. The Massachusetts State Police are never going to leave her family alone. I know from experience. I'm sorry that you have that experience. That's terrible. Maybe New Hampshire is even too close. It borders Massachusetts. Maybe she should go somewhere far, far away. Thanks for your super chat, Guru Breed. And it ends, good morning from a fellow CU alum. It's Sco Buffs. 6 a.m. on the West Coast, and so glad we have you to get us through this day. Well, we're here for it. We are here for it. I worry some of the jurors could feel intimidated. I'm just Nicole, marketing director, says. Lynn says, thanks for getting us through. Today's the day, and Karen Reid will be free from one Long Island girl to another. All the best. All right, Long Island in the house today. I love it. Thanks for your 20. Gator Girl is a new member. Welcome. Melanie Little's awesomeness and left swipe. In StreamYard, you changed your name again. Positive vibes and prayers for everyone. Free Karen Reid, Justice for Don O'Keefe. Yes. Prayers up. Call me Jesus. I'm running out of things to keep me busy while waiting with you. So today I'm making sourdough. I love you all in your company in this madness. We have a Rage Crochet Club. For those of you who crochet, you may commence. We also have many people who like to rage clean. I am not one of them. We have many people who rage run or exercise. Whatever your thing is to distract yourselves, do it. Cook, clean, crochet, knit. Amy Lou, praying for Karen. Thanks for your coverage. Thank you, Amy Lou, for your 20. Jamie Lynn, welcome. New Hampshire Dude 603, thanks for the wonderful journey from the sparky to the sublime. Rosemary J, thanks for becoming a member. Rescue Randy is here with a compound fracture and a super sticker. Thanks. Reasonable doubt. Since there was no car accident, why does the drinking charge even matter? Everyone else that night was drinking. I know, but it doesn't matter what everybody else was doing. Hold on. The defense asked for that drunk driving charge to be included as a lesser included. In my opinion, perhaps, maybe, because that is something that former juror Victoria George, turned member of David Nannetti's firm, and the defense team may have told them, given them some insight into what she didn't deliberate though. She was excused prior to deliberations. She was an alternate, so she didn't really hear what went on inside the jury room. But perhaps she gave them some insight and said, listen, I've had conversations with people who were on the jury after. Maybe they probably had a juror group chat. Most juries do after the fact. And they said, yeah, we couldn't decide. Some people really wanted to just charge her with or convict her of drunk driving, but it wasn't an option. And so the defense team decided to add it. And that may be just why it's taking a little bit longer. And so that could be. Yeah, go ahead. Rage deadlift. Absolutely. Can you do some for me too? Not that it even matters, but it gives the jury a way to convict her on something and end this charade or charade. But nobody else was ever charged with anything. And so the fact that everyone else was drinking and driving is a non-issue. It doesn't, for purposes of this trial, it doesn't matter. Not that it's right, but it's not an excuse, Mukta Maisel Bedero said he thought the Massachusetts law requiring the jury to hang on all accounts too if they hang on part was a double jeopardy violation. I agree with him. I agree with him too. Unfortunately, it's the law in Massachusetts, and we saw how double jeopardy on appeal also works in Massachusetts, and it was denied every single path the defense took to try and fight the double jeopardy. I agree, but that's the way it's done in Massachusetts. Camarina Smith, thank you for your super sticker. Thanks for the 20. Good morning to Southern Cal. Thank you, Edmund. Appreciate you. Blackbird Rest is a medium and says, this is the first time I've tapped into energy of the jury. 8 ready, not guilty, 2 mental blocks, and 2 going with the majority for what it's worth. Okay, all right. Fantastic. I like to hear it. T-Law, just noticed I received a gifted membership yesterday. Thank you from London. Free Karen Reed. Everybody's watching. Betsy says maybe today will be the day. Thanks, Betsy. Why can't I comment when I'm a member? I don't know. You should be able to. Make sure you're still subscribed. It's set to a 24-hour waiting period. You mean comment on streams or comment in the chat? I don't know. There's also things like you can't put links in comments. You can't put certain words in comments. You can't put, I don't know. I can't without more information. I can't. I don't know. Steve says I shaved for this. Free Karen Reed. Were you growing like a beard, like just like a Movember kind of thing? Emma, thank you so much for your compliment, for tuning in from across the pond. Carolyn, thanks for your $10 super sticker. Laura says the reporter attacking Turtle Boy. I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about, girl. We already know Boston PD doesn't do their job, says Eliza Lewis. Morning, Chris. Oh, here he is again. Look, there's another disgusting troll. Didn't I learn my lesson from yesterday? Oh, John Smith. John Smith, did you need 2 minutes? Did you need 2 minutes of attention? Does your wife hate you? Do you have a tiny penis? Yeah, I said it. I said it. Sorry if I'm playing in a nail salon or a hair salon, but I think you might have thought it was funny. Ooh, you got me. Oh, you hurt my feelings. Yeah, I've been practicing law for over 30 years. Math isn't hard, but if that's a crypt keeper to you and that's old, I feel real sorry for your. I wonder what your wife looks like, not to bring her into it. Abby and Rosie's mom, thanks for hanging out for 11 months. I'm sorry if you spit your drink out. I'm sorry. And also, construction workers that are on scaffolding, please, I hope you have your harnesses on and your safety equipment, because I don't want to be responsible for anybody getting injured with my humor. Abby and Rosie's mom, I really love the idea of focusing on those who are being unfairly persecuted. Thanks for your heart for them. Love you with all my heart. Some people want attention so bad. The trolls are scared. Wait a second. Which McCabe or Albert do you guys think this is? Let's guess. Let's guess. Because you know they're having a watch party. Hey guys, at the VFW or American Legion, wherever you're watching from today, the McCabe's and Alberts. Which one do you think this one is? Crypt keeper. Let's do a word search on Twitter. Find out who uses the word crypt keeper the most to insult a woman's age. And which one do you think that is? Oh, and look at the profile pic. See if you can find that profile pic on Twitter. I don't know. Let's say Chris Albert, Brian Albert, Kevin from Southie, Kerry Lama. Which one do you guys think it is? Which one? We will. We'll track the payment. Excellent idea. Oh, you saved up a whole $2? You couldn't spring for a 20 to insult me? You didn't think it was worth a 20? Only $2? Oh, I didn't realize that YouTube takes EBT cards. Is that a new thing? Do they now accept EBT cards? Mafia masshole? Do they? Twisted Tragedies? I don't know. How tragic. Such a wordsmith you are. Emily, wouldn't be surprised if the O'Keefes have paperwork ready to file as soon as not guilty comes in to get civil case against Karen moving again. Yeah, they may. They may want to, lift the stay, as it were, in the wrongful death case that they have against Karen Reed. The profile picture looks like that. Yeah, I know. It's too bad nobody watches your channel, but, life's a bitch, and so am I. And Carmen knows your address. Yeah, they will. I'm sure that they are ready. The Karen's civil defense attorney has been in court most of the time for the entire trial. And so even if Karen is acquitted, though, some people have the misconception that the civil case can't continue. It can. Remember, OJ was acquitted and then they went after him civilly and they got huge judgments that I don't think that they ever collected on, right? So it'll keep going. They're going to have a tough time proving it because there's no motor vehicle accident report. None was ever filed. How are they going to prove a car accident? And won't it be interesting? All the people that are going to be called to give depositions in the civil case, because civil court is much more lenient when it comes to discovery. So you know who could be served with subpoenas to come in and give depositions? All the McCabes, all the Alberts. And they're going to have to show up and they're going to have to give testimony. And if it was me doing the depositions, I'd keep them there for days. Days. There's really no objections for depositions. All objections are reserved for the time of trial, whether or not things would be admissible. But hey, civil defense team, if you'd like, I'm available. Call me. I won't even charge you. I'll come in for free. As a consultant, whatever you need, I'm here. Karen's auto insurance company, I'm sure, has appointed attorneys to represent her. So there's that. Gina was in a women's refuge when Lady Di passed. I think we all remember where we were, and I hope everything's okay with you, Gina. Doubling Down Debbie says, streaming with you has been a pleasure. Appreciate the commentary. I'm walking us through the legal jargon. Definitely looking forward to more cases with your guidance. Thank you. If you're bored and you need a trial to watch, I have many playlists, but I suggest a couple of ones that are short and outrageous, both of which are in Massachusetts. One is Brian Camp. There's a playlist for that. And the other is Penny McGee. Penny McGee was a bench trial in front of Judge Cannoni. That happened a couple of months ago, recently, right? Brian Camp, I think, was in November. And for those of you who want more Tom Kokanowski, he was the defense attorney for Brian Camp. So you can see him in action. Highly recommend. TG, thanks for the 50. Sorry to momentarily distract from today's correct focus. Okay, well, if you paid $50 to insult me, it's okay that I didn't read it first. But have you ever heard of the Crosley Green case in Florida, corruption and deep tragedy? Nope, but I'm going to write it down. Oh, R. Kelly has just been rushed to the hospital after overdosing in prison. Breaking news. As his lawyer alleges, it was part of a wild murder plot. Well, that's interesting. It's breaking in the New York Post, but it actually happened last week, it says. R. Kelly, I might as well read it since I started. I have not heard of Crosley Green case in Florida. TG, thank you so much for your $50 super chat. And I will look into it. Has this person already been convicted? Is it a trial coming up? Let me know. I'll come back and I'll look for that. Thank you for pointing that out to me. R. Kelly allegedly overdosed in prison and was rushed to the hospital last week, it says. In court documents obtained by the New York Post, the rapper's attorney, Bo Brindley, claimed that the Bureau of Prison Staff at his federal center in North Carolina intentionally gave him too much medication, which caused him to overdose and be transferred to a nearby hospital. The lawyer alleged that Kelly was forced to take, it says mediation, but it should say medication. Who's editing for the New York Post? I don't know. In solitary confinement on the night of June 12th. The next morning, Kelly allegedly felt faint and dizzy and started to see black spots in his vision. The rapper also allegedly tried to get up but fell to the ground before he crawled to the door of the cell and lost consciousness. I also just want to point out that there are actually illegal drugs available in the prison system for those who want them and have enough money to get them. Anyway. Right. Anyway. Moving on to the next story of the day. Or the next question or comment. Thank you, Luce, for your super sticker. Wag says, this movement has been a special place in time. Aiden lit the match that started this fire. So many people on social media and in person have come together to support Karen and justice. It's heartwarming and heartbreaking. It is. You're right. I don't even think I could add to that because you said it so perfectly. So many people who don't know each other and don't know Karen Reed have come together because they see what's happening to her. And it is horrific and it is scary and it is disturbing because it could be any one of us. And if Karen Reed didn't have the means and the financial ability to defend herself, she would have been sitting in the Norfolk County Jail for 3 years. She'd still be there. It shouldn't be happening. Christine says, I rewatched the charge conference and Yannetti asked for an OUI instruction. Is that the same as bringing the charge? He asked for an OUI jury instruction so that the judge would instruct the jury on what they needed to find in order to find her guilty of just OUI. And so that's what he asked for. Dara, Bev had one job from Marzi to skew the proceedings so Karen looks guilty. It is blatant, disgusting corruption in the court of Canton. Thank you, Dara, for your thoughts. Please consider looking for more police corruption cases so we can make a spectacle of it. Thank you, Jen. The prosecution of Matthew Farwell is going to be one of those. Matthew Farwell was a Stoughton police officer who met a young girl named Sandra Birchmore in the Police Explorers program in Massachusetts. Sandra Birchmore had a rough childhood and she wanted to be a police officer, and she joined the Police Explorers program when she was 10 or 11, and that's where police officer Matthew Farwell met her, as did his twin brother. Man who was higher up, I think. Where was Robert Devine? He was also a police officer. They all met her. At the age of 15, Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell took Sandra Birchmore's virginity and continued a relationship with her as he passed her around to his brother and Robert Devine and others. Oh, excuse me. Wow, that was weird. Hold on. Passed her around to his twin brother, Robert Devine, and others. And at the age of 23, she was still involved with Matthew Farwell and was pregnant. She thought it was Matthew Farwell's baby, and Matthew Farwell thought it was his baby too. And she wanted his name on the birth certificate, and she wanted him to have some responsibility for the child. But Matthew Farwell was married. And on the same night as Sandra Birchmore's murder, Matthew Farwell's wife was in labor, nearby hospital, delivering his child. Sandra Birchmore's death in Canton was quickly ruled a suicide by Canton PD and the MSP. A lot of the same players involved in the Karen Reed case. Sandra Birchmore was murdered in February of 2021, almost exactly 1 year before the murder of John O'Keefe. It's another example of perhaps cops covering for other cops. Trooper Garino, in investigating the Sandra Birchmore murder, or as they called it, a suicide, failed to find 32 or 34,000 text messages in Matthew Farwell's phone between Matthew Farwell and Sandra Birchmore, even though they seized Sandra Birchmore's laptop and all of those messages were easily accessible on her laptop. When the FBI became involved in investigating the investigation of the John O'Keefe murder, they found evidence of murder and brought federal murder charges against Matthew Farwell. The state of Massachusetts and/or county of Norfolk has never brought murder charges against Matthew Farwell. He is sitting in Club Fed, waiting to be prosecuted for murder. So yes, we will be covering that. It's in federal court, so it won't be televised. I do have an entire playlist on Sandra Birchmore. It's a tragic case. A story has come out that the DNA of the fetus was tested and it may not have been Matthew Farwell's baby, which makes no difference to me because he still murdered her and he still thought it was her baby. The only saving grace for him is that he may perhaps avoid prosecution. Well, no, he could still be prosecuted for murdering a baby, right? Or murdering a fetus. It doesn't matter if it was it or not. And so also, a lot of cover up in that case. Just wait. There's a playlist on it. If you haven't heard about it, check it out. And the police corruption also, as Paris Ray and the Crush points out, in the Long Island serial killer case, because here on Long Island, they had a description of Rex Heuermann, who is now awaiting trial on killing many women. I don't even know what the final count is up to on Long Island. Police had a description of Rex Heuermann all the way back in 2010, but because of the corruption in Suffolk County, New York, of James Burke, the Suffolk County police chief, and Tom Spoda, the district attorney in Suffolk County, not wanting the FBI to find out about their nefarious deeds that had nothing to do with maybe the Long Island serial killer. Maybe they did. That information about Rex Heuermann was buried in a file and was not discovered until, when was he finally arrested? Why is somebody telling me that I should dye my hair brown? Really? Thank you so much for your beauty advice. We're still waiting. The jury's out. We're still waiting. They've been out for 10 hours, 9 minutes, and 21 seconds. No, I did not, Kaylee. Somebody else asked if I saw Easter's interview. Interesting. Yeah, I do believe they should have allowed, she should have allowed Michael Easter to testify, the FBI procedural expert. And so that could be reversible error, could be, in my opinion. But only if there's a conviction would we go on appeal. So, or they go on appeal. When I say we, I mean you and me and all of us that have been fighting for justice for so long. Thanks, Julie, for your super sticker. Strong Island Ashley says season 1 deliberations were 27 hours, I believe. We still have some time. We still have some time before she may call it as hung. PP Haas, could longer jury deliberations reflect thorough evidence review? Absolutely. And perfectionism due to higher profile cases? Yes. Thought this would be quick. We all thought it would be quick. We thought it would be quick last time too. So if last year they were out for 27 hours and that was before a mistrial was called, got time. Steffi, this is my second super chat for you. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Thank you for this community. This trial makes me want to go back to school for criminal justice. Go. You're never too old to dream a new dream. Indicated by dashboard confessional when we hear not guilty. Thank you for that. After we hear not guilty, we're going to have to continue on with the playlist. So, hi from South Boston to Devon. Sadly, home of Whitey Bulger and corruption. Hanky Pank was one of his lawyers. Yes. Thank you for everything in free Karen Reed. Thanks, Devon. Let's pray. Today is the day, says Amber. Thanks for being here for 5 months. Lisa Taylor says, thanks for holding our hands. Yes, Linda, that's right. The jurors are going over all of AJ's note cards of reasonable doubt. That's right. We didn't get to see the note cards, but remember, they were sent in with all of the note cards. And Alan Jackson said famously in his closing, every one of these note cards has something involving reasonable doubt on it. So if you find any of these note cards to be believable, right? I don't remember his exact words. It is reasonable doubt, and you must find her not guilty. That was brilliant, by the way. Brilliant. We did watch AJ's opening yesterday, 13 Flags. We watched a lot of it. We didn't finish it, but we did watch a lot of it yesterday. Thank you for being with me for 11 months. James Carson says, also an empath, it's just hard to block the haters. Keep the faith. Yeah, I'm not blocking them. I'm calling them out because there should be ramifications for people's behavior, right? It doesn't bother me. It doesn't bother me at all. I just think that people should have ramifications for their behavior. I'm a firm believer in that. Thank you, James, for your 5. Meatflower 66. I believe the Faraday bag is plausible. If steps were taken while in the bag, it wouldn't register until the phone connects. The phone took 432 steps before Carrie picked it up. Also, no log of Karen Reed's last 14 calls. Interesting. Thank you for your super chat. Yeah. Sam, can you discuss the Sandra Birchmore case overlap, what you know of who's potentially involved? She deserves justice too. That's so funny because that you overlapped and I just did talk about it. Chat, you're so collaborative here. Who was involved in Sandra Birchmore? I don't want to conflate. So I know Trooper Fanning was, I think, friends with Matthew Farwell. He interviewed him in like a parking lot somewhere. And wasn't he the one who quickly ruled it a suicide? Tully was involved. Lank was involved. Proctor was involved too in Sandra Birchmore. Trooper Garino. Michael Lank and Tully. A lot of overlap there. Garino and Tully. I thought Fanning was involved too. Fanning. Yes, a lot of overlap. Kevin Albert. Kevin Albert was also involved in Birchmore, Sarah Malone. Yep, everyone's saying that. Kevin Albert was involved. Yep. And Garino missed all the text messages. Thank you, Magnolia Gypsy. Fanning, Garino, Dunn, Tully, Lank, and Kevin Albert. All involved in the Sandra Birchmore case. So many things they missed. Fractured hyoid bone in her neck. There was something like I think it was a luggage strap around her neck, and she was sitting on the floor and it was attached to a doorknob. They missed her broken necklace on the floor. What else did they miss? It's called the hyoid bone in your neck. And I believe it was a suitcase strap. Yeah. Was Buchanan involved in that too? Hyoid bones are typically only caused by strangulation and not hanging. They missed any and all evidence. Shannon Gilbert also had a fractured hyoid bone, which is why I believe that Shannon Gilbert, if you know, you know, may have been also killed by Long Island serial killer. Thank you, Sam. Toasty Buns, the dog bites and claw marks are what convinced me. Heavenly Father, please let this be the day that Karen gets her life back. Thank you, Toasty Buns. Thank you, Linda, for your super sticker. Thanks, Dolly, for being with me for a month and for hanging out with me from the UK. Thank you. Read the verdict. Excellent username. Well done. Keep up those positive vibes. We're trying. Thanks, Linda. Higgy now goes by Kevin and lives in Southie. Thanks, T-Mac. Yo, Kelly says Karen should move to Colorado. Another CU alum here, SCO Buffs. Yo, Kelly, SCO Buffs. It's going to be a great year. Deion Sanders, Coach Prime. We coming. Thanks, Dolly, for gifting a membership. Rage, Heartless Soul is rage milking cows. That's awesome, and I will allow it. Loving the baby snarks and cupcakes. Kiddos in the chat. Thank you, Bees on Mars. John Mike, thanks so much for the coverage. Learned so much from you. Good vibes today, Karen, and truth will prevail. Thank you. Keeping the faith. We're keeping the faith, baby. Artsy Mind, there was a trial in Massachusetts that was tried multiple times over a decade. My mom was a key witness. Is that Rentala? These trials changed the jurors' lives too. To this day, I can't mention the trial to my mom. Prayers to Karen and the jurors, says Artsy Mind. Well, Rentala is one that I know was tried several times, right? I can't think of any others right now. And your mom was a key witness and had to do it over and over and over again. I'm sorry. Epstein had a fractured hyoid bone too, says thanks, ham sandwich. Oh yeah, Epstein. Yeah. He committed suicide. Oh, look, a bit oblivious. Benson is here. Oblivious Benson is here. Hold on. Strong Island Ashley says young jurors are sharp, skeptical, and tech smart, perfect for seeing through inconsistencies and questioning the prosecution's story. Defense advantage. OB, I can't find your chat on my StreamYard, but I see it in the chat and she says, oh my God, Melanie has been here since day one and she's going to be found not guilty. How does it feel? And also, are you going to go see Dave Matthews to celebrate? Celebrate we will. Because life is short, but sweet for certain. I saw him last Wednesday. I was with him. I was 6 feet away from him, OB, 6 feet away from him for the entire night. And it was deliciously fabulous. And yes, summer tour is in my future. When, if ever, this case is over, because I can't leave this chair until it is over. I believe it's Benson and I met during my coverage of the Long Island serial killer case, because she too goes down the rabbit hole of missing people and true crime. She's got her own channel now. Sub up. She's hilarious. She's also a stand-up comedian. If you don't know. Thanks, OB, for tuning in this morning. We're here for it. We are all set. Strong Island Ashley, I think it is also a defense advantage. Yes, I think so. Commander Ed, I tried rage surfing. When I was in Hawaii the last few weeks. I don't recommend. Did you get wiped out? J. Michael RN says, I can't believe it's been a year. Thanks for the insightful commentary. Thank you for hanging with me for a year. Appreciate each and every one of you who chooses to spend your day with me. And these are long days indeed, aren't they? It's like group therapy. Scott Robinson from Canada. Did Higgins go to Canton PD to get a Faraday bag so they could move John O'Keefe and the cell data wouldn't show up? A lot of people think that. R.I.P. Barry Scheck. Did Barry Scheck die today? Lodi? Did Barry Scheck die? That's the first I'm hearing of that. Unless there's some breaking news. I don't want to post rumors of deaths that are not accurate. Hang on a second. I don't know why I'm on Do Not Disturb over here, because my people need to reach me. All right, we may have a buffer zone guest coming in. She's just checking her service to see if it's going to allow her to. The issue is over there at the courthouse, all the media trucks are there sucking up all the signal. And so it's a problem for anybody who wants to live stream from the courthouse. Give me a second to go off camera because I need to, as such, take care of something. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Talk amongst yourselves. All right, we have a special guest here from the buffer zone, and I think she's got a signal. So many of you may not know her. Many of you may know her from her TikTok fame. Her name is Lindsay. She's the girl with sunglasses, and she's coming to us live from the buffer zone. Hi,
Good morning, everyone. How are we? Can we
Look
hear
great.
me?
I can hear you. You look great.
Yes.
You feel.
Yes.
Tell us what's happening.
This is Legally Allie. She's always on with me.
Awesome. How's everybody? What's the vibe like? How are you
Great.
guys feeling today?
So there's not as many people down here as yesterday, but I heard that the jury could be dressed a little more appropriately today. So we are thinking there could be a verdict today.
That's what we're thinking too. So
And
hopefully,
I'm so excited.
maybe after lunch, because they like to get their free lunch, and then
Yes,
maybe
that's what
today's
I
the
was
day.
thinking. And I always want to know, what are they feeding them for lunch? That's what I want to know. Are they getting a good lunch?
I hope they're not ordering from D&E. I'm just saying.
Me too.
Because
And
I heard
today,
their chicken parm is mediocre. I don't know. That's the word on the street.
so today also, media is only allowed on the Registry of Deeds stairs, which has not happened at all. So I'm wondering if they know we're close.
That's
They're
interesting
keeping
because
everyone away.
did you see the footage yesterday from Karen walking after court was over and how she was hounded by
Yes.
media?
Yes, so we were across the street. So I stay until things clear out. And it was insanity over here. It was like a school of fish. They were on top of her and you couldn't even see her. It was insane, insane.
And do you remember last year? You watched the trial last year, season 1. Did you watch season 1?
Yes. Oh, yes. Didn't miss a day.
Do you remember how Jennifer McCabe, Brian, all the Alberts and McCabe's got police escorts coming in and out of the courthouse?
Yes.
Why
Nothing
does
for Karen, though. Nothing.
safety a
They said she
concern?
was like a normal person. She would literally have to walk across the crosswalk. People are everywhere. It was chaos for her. Chaos. I felt so bad. I'm like, she needs protection down here. So there were people from the buffer zone that would be on the side of her. They would walk with her.
Yeah, so she's got a large team of people
Yeah.
who you know, protect her for free, basically. Like they just try and keep the
Yes.
crowd back. You guys have any
Yes.
questions for
And
Lindsay?
I can show you guys.
Yes.
Like,
Show us.
this is the registry of deeds. So this is all media behind me. I just don't have a media pass. But court TV is up there. And then if I flip myself, I'm gonna go like this so everyone can see. That's the courthouse. So we have police, we have it's wild over there. And media is just set up ready to go in case something happens.
It doesn't look like there's as many people as yesterday, but I imagine when
No.
they announce if they announce that there's a verdict today,
It's going to be swarmed.
where is everybody where are all the supporters hanging out?
So I'll kind of show you. I'm not sure how I can flip myself on. Let me see.
You can just
I'm
flip
not
your
even going to try.
maybe.
So I'm going to show you. We have supporters here, media, and then I'm going to take a walk
Okay.
so you guys can see. So we have everyone say hi to Melanie Little. Melanie Little, say hi. Say hi to Melanie Little.
Hey guys, shout out to all the
We're gonna
amazing
go.
supporters.
You
Go
guys
ahead,
all want to
Lindsay.
say hi to Melanie Little.
Hi guys. You're
I'm
out
gonna
there
keep
doing the
going
Lord's
so
work.
you can see. They are. And then it gets a little more quiet. I'm gonna show you. There's not too many people like behind the scenes over here. So we have, this is where like Karen's SUV shows up. There's not too many people over there right now because it's quiet. And then we're gonna walk down this way. There's more.
There's more, but wait, there's more.
I'm gonna show you guys a really cool car. Someone has this like, it's gotta be like a blanket that they did like free Karen Reed with the American flag. It's so cool. I'm gonna get it. We'll get more people. We got Vinny over here. Vinny.
Oh, tell Vinny I said hi. Wait, put Vinny on. He knows me. He's my friend.
Okay, hold on. I'll give him a second. He's videotaping someone.
Oh, okay.
We'll give him a second. I'm gonna find him again. Hold on. It will be quick. So let's
After
go to this
lunch, it'll be
side.
packed.
Say hi to Melanie Little, guys. Look at this. Isn't this amazing?
Love you guys. Love you guys. Hi. It's Scott. Hi.
So fun. And then look at this car.
Karen Reed with an American flag. I love it. I love it.
And there's more people down there. But let's find, who wanted to say hi? We got more supporters over here.
Awesome.
You can say hi.
Hi. Hey, you guys.
It's like you guys are here with us. It's amazing. Vinny is just interviewing someone, so I'll kind of like stay
All right.
close.
Yeah, you don't have to
I'm
interrupt
so
him, but-
sorry. Be like, excuse me, Vinny.
Yeah.
I've got an important guest over here. She
Right.
wants to say hello. Yeah,
Tracy
so
says that-
it's much quieter.
Have you seen anybody like, is Aiden there or is Kelly Reed? Is everybody, you guys all hanging out together? You have a spot?
I saw Turtle Boy. Kelly Reed will be coming up very shortly. If she's not, she's probably on her way. I talked to her this morning, so she'll probably be here. She said around like 10:30, 11. Oh, we got someone else.
Hi.
With you.
Hi, guys. Love you guys.
She said she loved you guys. It's gonna be, I have a feeling that as the day goes, it's gonna get a little crazy over here. Here, now I can say hi to Vinny.
Hey.
We've got Melanie Little. I'm gonna take,
Hi,
I have my
Vinny.
earbuds in.
I see you. You're doing a great job, Vinny. Doing a great job. Can you get them to get
She
some
said you're doing a
security?
great job.
Well, thanks, Val.
Ask him if he can help to get Karen some security walking out of the courthouse because safety
She said,
first.
can you have security for Karen walking out of the courthouse? I
It
think
was
she's
crazy
okay now
yesterday.
because the SUVs pop up. So yeah,
Thinner crowd today.
thinner crowd today, he says.
I can't say.
Other half?
Yeah, I'll go like this.
I don't know. It's not. I can't hear him.
Oh, you can't hear him?
I can't hear him. I
Hold
don't know
on.
why.
Hold on. Maybe if I hold on. Let's try to do this. Can you hear us now?
I can
Can
hear
you
you.
hear us?
Yeah, I could hear you. I just couldn't hear Vinny.
I don't know.
That's all
I don't
right.
know why we can't hear him. How about if we
Ask him. You know
Hold
what?
on.
Interview him. Ask him if he thinks today's going to be verdict day.
do you think today's going to be the verdict day? She wants to know. Do we think it's going to be today? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but I can't hear
us.
Vinny.
Okay.
Because maybe.
Do we think today is verdict day?
I think most likely day is Wednesday.
Okay. Vinny thinks Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Can't hear. Turn off background noise
If it comes
cancellation.
in today, I think there'll be a quick verdict.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Wednesday, I think we're as Wednesday. I think that's now into
Yeah.
I'm going to need a lip
Oh,
reader.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
So hi guys. Can you
Maybe
hear me
it's
now?
just the earbuds. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know what he said. Can
So
you tell us what he said?
He
What did he say?
thinks that if we do a fast one,
We want one of these.
Hi, Dina.
yes,
My girlfriend. We love you.
Thank
they
you.
love you.
Melanie. We're
Thank you.
streaming you down here. Time. You. Oh,
Oh,
They
look,
think you're wonderful.
There's us.
it's my favorite. But
Oh,
here's you.
thank you. Thanks, Dina. Keep doing the Lord's
You're
work.
the favorite.
Is the day.
Yes,
I think
everyone
so.
is ready for it.
We're ready.
Yes, love it.
It's gone. Oh,
There she is.
Thank you for all that you've ever done up with those souls.
I don't know, Linz. I
Yes,
can't hear anybody with the mic because you
That's
earbuds on. So
okay.
you have to just repeat what they say. You'll just tell us what she
Yes,
said.
there. Thank you about the trolls, controlling the trolls.
Oh, yes. Okay. Well, yeah, because we should have to call them out. You know, Lindsay, we can't let them get away with
Yes.
their behavior, right?
No. They keep trying to ban me too. But Vinny thinks yes. The barefoot marathon runner we have over here on the side of me.
Awesome.
So Vinny thinks if it's today, it will be a fast verdict.
Okay.
If not, we'll be a little bit nervous tomorrow about what's happening.
Yeah.
But I did hear they're dressed up, so more than usual. So that's what we're hoping for. We're hoping for a fast verdict today. But everyone's
Right.
down here. We've seen Turtle Boy. Vinny is just popping around the streets constantly so people can say hello.
That's
Now
awesome.
I'm going into the thick of it.
Yeah, we can't hear them. So it maybe if you turn off your Bluetooth and go with your thing, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to take the mic off. 1 second. I'm just gonna take my stuff off.
Also,
They all want you here.
All the media
sec.
trucks are sucking up all of the
Yes.
all of
I'm
the
gonna Yes. All the Wi-Fi on us.
yes, that's what it is.
I am gonna try to take off my mic and the earbuds so you can hear everyone. It
Oh.
might just get a little bit crazy. It's starting to fill up a bit. Can you just hold my phone like this? It's starting to fill up here.
Cameraman.
I'm like, hello. I have a
Nick Rocco is in the house.
I love it. All right, let's do this. And let's take off my earbuds so then you can hear everybody because everyone wants to talk.
Cool.
It's not crazy. Okay.
Better.
Is this better?
Better, yeah.
Okay, so now you can talk to everyone. Where was our little friend there that wanted to say hello to you? I feel bad I took off on her. Now she can hear you. Did you want, she couldn't hear before. All right.
Thanks, Nick,
We're
for
back.
hosting.
Melanie, it's Cheech. How are you?
Hi, Cheech. How are you?
How are you? We want you to come back, hon. It's not the same without you here.
I know.
But Karen looked fabulous today. She looked confident this morning. She looked really happy. So we're hoping. But we missed you here when you came last year with Mark
you.
Meadow. I saw you.
You did. Thank
Took
you.
a big dinner. I loved it, Melanie. But we miss you here in Boston.
Thank you.
Yeah.
How are the spirits? How's everybody's spirits today? Is everybody feeling positive out there?
Yeah, everybody is. I mean, it's a lot quieter today, I think, as it's supposed to be raining, but the sun's trying to come out. So then it's a Tuesday, so a lot of people take Monday and Fridays off. But I think by the afternoon, I think you're going to get a lot more people showing up.
I think so too.
But so
I
far,
think
it
so
seems like
too.
everybody's confident, and you get some people that are nervous because it's taking a little bit longer and stuff like that. So,
It's
but
normal. Just
yeah,
reassure everyone. Tell them it's
yeah.
normal. Nothing to worry about. Just patiently waiting. It'll all work out in the end.
Yeah, fabulous. But it's not the same without you here. I know I keep saying
Oh,
that,
thank
Malcolm,
you.
but we love you and we want you. And that's why I go on to my thing will say Charlene Savioli, but it's still Cheech Savioli. It's all the same.
Thank you. Thanks, you
Everyone's like,
guys.
yes, Melanie, get here. Thank you. It's so funny. So it's starting to fill up a little bit here too. I think people are feeling a certain way.
Good. I think so too. It's good that everyone's in good spirits, and it's good that everybody's feeling positive. And the waiting is the hardest part, Lens. The waiting is the hardest part.
It is. And we were here. Oh, so sweet. We've got a little one passing
Jesus,
out
dog.
ducks. Can I have? Oh, thank you so much. You want to say hello? Say hi. How sweet. Oh my gosh. Sweet.
Oh,
But we were here yesterday and the weather app lied to us and it was so hot. And nothing happened. You would have thought that the biggest thing in the world was happening yesterday, with the amount of people that were here, and everyone was sweating. They were like tailgating. It was like nothing
beautiful
I've
day.
ever seen.
Beautiful
But
day.
I think today more people are working. And then I think the rest of us are just going to be anxious out here. Anytime you see like a potential SUV or someone says something on Twitter or you see media, it's like everyone gets a spot and eyes are on the courthouse. So
Right.
it's going to be a day. I'm
Yeah,
just
everybody's
praying.
nervous, right? Look at all the pink shirts. I mean, more people are going to show up as I think the day goes on, and so everyone
Yeah.
wants to know. Do you have Twitter, or where can they
Yes.
find you?
TikTok is the best place to find me now.
Okay.
Once I'm going to try, after Verdict Watch here, I'm trying to get better on Twitter and YouTube. I think that's going to be my better outlet. I think I'm going to like YouTube better than TikTok. So I just have to figure it out.
I can help
I
you.
may have to message you. Yeah, I was going to say,
can
I
help
think
you.
I'm going to need help because I'm a little bit confused with StreamYard.
Yeah, I will help you. Whatever you need. It's easy. It's easy.
Okay, good.
All right. So, stay tuned. And if you,
Yes.
does anybody have any questions for
If
Girl with
anyone has
Sunglasses?
questions, throw them here.
I want to say hi.
You can pop up behind me. Free Karen Reed.
That's awesome.
Everyone
That is awesome.
recognizes you here. You are the
That's-
talk. You are the talk of the buffer zone, Melanie.
Oh,
Everyone
I
watches
love everyone.
you.
I
It's
love
so
everybody
sweet.
there.
So
Somebody
if
on the.
we-
She's
Go
married,
ahead.
you guys. I think you're married, right? They're like,
Yes.
does she have Tinder? Forget about Twitter.
That is hilarious.
That is hilarious.
We have Turtle Boy here.
Is
Turtle
he live?
Boy. Yeah. Turtle Boy. Can you say hi to Melanie Little?
Hi, Melanie.
Hi,
Over the
Aiden.
sound.
How was it going there?
Your guess
This
is as good as
morning?
mine,
Oh,
but
okay.
I predicted 11, so I got 30 minutes to be right. If not,
Okay.
it has to come today though.
We've
It's
been
like
it's what? It's what?
I feel like it has to come today, just out of like respect for the family, respect for all that. Like they didn't want to rush yesterday. That's what I'm hoping that they've kind of reached a consensus, sleep on it, come back the next day, and go over it again, and then put our name on it. That's what I'm hoping. We'll see.
That's what I think. And I think you said that some of the ladies are dressed up today, so that's always a good sign. you know?
Yeah, a couple of them were. Yeah. So the men weren't. The men, one guy looked like he just got out of bed, but we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, you should see the foreman. The foreman's a trip. Like
I can't wait to see this.
This guy is. I want to interview him when this is said and done.
If anybody can get that interview, you can. And you deserve
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Thank you, Melanie.
You deserve it.
Gotta keep up the good work.
We have some people behind us. Yeah. Oh,
Hey, Melanie, how are you?
Hi. Good. How are you?
I'm an attorney in Pennsylvania. Been watching you this whole trial.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. You've been
Thank
great.
you. Thanks.
this is so wild here. It's crazy. It's getting busy. It's starting to get very busy now, which I'm kind of surprised because I thought this morning it would have been like this, but I feel like 11, 12 o'clock is the peak of chaos over here.
Right. It
Once
is
we
because
got to 2 o'clock, it was.
people get on their lunch hour or they just like take a half a day and then they come over and I think they knew nothing was really going to happen this morning because she was still going to send them out at 9 and then maybe after lunch and pairs up. And so you're there for the party. Hopefully somebody has some balloons or confetti or something because we need to have like a big in-person celebration. Can we have an in-person like victory party?
And you know what's so amazing with the probably like 1,000+ people that were here yesterday? Almost every single time Karen's team came out, it was silent. They all did their like I love you hand signal, and it was quiet. You could have heard like a pebble drop. It was so quiet. Maybe once or twice when it was like peak, some people didn't know, but for the most part, everyone is so respectful and you get like goosebumps. It's amazing.
I took a screenshot of you because behind you is the gold dome of the courthouse and it looks like you have a crown on your head. Like it's amazing. I took a screenshot. I'll send it to you so you can post it because it's awesome.
I love it. Thank you.
You're our reporter. You're our boots on the ground reporter, non-consensually.
You got it.
Will you come on. Will you do this with me? And you're wearing the crown. And so you're the queen of TikTok. And I'm going to play some of your TikToks for
I love it
because we have some time to do all of this, and I just thank you so much.
Oh my God, you're so welcome.
You're my best friend already, and
yes,
so
that's it. And I cannot wait to meet you in person, like be together and do this side by side one day. Oh, they want to see this. They want to show you this.
We watch you every day.
Thank you. Love your sign. Love your sign. That's awesome. It reminds me, I'm going to play the clip of Nurse Kim's spanking DePietro on Court TV last night.
Live feeds, and I just screenshotted it. That's amazing. So, Melanie, if we get a verdict today and you want to send me another link, I will show you what's going on down here. So you send me.
It's the same link.
So if we get a verdict, what I'll do is I'll hop on, and then you can see everything happening outside of court if you want. Okay.
Awesome. All right. The chat is telling me that the jury has a question, and so
the jury has a question.
That's what the Twitter is saying. Okay.
So then I'm going to be watching you.
Love you. Okay. So stay there, and I'll see you soon. She just gives me the chills. I love this girl so much. Okay. Bye. Bye. Oh my God, isn't she so adorable? All right. So you guys are telling me that there's a question from the jury. I didn't know that, but we're gonna put up court law and crime is what we're watching right now, to see if that is indeed true. They're going to want one more free lunch. Mochi says, if there's a jury question, I hope they say, oh, Sharon, here you go. Here's my earrings. I had a different pair on yesterday, but these are fire dancer Dave Matthews earrings. There's a guy named Javier that sells them in Cancun every year when Dave and Tim play on the beach in Cancun. His name's Javier. You can find him on Facebook. I don't know if he sells off of Facebook, though. His name's Javier, and he makes special earrings for every tour. And these were this year's earrings. So there's that. I mean, don't you love the energy there? Don't you love how supportive everyone is? And it's just like, it makes me mad when commentators on mainstream media, let's just say, who don't really know what's going on there, talk about these supporters as being really mean and angry and yelling at the O'Keeffes and, causing all of these bad vibes. Because hopefully you could see how good the vibes are there. People are standing out there for justice. They're not protesting, they're supporting. And we know, and the Karen Reed needs all the support that she can get, because there are some people who want to lock her up, right? Question on charge 2. They're saying WTF. Okay, well, we're waiting. The clock is still going. And so the energy there is amazing. It's taking a long time because that perhaps is what's happening, is that they are confused about what that second verdict slip means and says, and we went over it at length yesterday. So it is a full-on, we did a full-on breakdown of it yesterday. If you're interested, you guys can watch it later. However, I think we're waiting because somebody said that the jury has a question, but who said that? Did somebody say that on Twitter? Where is that coming from? I don't know. Or people just, oh, they're just trying to rile people up. We only deal in facts here. So if the jury has a question, we will, I'm sure that Law and Crime will tell us. However, sometimes people like to just spread information. Yes, Olivia Lambo was on Howie Carr yesterday. I want to play that for you as well. It depends on who you're listening to. Let's see what oh, it's Jess. Okay, Jess, if Jess says it, then I believe it. So if Jess says that the jury has a question, that is a credible source. Jury has a question. That was 51 seconds ago. So that means it will take 10 to 15 minutes for the attorneys to get to the courthouse. And so we wait. We wait. What's I thought we could watch while we're waiting because it was fun. Did you guys watch Nurse Kim spank John DePetro on Court TV on Friday? It's a 3-minute clip. We're going to watch it because, oops, if you know who John DePetro is, he needed this. And good on Nurse Kim for being the one to do it. It's all I got to say. Let's watch. Let's watch Nurse Kim, our girl, spank the buttocks on Vinnie Politan's show of John DePetro, who is not a fan favorite, by the way. Here we go. Everyone smash the like button. Help a girl out. This is from Friday.
Where are these videos?
Well, Vinny, nobody seems to know. But what we do know for certain, per Trooper Nicholas Guarino in Trial 1 and in Trial 2, that Karen Reed did not access Officer John O'Keefe's Ring account at any time. They had checked the upstairs desktop and laptop computer because there was an allegation that she may have been able to get into the computer, but after further investigation, they learned she had never accessed it, and that the only device that ever connected directly to the Ring was Officer John O'Keefe's cell phone.
Let me ask you, John, where are these videos? These could be crucial videos. Like it's her arriving after allegedly committing a murder, and it's two crucial witnesses testifying that they took a close look, a clear look at the taillight.
And we have some clues about this. And in this trial, you remember Peg O'Keefe testified that when she was back at Meadows that morning, you know, that John had been at the hospital. They were going over there, talk to the children. That Karen Reed and her father, Bill Reed, they arrived there. And according to Peg O'Keefe, they immediately went upstairs. She even said she regretted letting them in. Let's also go back to the testimony with Brian Higgins, where she surprised him with a kiss, supposedly on the way out after watching the Patriots game. And when he got paranoid, Karen said, "That's okay. I know where the cameras are." It's been my impression in following this and in listening to your Buchanan, they basically intimate that when Karen Reed from the hospital with her father, then the brother showing up, when they went to Meadows, that Karen Reed went up and deleted the video of her arriving back there after she had left Fairview, and also her showing Jen McCabe and Terry Roberts the taillight. That's the implication inside the courtroom. I don't know of any other explanation of what could have happened to these two videos.
Kim, is there any other explanation?
Oh, yes, there is. And Kim knows what it is. And listen to this.
Any other chatter?
Well, yeah, the only other chatter, Vinny, is what's actually evidence, what is not intimated by anybody. And that is that it was never accessed from the computers. I don't know how much more clear you can be with that. And if you're not believing the Mass State Police, then we have some problems for the Commonwealth side. Additionally, Hank Brennan did subpoena Ring to come and testify in Trial 2, but they never materialized.
Yeah, that's another thing in this case. We haven't heard directly from any of these organizations, whether it's Apple, And I understand they do everything they can to keep themselves from testifying because they'd be testifying all the time. But why haven't we heard from Ring, John? I would seem like the custodian of records from Ring might have these videos.
I got the impression if they could pull them up, they would. But I'm going to go with Peg O'Keefe, and I noticed Nurse Kim didn't touch on the planted kiss on Higgins, and Karen saying that's okay. I know where the cameras are located.
I'll give you a moment to respond to that.
Knowing where the cameras are in a garage, John, is different than accessing them. You can look up and say, oops, I do not want to be seen on that camera versus I'm going to be able to access this and go delete it.
Shows knowledge, a little bit of knowledge about the cameras.
All right, want to thank both of you, John DePietro, Kim Whalen. Of course, we've got Road Patrol Live, and we've got Nurse Kim on TikTok and YouTube. Thank you both so much, and I'll be
up see you next week.
I'll be in Dedham. I'll be there.
Yeah.
All right.
Been waiting for you outside the courthouse.
Oh, shut up. Okay. Nurse Kim spanking John DePietro on Friday. That was awesome. We know there's a jury question. We know. Do you see what's scrolling on the bottom of the screen? Jury has a question. We're waiting for them to arrive back in court. I heard somebody say they just walked into the courthouse. Somebody also misreported that someone passed away earlier, which was not true. So the actual misinformation that is being spread is the trolls are out in full force today. The trolls are out in full force today, full 100% false force, and the mods are on it. We love Nurse Kim. So yeah, go to Nurse Kim, give her a like on that video. She's the one who posted that. So let's give her the likes and views and not the actual, as such, mainstream media. Even though Vinny was kind enough to talk to Girl with Sunglasses for us, even though we couldn't hear him, but we have now worked out the tech issues, and also the Wi-Fi is really bad there because, yes, we know about the question. We know about the question. We're waiting. We're waiting for them to come back. Okay. Go Nurse Kim. No, the jury comes in, they send the note to the judge. Sometimes the jury comes in and they send the note to the judge. Sometimes they don't come in and they send the note to the judge. And I can't remember how she does it, but the judge has to read the note into the record. She has to show it to the attorney. She has to read it into the record. And then they discuss what they're going to do about the question. And then, they either say she sends back a note. Because I remember last season 1, and I'm going to call it season 1. I don't know who that person said it was trial 1 and not season 1. Welcome to my world, and I'm going to call it whatever I want because this is like a horrific TV show that we're all living in. Remember they sent out a note that said we want the log of the evidence log from when the taillight pieces were found, and that log does not exist. And so the judge said to the attorneys, I'm just going to tell them that they have everything and that there's nothing more that we can give them. And so that is what happened. And I don't even think they brought the jury in to tell them that, but the attorneys were there. They did read the note to the attorneys, and they did discuss what the judge was going to tell the jury. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. My court feed was 5 minutes behind. Thank you for that. We're just waiting for everybody to get there and for them to turn on the cameras. I remember she didn't show that final note to the jury. And Scott wanted to know if Higgins went to Canton PD to get a Faraday bag. A lot of people think that. Misty Moo is rage crocheting in Sweden. Today's the day. Says Misty Moo. Do you think we'll get a verdict today? Says Dale. I'm anxious because there hasn't been any questions from the jury. Well, we're waiting for one now. So good timing in me pulling up your question. Madeline, watch both trials with you. My mom too. I taught her, please say hi to Wendy. Hi, Wendy. Born and raised in Arlington, Mass. We love you. No nonsense, free Karen Reed. Thank you, the hair apparent. Not guilty verdict today. I feel it in my bones. And the song that keeps going through my head is Freedom by George Michael. I will allow it. I will allow it. except we can't put it on. The second charge is manslaughter and all of the lesser includeds, including the OUI. Irish Wolfhound Mama coming in with a quote says, "The cause of freedom is not the cause of a race or a sect, a party or a class. It is the cause of humankind, the very birthright of humanity." Daniel O'Connell, love and prayers from Ireland. Sláinte, my friend Sláinte. Cross-examination. Oh, here we go. We're back in court.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
Excuse me. I was just informed that somebody
Somebody said, "Excuse me, I was just informed that some of the O'Keefes," and then we couldn't hear the rest of it. Maybe
So
they didn't get
counsel,
there
why don't
yet.
you come on up?
Okay, she's letting counsel come up. They will all be looking at the note together. It looks like there's only one person sitting on the O'Keefe side right now. Maybe the court officer said, "I've just been advised that some of the O'Keefes are having trouble getting in the building," or something like that. Couldn't get back in time. I'm not sure. And she doesn't care. She doesn't care. Thank you, Michelle. Reasonable AF. Please hit the like button, folks. Mel, I've been here since the beginning. Can't imagine spending my child days with anyone else. You're a class access. We adore you. Jenny Lou from Maine. Thank you, Jenny Lou. We appreciate you. A desire for civil discourse says the quote gives them something to convict her on is sickening. I know. If they do that, it just proves that Americans haven't got the slightest idea what innocent until proven guilty means. I know. I know. Veronica says she wasn't charged with DUI, so it's no brainer not guilty. However, the jury doesn't know that. The jury doesn't know that. Kit Gracie, friends, here's the Reed family, Mr. and Mrs. Reed. Been standing by their daughter for over 3 years. Friends, if voted guilty, two things. One, that will get appealed so effing fast. Two, feds will actually have something to sink their teeth into, and wrongful conviction. Thank you. Anna. Something for us. Halfway through a king-size granny square blanket, my service dog has worked overtime on this trial. Pray for Bailey. Okay, everybody, pray for Bailey. Thank you, Anna Long. We're praying for your service dog. Laura, a video yesterday showing Turtle Boy has been harassed and bullied by a reporter outside of the courthouse. Is that the reporter, John DePetro? The one who just was owned by Nurse Kim from Friday's Court TV that we just looked at? Ice cream truck special going to the orthopedist today. I'm so sorry if you have a torn Achilles tendon. That's a really painful injury. Healing vibes to you. Thanks for your 10. Thank you. Will Newman, Jughead Jones, for thanking me. Everyone's at sidebar looking at the jury question. Physics is 100%, says Karen's innocence remains despite any verdict. Thank you, Kimbers. I love you too. Kim for your super sticker. Thank you. Lola the good dog. I really hope Karen has somebody keeping an eye on the Three Musketeers. Okay, here we go.
Bob, I can't do this. I can't.
I just heard Alan say, "Bob, I can't do this again. I can't do this again." And Bob Alessi is standing behind him with that giant tablet, which I have learned is called, tell me what that's called again. I looked it up and it's amazing, his tablet. That was a hot mic. It's called a remarkable tablet. That's right. It seems remarkable. Thank you. What's going on? The jury has a question. They were all up at sidebar discussing it. We don't know. We heard a hot mic. Alan Jackson said something like, I can't do this again. And so I don't know what that means. Maybe they're saying they can't reach a decision already. It's only been 11 hours. Last time she let them go 27 hours. I don't know. Let's wait. Let's just wait. We are not going to speculate. We are not going to spread rumors. We are going to wait and hear what's happening. And now we see Bob Alessi, if you're talking to David Yannetti and Karen, they are huddling. Alan is taking notes. Liza is talking to Alan. They are writing things down. Alan just passed a note to somebody in front of him. We couldn't see who. But they are in a powwow right now. If you're driving and can't look at your screen. I'll turn, I will slow the chat down because it is flying. With over 40,000 of you here. 40,444 people. I got to look up that in my angel numbers book. So we're waiting. Okie dokie. Currently right now, we have over 40,000 people in here, enough to fill Citi Field. So you guys, it's as if we are all at Citi Field together, watching this show up on a stage somewhere. Too bad it's not a game. This is real life. You guys are amazing. And the defense team is huddled. They are all huddled. Alan's got a legal pad out. He's taking notes. Apparently, there's going to be some, they're going to have to get up and argue something. They're writing down, I think perhaps they're talking points. Twitter was reporting that the jury had a question. And so I imagine that they are going to have to get up and argue about the verdict slip. And Karen looks very animated. I'll narrate for you in case you're driving or something. She looks animated, but I don't know if she looks upset or happy, or I'm not sure. It's hard to say. And she usually her face has subtitles. The O'Keeffes are now
What
arriving.
I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to you now.
Questions.
So please take your seats. So I'm going to read the questions. I'm going to have them marked. Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right. So I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is, they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.?
Okay.
The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them?
Okay.
And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge?
Excellent question.
So I will give you some time to consult.
They're thinking.
I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear
getting
cut
it.
what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them?
I'll
Well,
tell you
we
what I
know they
think as
are
soon as.
evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want.
Mhm.
I would also be inclined to give a humane practice
Yes.
instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that.
This is great.
When
This is
you-
good news.
When I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for.
No, it's not. No, it's
Does
not.
convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge?
That's not hard to
What
understand.
I'm proposing, I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Costs much
Perhaps
time.
15 minutes.
Okay, and the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay, so it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
That is excellent, excellent, excellent news. And that is exactly what I thought was happening. The jury is stuck on the OUI charge and they want to know, if we convict her of just OUI, does that mean that you are going to convict her or charge her with or sentence her to a manslaughter charge? Get it? Yes, that's exactly what it means. That is exactly what it means. They're arguing about the drunk driving charge. They want to know, their first question was, we want to know the time frame for the OUI charge. Are you saying she was drunk at 12:45 or are you saying she was drunk at 5 a.m.? That must be something they're arguing about back there. Also, are the video clips to be considered evidence or not? How are we supposed to consider them? Some of them must be arguing, well, Karen admitted that she had a couple of drinks. She admitted in one clip that she had 4 drinks. She admitted in another clip that she had, I don't remember, maybe one clip said she had 9 drinks. So, if she admitted that she had drinks, then, we can convict her because she admitted it on camera. And then they wanted to know, let's say we find her guilty of one of the lesser included charges on count number 2, for example. If we convict of, let's say, drunk driving, are you going to convict her on the entire manslaughter charge? That's what they want to know. Some of them must be back there arguing, we don't want to find her guilty of the OUI because I don't want her to be sentenced to 20 years in prison on a manslaughter charge. Right? Those are my thoughts. And those are the perfect questions to get to those thoughts, in my opinion. Each side has asked for 15 minutes to argue, and that's great news because, again, that means to me that they've already acquitted on counts 1 and 3, just like the jury did last time, except this time the instructions were so much more clear that they were allowed to fill out slips 1 and slips 3, and they're stuck on slip 2, and that's why this is taking longer, and it's okay. That's excellent news. Excellent news. Her blood was taken at like 9 a.m. And so some of the people, yeah, all right, we'll show the verdict slip again. Let's do that. Excellent idea. Thank you. They are coming back at 11:25 to argue this. And this is exactly what I thought was going to happen when I heard that slip, when the defense wanted to add that count to slip, add the lesser included to the slip. So let me pull it up for you. Give me a sec. This is great news. This means the end is nigh. The end is near. We're getting there, you guys. We're getting there. The jury gets it. They understand it. That's my opinion. That's what you're here for. And that's what I'm here to give you. They don't want to put her in jail. That's right. They don't want to put her in jail. They're afraid and they're arguing back there. Listen, if we find her guilty of the OUI, they could throw her in jail. And Turtle Boy said, you heard Aiden earlier, that Turtle Boy said that he loves the jury foreman, that he can't wait to hopefully interview him when this is all over. Let's look at slip number 2. We'll go back into the courtroom at 11:25. When the attorneys come back to argue, don't worry, because I have it up on my second screen. Here's slip number 2 for those of you who missed it the first time, or just want to hear like a little refresher. Here's what it says. Hella confusing for attorneys that have been practicing for decades. So it's also hella confusing for the jury. And here it is. This is count 2. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Let's see if I can make this any bigger. Not really. Okay, here we go. Doing the Lord's work over here. Okay. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In the above entitled case, we, the jury, say that the defendant is 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. Number 2, guilty of offense as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, or it says or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. 3, guilty of lesser included offense, involuntary manslaughter. 4, guilty of lesser included offense, motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI, liquor and negligence. Check one or both of the following: motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. This is what they're talking about. Number 5, guilty of a lesser included offense, operating under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. And this is the unanimous decision of all 12 members, XOXO, signed by the foreperson, and they date it. They want to know, if we find her guilty of this lesser included, operating under the influence of alcohol, are you going to find her guilty of the top charge of manslaughter? This, number 5, is the only charge, the only lesser included that does not involve a car accident. The only one. So if they do not think there was a car accident and they want to find her guilty of something, this is a way for them to do it without saying that there was a car accident. In my opinion, this is great news. They want further instruction on how to deal with this back there in the jury room. They want to know how much weight they can give those clips. Are the clips of Karen, are those interviews evidence? And they want to know the time frame for the OUI charge. Are you saying she was drunk at 5 a.m.? Or are you saying she was drunk at 12:45? I need to close this. Hang on. And now we wait for them to come back. But she didn't hit him with the car. She doesn't need to hit him with the car to find her guilty on that charge. The defense wanted that in. They got it. And that is why it's taking so long. In my opinion, this shows they took it all in. They're getting it. And so we wait. We wait for them to come back and argue. She's going to give them, well, she said it was going to take 15 minutes. She was going to give them 15 minutes to prepare their argument, and then she's going to come back and listen to them. It is now 11:14, and they are to come back at 11:45. So let's go back and listen to the questions one more time for those of you just tuning in so that you can hear it, because we have about 11 minutes until they're going to come back and argue. She waited for the O'Keefes to enter the courtroom before she got going. And that was the right thing to do. All right.
So a short recess, questions to you.
Okay. This is a replay of what just happened at 11:11.
Counsel, what I'd like to do is I'm just going to read the questions to you now. So please take your seats. So I'm going to read the questions. I'm going to have them marked. Then I will take a short recess, let you all talk about it, and then come back.
Thank you.
So, all right. So I received 3 questions from the jury. The first one is
11:11.
they appeared on note cards, so that I don't know what order they came in, but this is the order I got them. This is the order I'm going to read them. What is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The second, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? And the third, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge?
Right, which would be manslaughter,
So
OUI.
I will give you some time to consult. I think the first one, I'll hear from you as to what the time frame is, and I don't need to hear from you now. That's pretty clear cut what they're looking for. The second one are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence. How can we consider them? Well, we know they are evidence and they can give them whatever weight they want.
That's right.
I would also be inclined to give a humane practice instruction, and tell me if you want the digital evidence instruction. It's a little awkward because it would be something like, before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who appeared in the communication was in fact Karen Reed. So think about that when you when I come back out. But I think it's appropriate to give a humane practice instruction, and also tell me what you think about what to say about the weight. The third question is a little bit more, I think, unclear as to exactly what they're looking for. Does
No, it's not
convicting
unclear at
guilty
all.
on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What I'm proposing,
They want to know if you're going to put her away for 20 years on a manslaughter OUI charge when they're only convicting her of drunk driving. It's very clear. I don't know why it's unclear to you, but it's very clear.
I gave you both a verdict slip where I included the language. I know yesterday I said they have to be read hand in hand, the jury instructions with the verdict slip. I've incorporated the language from the jury instruction into the verdict slip. I've given each side a copy. When I come out, I'd like your input on whether you think this is appropriate. I would instruct them, as I did before, that they start at the top and work their way down. That's the only thing I did not specifically put in here, but I think it takes it step by step, an analysis to do it. So
Humane practice
how much
instruction
long
has to do with confessions made by a defendant.
how much time does the defense want to be able to respond to me?
Perhaps 15 minutes.
Okay, and the Commonwealth?
That will suffice.
Okay, so it's 7 past. Why don't I come out at 25 after, give you 20 minutes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, that's what happened. And we are waiting. They're coming back at 11:25 to argue. It is my firm opinion that we will have a verdict today at some point. Jury's been out for 11 hours, 27 minutes, and 30 seconds. And the East Coast time right now is 11:18. They're coming back at 11:25. These are very easy answers. Another great song for the playlist, Easy Answers. There's, I think, a Rat Dog song. I think Grateful Dead sang it also. 444 are angel numbers, which mean you are, the Kathy's Law. The angel numbers of 444 means you are on the right path. That's good to know. Humane practice instruction in Massachusetts requires that when a defendant's confession or admission is offered into evidence, the judge must initially decide at a preliminary hearing in the absence of the jury whether the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the statement was voluntary. So the statements were voluntary because she gave them to news organizations. If Karen was crying, it is tears of joy because we all know we're coming to an end. We're coming to an end. The sentencing guidelines in Massachusetts for a first offense OUI is up to 2.5 years in prison, but many people in Massachusetts say there's no way that she would be incarcerated because nobody's ever incarcerated in Massachusetts on a first offense. I say, with this judge, who the hell knows? But whatever happens here is important, and it seems that the jury is at the very end. They're at the end. It seems to me that that is the only thing that they are stuck on is the OUI. What say you? Send vibes to Karen, everyone. Send her all the vibes. The OUI charge is junk. The interviews were edited. Arnhem says the Commonwealth didn't allege a time for the OUI. I'd say the charge cannot be sustained without that. Elton John, who wears these shoes for the playlist. Jojo, thanks for your 50. Says I'm down 30 pounds since the first trial. This is not a diet I recommend. Please, dear God, guide these intros toward a total acquittal and justice for Officer John O'Keefe. Well, it seems like we're winding down. Here's law and crime outside. They'll pivot to inside as soon as the judge takes the bench again. There's a whole bunch of the people there from inside the buffer zone, supporters who came on camera to say hello when Girl with Sunglasses was doing her on-the-spot reporting for us. I think the spirits are good. If you guys are listening to me right now, keep the faith. This is all good stuff. These questions are great for Karen. We're getting to the end, and the jury wants to know that she's not going to be convicted of manslaughter OUI if they convict her on the drunk driving charge. But she shouldn't be convicted of that either because there's no evidence of when her last drink was. And even the person who came in to testify for the crime lab or the hospital said without knowing when her last drink was, these calculations mean nothing. Everyone who saw Karen that night said she seemed perfectly fine. Ryan Nagel, Heather Maxson said she was driving safely. And so I don't know how there could be a conviction on the OUI, but I think maybe some of the jurors who are pushing for a not guilty on that charge as well want to be able to say to the ones who want to convict her on the OUI, here's why we can't. They can't prove that she was drunk at 12:45 a.m. because they didn't take her blood until after 9 a.m. And Alan Jackson said in his closing, you don't know. They don't know if she didn't go home and drink when she got home. And so it's junk. They can't even convict her on drunk driving, Alan Jackson said in his closing. I don't know why Law and Crime just pivoted to a... I don't know where Mark Betterow is, you guys. I can't just, he's maybe in court right now. If he was available, he'd be texting me. And he's not. And I know that you love him, but it doesn't mean that he's always available to come on. Court TV is not, doesn't have them on the bench. But again, it is now, what time? 11:20. Oh, so she said 11:25. Yeah, can I just make Mark Betterow appear? I don't know who's available and who's not. If you guys aren't happy with me, then please feel free to move along. I'm trying to run a stream that has 42,436 people in it who seem pretty happy. So thanks. He could be in a courthouse somewhere. Humane practice instruction has to do with confessions and whether they were made voluntarily. The alleged confessions from the interview clips that they played. Court TV has the fan up, so I'm gonna watch both on my other screen. Mood's looking good out there. The mood is looking good. Hi. Knowing the questions revolve around the OUI, do you think they would be stuck on anything if the standalone OUI lesser was not included on the slip? No. And that's why I thought it was dangerous from the beginning. But it's up to Karen. And Karen decided that she wanted it on there because she has said she can't do this again financially and in many other ways. Thank you, Amy in Arizona, for gifting 20 memberships. That's amazing. To those of you who have been randomly gifted by YouTube, we're waiting to go back into the courthouse, into the courtroom so that the attorneys can argue about the jury questions and what the jurors, what to tell the jury. And then they'll call the jury in and then or she'll send a note back. I'm not sure how she's going to do it. Thank you, Bams. Thanks for saying the things we all thought. Became a member to give kudos. Thank you. The Waiting by Tom Petty. Oh, Red's Daughter. That's been on there since season 1. Shane's Liberty says, tells it all. The question is on the verdict slip. Yep. It is. They're hung on DUI is my opinion.
All right. So I will hear you on the first question, the time of the OUI. Any suggestions?
Your Honor, do you want to hear from the defense first?
I'll hear from you're standing up, so I'll hear from you first.
Okay. On question number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, offense 002, section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? Our suggestion would be something along the lines of, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have the evidence. It's your decision.
You are the fact finder.
You're the fact finder.
Mr. Brennan or whomever from the Commonwealth?
My suggestion would be 12:45.
And why is that?
The case has always been focused at that time. I don't think there's anything specific in the indictment regarding the time.
Wow.
Do we have the indictments?
Even though you can't prove it. Oh, good. Do we have the indictments? Yeah, good. Pull out the indictments. Let's look at them.
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
I'm sorry?
If it's not in the indictment, I'm uncomfortable telling them a time.
Understood.
All right.
I agree with the court on principle. I just don't have the indictment memorized, so I don't remember if we can pull that up.
There's no time? I don't expect that there's any time. to be
All right,
followed.
so I'll say you have the evidence, and remember, you are the fact finders, or something to that effect. All right. Are the video clips Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? So I'll tell you what I was planning on saying, then you can add to it.
Sure.
Yes, the videos are evidence. Give them whatever weight you think is appropriate to give them. And then I would give the digital evidence instruction and the humane practice instruction.
The only thing I would respectfully ask the court to include in that sentence is give them whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
All right.
If any.
Okay.
Thank you. Otherwise, it's fine.
If any, yes, if any. I hear whispering.
Okay. What's the Commonwealth's position?
We have a different perspective on that.
Okay.
The first part of the question, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? The answer should be yes.
Okay.
How can we consider them? I think it's fair to say you should weigh the defendant's statements as you would evidence. Since they've been introduced substantively, they are like any other piece of evidence. There's no difference, and there shouldn't be any reflection of a difference in the answer. We didn't introduce any evidence in this case to say you should give it any weight, if any at all. We didn't provide a limiting instruction in any way, and these shouldn't be so limited. This is just like a photograph. It's no different than a physical piece of evidence. And so I think the answer should simply be yes. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence. I do not think the court should give humane practice or digital evidence. It suggests that there's some deterioration or further analysis that is different. Those instructions were already given during the charge. In addition, those instructions are in their hand in the written jury instructions. And so, to put it most simply, as I think that we should, is this is a piece of evidence, and you weigh it like you would any other piece of evidence, whatever they decide, rather than give them guidance to curtail it or to limit it in any fashion.
My only suggestion, Your Honor, is that every single piece of evidence that's provided to them, it's in keeping with Massachusetts laws, in keeping with the responsibility that they have. Every single evidence is given the weight, if any, they deem appropriate. That is not a misapplication of the law. I think the Commonwealth's suggestion suggests in the answer that they should or they have to give those statements weight, and the law is they don't have to give them any weight. So I think the appropriate comment by the court is exactly as the court suggested initially, which is you give it whatever weight, if any, you deem appropriate.
That's right. It's DUI, lawyer two. I think your question crossed with mine. What is offense 2, number 5 charge? It is OUI, not involving a car accident, just drunk driving. And I think I explained it after your question without seeing your question. Laurie says number 44, angel numbers, divine guidance, hard work, stability. John O'Keefe is looking down on her. Amen. Also, this question came out at 11:11 a.m., which is angel numbers. Somebody else said John O'Keefe is looking down. Judge is flipping through some papers, trying to figure out what to do. Thomas says you can't rely on her to do the right thing. 12:45, in my opinion, is bogus. Because, again, they changed their entire timeline from the first trial to the second trial. The first trial, he was hit at 12:45. Now he's hit at what time? 12:32. She's home by 12:36 because she's driving chitty chitty bang bang. And if you want to go with 12:45, good. She got home at 12:36, and in the next 9 minutes, she did 5 shots. Okay, great. Go with 12:45 because she still was home at 12:36. Right? And I think they should be told, you are the finders of fact. It's up to you to decide what time the Commonwealth met. Because if the Commonwealth wasn't clear in their evidence, which they weren't, their case was full of holes and muddy, it's up to the jury to decide what the Commonwealth has proven, if anything. What, if anything, have they proven to you? If the answer is no, they haven't proven anything, then you have to acquit. That's reasonable doubt, right? They have those reasonable doubt cards back there. Boy, I've never seen her take this much time to think about anything. Somebody needs to tell the attorneys to mute the mics at their tables. I don't know who the mics are picking up, but they have a way to mute them, and they should. Dove's House says, the defense only back calculated a potential BAC range for 12:45 a.m., not 5 a.m., unless they know beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right. So what I'm going to say is,
She's not
yes,
guilty.
the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, then I'll go and I'll read the electronic communications and the humane practice. That covers it.
If the, I don't have a principled objection to it if the court adds the word, if any,
I understand.
because
And
every
she's not going
single,
to do it.
I don't want them to think, for instance, the way that it's worded as the Commonwealth suggested it, they have to weigh it the same way they weigh other pieces of evidence. Every single piece of evidence is weighed in and of itself. It's individual to the piece of evidence that's presented. For instance, they could weigh the statements by Ms. Reed. They could give it no weight. Each individual juror could decide, I'm going to dispatch it altogether and give it no weight, while giving another piece of evidence, like whatever that might be, the testimony of one of the ARCA witnesses, complete weight. I think that we need to stress that the clips bear no additional weight, no additional gravity than anything else that they've considered. And the only way to do that is very simply, you give this the weight, if any, that you decide is appropriate. It doesn't, I think, comparing it and contrasting to other pieces of evidence in the case, it's unnecessary, and it tends to suggest they have to give it weight.
Okay. So your objection's noted. Now let's get to the third one.
Okay, your objection is noted. Your rights are safe for appeal, but no, I'm not going to say if any. Meanwhile, Lally said it, if any, during the first trial 7 million times, so that we know the Commonwealth loves to say if any. But no, we're not going to say it for your client, even though she's facing potentially life in prison.
Does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? What do you want to say, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, I appreciate the effort that the court went to amend the verdict slip as it relates to count 2. And I think there are some excellent suggestions by the court in the verdict slip. By and large, I think question number 3 is answered by the amendments in the verdict slip. So we certainly could say something like, does convicting guilty, the question was, quote, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? The answer is no, obviously. And perhaps we could formulate an answer that says something along the lines of, no, new verdict slips have been provided that will make it more clear, or something of that nature. As well as a decision of guilty on the OUI charge 002, number 5, is an explicit acquittal on the higher charges in offense 002, which is a proper statement of the law. And then there are suggestions that we have regarding the edits that the court has made to the verdict slip. And I'm happy to go over those with you and put those on the record.
Okay, go ahead.
With regard to going from the top to the bottom, just under number 1 reads, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. we would propose that the court add the language, the consistent language that it's added throughout the verdict slip. If you quote, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, comma, stop and sign the verdict slip, period. That's the only place that that language doesn't appear, and I think it should appear.
Okay.
The second is a relatively minor issue. However, under number 2, sub 2, the parenthetical check one or both of the following, I think it should say, just to clarify it further, if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
All right. I think I'm going to leave it because it appears only under the guilty.
It appears only on
under the guilty. So go ahead. I'll hear you further.
Going further, going under number 3, toward the bottom of the page, in the parenthetical that the court suggested, which we find is excellent. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of involuntary manslaughter, we would simply add that clause.
So we'd have to add it in all of them.
Correct.
Which makes sense. I think
Correct.
we had it in the first one.
Right.
Okay.
And then moving to page 2, at the top of the page under sub 4, again.
Hold on one second.
Of course.
She's not going to take any of his suggestions. Why is she pretending to consider it? She's already said she denied the motion to amend the verdict slips.
We had the same suggestion. It appears that the court is not inclined to give it. If guilty, check one or both of the following. And there's a typo. It says the parenthetical
We fixed it.
Check one of. Okay.
Yes. So we changed of to or.
So my only suggestion to that would be to, again, add the if guilty, comma, check one or both of the following.
Okay.
On that page, going down to the bolded parenthetical, same thing. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser offense of motor vehicle homicide.
Okay.
Moving down under sub 5, the
We still
OUI.
need to say stop and sign the verdict slip.
Right. After the word stop and sign the verdict slip.
Yeah.
And then under sub 5, again, the same thing. We just suggested that for consistency that it say, if guilty, check one of the following of the both. And the final edit would be in the final parenthetical, the last sentence. If you find, I think her should be changed to the defendant. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1.
Okay.
And those are the edits that we have suggested for the verdict
All
slip.
right. Mr. Brennan?
I don't have any disagreement with the edits.
Okay.
The idea of instructing them on the nuance of selecting one guilty or not guilty, I don't think needs to be explained. I think with the edits, this proposed instruction explains it. Yes.
All right. What
I don't have any issue with if you state if you decide on a lesser included offense, it does not include the earlier offense. I'm not sure of the exact language that can be used. I don't think that's necessary, but that is something I wouldn't have an objection to. But I think the form that you filled it out with the edits is going to be sufficient for them to follow.
What do you think about the defendant's position that if you were to find her guilty of operating under the influence, Mr. Jackson said explicit acquittal. I don't like that language. I think if you find it, it means you have found her not guilty of each of the others.
That would be fine with us.
I think it's better if you find her guilty of any lesser included offense. It would not include the higher offense.
All right.
I think that's just confusing.
So what I planned on doing was bringing them out and giving them each a copy of the amended verdict slip, explaining that it really is consistent with the jury instructions I gave them, but walking them through it. So we start from the top and then explain if you find the defendant guilty, you're done. Stop, sign the verdict slip, and let the court officer know you have a verdict or something.
I prefer that.
I think I'll walk them through it like we do in civil cases.
I don't have any objection to that. The only other thing is the digital instruction.
Yes.
We don't believe that it's necessary. I don't think that we should reemphasize that, and we're not asking for it. That
All
would
right,
be-
so you're waiving it?
We're waiving it.
Okay.
Yes,
All
thank
right,
you.
I will do humane instruction, humane practice instruction. So I need 5 minutes, and Tori, your computer, to amend this if we can, and we'll make copies. So we'll bring the jurors in. Let them know that we'll be bringing them in shortly, Tony. All right, thank you.
All right.
We got to it. Thank you. I'll live for this. Okay. So the jury's coming back and she's going to explain things to them. And she's basically, even though she refused to amend the verdict slips based on the defense motion that we went over yesterday, she's going to instruct them verbally exactly how the defense wanted them instructed in their exemplar verdict sheet. So she's going to walk through it with them, which I think is good. Now we wait. And now we wait. Teresa says, free Karen Reed, do the right thing here. 11:11, no coincidence there. Praying with Karen, Lanham, Kristen and Rentham, and Elena and Norton. Prayers up. Thank you, LNDM93. Christine, thanks for your 20. Masters of Criminology says, I bet they think she's OUI at 5:07, but not at 12:45 a.m. I bet that's it. That's an interesting twist, interesting thought. Thank you, Judy, for your thoughts. Charles says not guilty at 2:27 p.m. The DUI is a simple appeal. The video clips have no context. We'll see if they come back with a not guilty at 2:27 p.m. Wouldn't that be ironic? Don't you think? Nurse of interest, Jackie, if the jury is worried about jail time, I don't trust her to not give her even 30 days if convicted on OUI, then parole community time, just to prove a point. I'm with you. I'm with you. Because if she doesn't sentence her to some jail time, you know who's going to go ballistic? All of the people like Michael Marcy, the McCabe's, the Alberts, they all have a direct line to Marcy. We've seen the text messages and the emails. Thank you, Christine, for your super sticker. Christine, I hope. It's very funny. It's very funny, Christine. I won't read it out loud, but people can read it off the screen if they choose. AK, I hope the not guilty verdicts enrage the Alberts and McCabe so much they lose control and do stuff that will get them arrested and jailed without hurting anyone. Thank you for tuning in from Norway and for being interested in the case. The world is watching. Heather, we can't convict people of driving drunk just because they admitted to driving drunk. Then let's convict all the people who drove drunk that night. Great point, Heather. Rescue Randy going for a ride with Hank Brennan. Edmund says, buys Bev looking for case law to disagree with the defense. Well, it seems they've pretty much agreed on everything that they're going to do. So we wait for her to come back, for the jury to come back, for her to instruct them and to see how much longer it takes for them to come out with their acquittal. Or if anything, just a conviction on the drunk driving. But after these are clarified, after their questions are clarified for them, hopefully they'll acquit on everything. And Karen Reed can be all set. Thank you, Tracy. Bev should just admit that the count 2 verdict slip is confusing. I'm with you. But she won't. She will never, ever, 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 ever admit that she's wrong. Z, in 2023, Massachusetts SJC ruled 27,000 OUI convictions were eligible for a new trial or overturn, adding other issues defense raised strong on appeal. I think that her OUI would be strong on appeal. Absolutely. But does she want to be, yeah, I think it could be overturned on appeal pretty easily. And I think that's why they added it in there. There are some other wrinkles to that, however. I don't want to help the Commonwealth at all. So I'm just going to be careful with what I say right now because they're all watching. They're all watching, all the streamers, all the law tubers. They're out there watching, looking for help, looking for ideas, and I'm not going to give it to them. So don't you give it to them either in the chat, okay? Allie said, watch, her instructions won't be what was just agreed to. We have seen that film before, right? And we didn't like the ending. Thank you. Bling is the new black. I will, when I have a moment to breathe after today's over, I will check it. I get 700 to 1,000 emails a day. So thank you. I appreciate your super chat. I'll look out for it. Will she give the sentence today if she's convicted on drunk driving? No. No, there will be a separate day for sentencing. Thank you for sharing the journey with me, Stormy Bell. I appreciate you. Sidebar Chick says, I'd love to be a fly on the wall at the watch party for the McCabe's and Alberts. Never, never. In my opinion, Karen's paid enough for her drinking that night. She's not guilty of killing John. Something else happened. Time to find out what. Yep. Ain't that the truth? Well, apparently, Mark Betterow tweeted 41 minutes ago. Oops. And this is what Mark Betterow said 41 minutes ago. To the surprise of absolutely nobody, the jury appears confused on count 2 and the lesser included, most notably the OUI. It does appear the jury is entirely focused on the OUI based on all 3 questions, which seems to be a very bad sign for the prosecution. However, the inclusion of the OUI does seem to be making at least one juror consider that off-ramp rather than a full-blown acquittal. All in all, didn't sound great for a conviction on any of the homicide-related charges. And then 33 minutes ago, Betterow posted, also brace yourself for the doomsday scenario that only would happen in this trial, a hung jury on a middle man or OUI and possibility of confusion that results in a possible retrial of a manslaughter, point that may be very well acquitted as the jury wrestles with a misdemeanor. Hung jury on the middle. Right. And so the Massachusetts law, as we talked about earlier, if they hang on the OUI charge, they hang on the entire manslaughter charge. They didn't ask that, though. What they asked was, if we convict on a lesser included, for example, if we convict on an OUI, does that mean we're convicting on the top charge, which is manslaughter while drinking and driving? Picking up what we're laying down. Elsie McJD, I think Betterow said she can get 2 years for OUI and misdemeanor and mass and thinks Canoni will do the max. Well, I said yesterday, because I looked at the statute, it is up to 2.5 years in jail. So it is 2.5 years in jail. And I also said on Friday, I think it was, that we thought, and we were on the stream together on Friday, that I thought that she would sentence her to something. And you say also 100% agree they are thinking no if 12:45 a.m. People in Massachusetts say nobody's ever been incarcerated for first offense OUI, that there are programs that they can do and other things. But it's 2.5 up to 2.5 years is what the statute says. Vet girl, no evidence of motor vehicle accident, no evidence of OUI, and didn't Karen ride with others when she found him? Videos can be edited. Well, no, because she did drive over to Jen McCabe's house in the morning. And then Jen McCabe drove her car back to One Meadows, where she didn't take off her shoes to look for John. So she did drive in the morning as well. And that's what they want to know. Are you saying she was driving drunk at 12:45, or are you saying she was driving drunk at 5 a.m. when she left the house at 5:07, backed into John's car in the driveway, cracked her taillight, and then went to Jen McCabe's, right? May, thank you and Chad for being my BFFs over the past months. Our pleasure. Thank you, Christina. Noreen says, was it me or did Brennan look defeated and small? I wasn't really focusing on him. Did Jackson address the context of Karen's videos in closing? I can't recall. He didn't really address the context, and they never played any more context. I don't think that they were permitted to under the rules. Did he speak about them in his closing? Chat, you can remind me, refresh my recollection. And what did he say? Louise is sleepy. Higgins is on videotape driving and drunk. Will he be charged? No, his blood was never taken. He was never, arrested on anything. Karen Reed was arrested for something here. And so that's the thing. Sidebar Bev guaranteed she leaves them confused on the OUI lesser versus just telling them how to do it in a hypothetical they requested. We're waiting for them to come back, so we will see. Proctor's honorable texts. Have you watched video Jesus stream about the Commonwealth? No, have not. Thank you, though. Always groovy younger jury. They Uber when they drink. I see this as being an issue. Free Karen Reed. Sounds to me, though, that that's the only thing they want information on or clarification on, and that if they got all the way to count number 5, that means they've acquitted on everything before that. Right? Right. Thank you, Sandy B. Love you back. Can the defense ask to question the jury if things go ass up? What do you mean? If she's convicted, they can ask the jury to be polled. Is this your verdict? And they each they go through the jury one by one and they could say yes or no. So I'm not really sure. They can't question the jury before the trial's over, and they are not allowed to approach the jury even after the trial is over. Only if juror members approach them can they speak to them. That's another Massachusetts rule. Melissa, I wanted to say hi to my dad, Bob D, watching you every moment in Norton. He's going to be lost without you every day. Did you pick a next trial? Not yet. Let's get through this one first, Melissa. Let's get through this one, and then I'm going to need a little bit of a break. We are all exhausted, as is everyone in the chat. But I don't know. Coburger's not until August. We'll see. We'll find something. The answer is I just don't know yet. Let's give it a minute. Let's finish this first, because we ain't got no quit. Reasonable doubt. Shouldn't the OUI on the verdict slip say what the potential jail time could be? No, the sentencing is up to the judge. It is not something for the jury to decide. The jury is the finder of fact, not the finder of law, not the finder of sentencing or guidelines or time limits or prison terms. They are the finders of fact. That's it. Nadine says first offense should not be jail time. Outside of this trial, someone wouldn't get jail time. I know. I'm just telling you what the law is. The rude comments, I don't know. I could care less, but thank you for pointing that out to me. Hopefully they remember the pharmacist testimony. Pharmacist testimony. Oh, you mean Karina Kolakithis? Yeah, but she testified as a lay witness, but not an expert. So, but thank you. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. She was great. She was great in the first trial too. Nancy, thanks for everything. You have such a calm demeanor and nerves of steel and heart of gold. No, I'm not always very calm, but I'm glad that you think so. Thank you, Nancy. Peekaboo Baby Shark, driving to Queens today for a concert Wednesday. Great to listen while traveling instead of work for once. That's awesome. Peekaboo Baby Shark. Crafty councilwoman, they think she's guilty at 5 a.m. because of how she backed out of the driveway and hit John's car, cracking the taillight. That's my bet. Great point. Closer to Free says, shows the jury doesn't understand doubt. Time is not proven by the Commonwealth, but, time drifts. Misanthrope, Karen has been in emotional jail for 3 years. Free Karen Reed, yeah. He mentioned Dr. Russell. Why she would say that? Well, he mentioned Dr. Russell talking about an acute grief reaction. Right. Why she would question herself about hitting him. The question is, I think, can we rely on the video statements to say that she was drunk driving because she admitted to drinking? So I think there's just a little bit of nuance there, but I get what you're saying. Aurora, if convicted of OUI and sentenced to time, can be out on bail count as time served? No. Nope. Do you think answering yes to convicting her of an OUI would also convict her of manslaughter have likely led to an acquittal? If it wasn't there, perhaps. We won't know until if the jury speaks out afterwards. Thanks, Janelle. But yeah, perhaps. If that's the only thing they're stuck on, they might have just straight up acquitted her. But we don't know. Again, we don't know. So speculation isn't really helpful at this point. I'm just going to tell you what I think, and then we'll see if I was right. Her blood was taken for medical, not legal purposes. Right. And again, one of the witnesses from the hospital, at least one, said, it says right on the form, this is not to be used in court. What we do here is not to be used in court. This is not the proper testing to be done for legal BAC levels. And also, you're right, B, They don't need to prove BAC for an OUI in Massachusetts, right? That is why there is a choice. Driving under the influence or driving with a BAC of 0.08% or greater. Correct. You're correct. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, if they spend millions of tax dollars on 2 failed trials only to get an OUI, they better not ask the county to now pay to clothe and feed Karen for any amount of time. Probation, if anything. From your mouth to God's ears. Cy with I Guy says, Bob, let's move to drop charge 2.5 and AJ can't again. Oh, that's what you think. Bob Alessi was saying, let's ask them to drop the OUI charge. And AJ said, I can't go through this again. That could be. Oh, Stormville's ordering her kids cupcakes to celebrate the incoming not guilty. DoorDash will bring them to you. Mitsume, hi Mel, regarding the video clips, could the defense ask for an instruction on the rule of completeness? I don't know if that was already ruled on pre-trial. And because they didn't put any evidence in, I don't know that they would have been able to do that. And again, that's just more speculation. The humane practice instruction that she says she is going to give has to do with confessions. And so they are going to be given that instruction, but here we wait. Here we wait. I need to go off camera and respond to some text messages regarding some people. So just hang tight. I'll be right back. Don't miss me too much. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute or two. All right. Somebody backstage is going to come hang out with us for a little while. Everyone say hello to my friend and yours, Jimmy, aka Auntie Deb. How are you?
Happy anniversary.
Oops.
Ooh. Hi, hon.
How are you?
I just got back from I went to my niece's graduation, and then I went to go see the kids that I had because one of the teachers was doing like a ceremony for them.
Yeah.
And I she was like, come back and like surprise the kids and like give a little speech. I'm like, all right. So I saw the kids that I had, and they were like freaking out when I went back there. It was good, but I don't know what's going on. What's going on? What I missed? I don't know. I don't know anything. Fill me in.
The jury came back with a couple of questions.
Okay.
Their questions were, number one, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? 12:45 a.m. or 5 a.m.? So is the Commonwealth trying to say she was drunk at 12:45 or drunk at 5 a.m. when she left, and hit John's car? Second question was, are the video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? And, how are we to consider them? And the third question was, if we find guilty on one of the lesser included charges on count number 2, for example, if we find her guilty of drunk driving, will she be convicted of the overall charge of manslaughter? What does that indicate to you?
That they're smart, and those are great questions.
Yeah.
Those are phenomenal questions. When is she going to answer them, and are we going to know the answer?
So it means to me that they're really hung on the drunk driving charge, and that they're acquitting on everything else, and that there's some people back there who are like, well, we don't want to convict her of drunk driving if they're also going to convict her of manslaughter. Like, they don't understand that verdict slip. It's very confusing. The attorneys came out and she read them the notes, and then they just, she gave them 15 minutes to go out and then come back and argue their points. And now she's going to bring the jury back in and instruct them on how to deal with these questions. And then they're going to go back and deliberate some more.
Oh my God, it's
So,
happening. It's
I
happening.
mean, yeah, I think we're in the home stretch here is what
We're
I think.
making progress.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, here they come. Okay, ready?
All right. All right, so we can bring the jurors over. Tori, do you have those? So Tony will take those. All right, so I'll take, thank you. Tori, how many did you make?
Okay. So she's going to also be giving them handouts. She's giving them dittos, Jimmy. I know that you're a teacher. Dittos is an old term. You probably don't know what dittos are.
Like little helper sheets.
A ditto was like made on a Xerox machine. You guys probably did everything electronically in your classroom.
No, I hated that. I always wrote everything out.
Yeah.
It was good to see them.
New verdict slips. I guess she's going to clarify the verdict slip a little bit for them. We did hear that some of the jurors came in a little more dolled up, according to Aiden. He was outside the courthouse. Girl with sunglasses came on and did some on-the-spot reporting outside the courthouse for us earlier today. And she talked to Vinny Politan for us, but we couldn't really hear him, but he did say hello to everyone.
I went
Smell of the ditto. Yes, Jonathan, that's what I mean. Right.
I went to the courthouse yesterday secretly.
Yeah.
And I snuck in because I don't want anyone to see me. Right? So I snuck in. I'm so nervous. Ooh, I like Karen's outfit. I snuck in and I was like walking around and I see who's parked next to me. Hank Brennan.
I heard you talking about that this morning, and that's going to be a great thing for us to talk about as soon as she sends the jury back out, because we're going to have more time. I can't wait to hear about it. You can hear a pin drop in that courtroom.
Oh, Madam Court Reporter likes honeydew. Red straw.
Really? All right, the jury's coming back. Everybody loves Jimmy. Yeah, Jimmy was incognito yesterday. He did not want anybody to see him. Somebody was like, Jimmy was there and I missed him. We're waiting for the jury to come back so that the judge can answer their questions.
All right, the court, please.
There we go.
Smile.
Let's back the session. You may be seated.
All right, jurors, we're in receipt of your question. We've been working on making sure that the answers we give you are the right ones, so it's taken us a while. So the first question, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? Offense 002, Section 5, OUI at 12:45 or OUI at 5 a.m.? The answer to that question is that you folks have all the evidence. And remember, it's only you who decide the facts in this case. All right, that's the answer to that question. You are the fact finders. The second question, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. But first, before you may consider any such statement, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination whether it can be considered as evidence. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven.
This is the humane practice instruction for everyone in the class. For everyone in the chat that was asking, this is the humane practice instruction. So listen up.
Of any such statement. You may not consider any such statement in your deliberations for the truth of any such statement unless, from all the evidence in the case, the Commonwealth has proven beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. So that's the answer to that question. So for the third question, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example offense 2 number 5, convict the overall charge? So with that, what I'm going to do is I have amended the verdict slip. It's the exact same verdict slip, and it's still consistent with the jury instructions I gave you, but it's a little bit easier for you to follow. And for purposes of going through this, we'll go through it together. And I've got a copy for each one of you, okay?
This is Jimmy. This is what I deal with. I know you deal with it too because you deal with it all day long in the morning because I hear it. Look at this. Don't tell me how to run my stream. Okay. Is this your first day? Are you new here?
Yeah, pause yourself.
It's called fair use, and that's what streamers have to do.
Yeah.
And you come here, people come here for my analysis. If you don't like it, go over to Law and Crime and good luck surviving over there in the chat. Okay.
With Therese.
Okay, Chevy.
Barely use the timeout button.
We've added a little bit of language. All right. So you'll see it really is the same verdict slip, but we've added a little bit of language to help you follow it through. So the first charge, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. So first, in the above entitled case, we say the defendant is 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. If you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. Now, then you go on to guilty of the offense of as charged, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following: manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. That means on each one, when you stop and sign the verdict slip, that means you have a verdict on this indictment. So stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the lesser included offense. And first, under 3 is involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence. And you have to check one or both of the following. Motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony OUI liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below to the guilty of the lesser included offense operating under the influence. And you check one or both of the following: operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then stop. If you find the defendant guilty, you stop and you sign the verdict slip. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And remember, your decision must be unanimous. All right, does that make it any clearer, hopefully? All right,
Are they nodding
with
affirmatively?
that, I am going to send you back out.
Before the jurors are set up,
Sure, why don't you come on over?
Did anybody nod affirmatively? This is exactly what the defense asked for the first time. And if she had just listened to the defense the first time, where it's, okay, if you find guilty, stop, do not go any further. If you find not guilty, move on to the next. That's exactly what they asked for. And she wouldn't do it. And so now she's got to do it.
I heard myself say this, and I'm glad counsel told me I did. So if you go back and look at the form after 4, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. I think I said, then find, I don't know what I said. I heard myself read the guilty of the lesser included offense. So if you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then you continue to decide whether the Commonwealth has proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that she's guilty of operating under the influence of liquor. And if they have not, and if you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, then you go back and check the first box. So you follow it from the top to the bottom in this manner. Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to release you.
All right, please. Jurors, follow me.
I mean, that indicates to me that this is the last thing they need to go back there and do. Let's just see if she addresses
I get it.
again.
I get it.
Let's see.
Shouldn't smack everyone.
Jury's exited the courtroom. Please be seated.
Are you satisfied, Mr. Yannetti?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to ask everybody to stay a few minutes. I'll be back out in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, stay a few minutes because we all have a feeling that they may come back quickly. And we may be done soon. I just can't wait for her to say, Ms. Reed, you are all set.
I know.
You're
This is weird, but I feel like we're all PTSD. So like, even if they come back and she's like, Miss Reed, you're found not guilty on everything, we're all going to be like, what did she, this is corrupt. What did she, like, we're still going to not be able to accept it.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. All right, so here we sit. Okay, so yesterday you went to court incognito.
Oh, yeah.
And you pulled up next to Hank Brennan?
Mm-hmm.
Did you say hi?
No, I was hiding like this. I was like this. I was like, he did have a bald spot though.
He did? Oh.
I saw the scalp.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. You know how
Well,
people were asking, which is fine. Listen, I don't care. I don't care.
no, own it.
But I saw it. It was seen.
I thought can we see it in court when he's in court? I think we can.
It looks sprayed.
Oh, really? Oh, like there's some like male like spray paint that you can put on your head to cover up your bald spot. I didn't know that.
Yeah, like L'Oreal Root Touch Up for men.
Okay,
Yeah.
It's a little bit funny.
Right?
Oh, that's funny. Well, what was the vibe like? Did you get out of your car when you went to the courthouse yesterday, or did you just like stay in your car?
Got out of my car, stood next to the courthouse, and just looked at it. I just wanted to be there and to like look at it because, like I said this morning. If I'm out there and everyone's like, give me a piece of your arm, come do this, blah, blah. I'm not there. You know, like
Yeah.
I'm not there, and I wanted to be present. I wanted to just be present, and like, you know, we've come a long way. It's been a crazy ride for a lot of us. I just wanted to look at it. I went and got a coffee, walked around.
What was the vibe? Did people recognize you? Because I know that people do recognize you, and then they jump on you when you get there.
A couple, like here and there, and I was like, they're like, "Oh my god!" And I was like, I intimidated them. I was like, oh, yeah.
There's 41,000 people in the chat. Some of them may not know who you are and what you do. So why don't you give them a little introduction into who you are and what you do and how you became involved in covering this case and where they can find you.
Sure. So I was hired by Jen Altman to distract people. No, my sister got me into the case last year, and I didn't want to get into it, and she like forced me because we always have to be like watching the same show so we get to something to talk about.
That's funny. And
I created a couple parody videos where I dress up like the people in the first trial.
Oh, here she comes. Wait, we gotta be quiet again. Okay, sorry. She's back. She wants to see them again.
I saw that one too.
Shout out to Christina's mom, Karen. That's awesome. She's wearing her free Karen Reed gear to work today. Jimmy, you are a local Massachusetts person, right?
Yeah, Worcester. Central.
So your sister forced you to watch it so you guys could talk about it. That's so interesting because if you don't have somebody to talk to this case about, you might go insane.
I think that's why like the online community is so huge.
Right. So true. But Jimmy's also a comedian and he does stand up, and he's done some very amazing videos of impersonations, let's just say, of many of the players in trial 1 and trial 2. Who's your personal favorite to impersonate?
I don't claim to be a comedian, but I'll take it. Because I'm always kind of performing. My personal favorite this year or last year?
Okay, we'll do both. This year and last year.
This year, Peggy O'Keefe.
And last year?
Jessica Hyde.
That was my favorite of yours last year too, Jessica Hyde. But also some of your when you put the wig on for the judge and all that stuff. I mean, you could hear a pin drop in this courtroom right now.
I know. I'm even whispering. You helped me out before I did the stand up. You were the one that was like, "You got this. You got this."
I remember. I was giving you the pep talk,
Mm-hmm.
telling you to break all the legs. We were at a Karen Reed fundraiser together last year, a very private one, very secret one until it wasn't secret anymore. And Jimmy, Auntie Deb did Auntie Deb is your username on YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, everywhere.
Yeah, just because I didn't want my students to find me.
Right. Did it kind of like a little gig, a little stand up at the fundraiser. You crab walked out of there with some like glitter booty shorts on, and when you were dressed up as the judge, and it was hilarious. I can't believe how quiet it is in there. There's Aiden. Aiden's sitting at the high top behind the O'Keefe side of the aisle. He's got a big grin on.
He's in his element. I mean, things are looking good.
Thank you for reminding everyone, having a hankering for some truth, to smash the like button. Put your DNA on the like button. Promise you, Canton PD nor MSP will get a hold of your DNA. And even if they did, they would have no idea what to do with it. Thank you, free Karen Reed. I and my liver can't take another trial. I'm on my knees praying for Karen. Praying by Kesha is one of the songs on the mixtape. You can find that below, linked in the show notes on Spotify. We have a mixtape for this trial.
Oh my God, stop it.
It's like 14 hours long.
Oh, wait, no, I've seen it.
Yeah.
Upside down, you're turning me the way you. Yeah.
I don't know if that one's on there, but
I thought it was.
I don't, it might be. Yeah, Hank stressed her BAC was over 2 to 3 times the limit in his closing, says Amy in Arizona.
Turtle
She
Boy
also
just said in here, this is ending today, not guilty.
Oh, that's what he tweeted? Oh, yeah. Oh, you
He said it in your chat room.
Oh, he's here.
Yeah.
He's watching.
Wave.
Hi. Hi, Aiden. Wave back to us. Wave back to us. You think he has an earbud in? This is totally going to be over soon.
This is so fun. Oh, this is awesome, dude.
The first time we ever did a stream together was last year, and you came on during Verdict Watch too, remember?
Yes. And I remember it was right after Lally gave his closing argument. And I was like, that was gross. He said, I didn't like how he spun it.
I know. Oh my God. How about this year that he stole the look the other way line from Alan Jackson from last season?
He stole parlance from Alessi.
Mm-hmm.
He stole how's your resume from Jackson. He stole everything. Nothing was original.
He's a thief.
Ben Rose said that's what they do sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think he thought Alan Jackson was going to close on look the other way again. And so he thought he was being smart by crafting his closing argument to like refute that. But Alan Jackson didn't say that this time. And so it made him look kind of stupid. Sidebar Bev, she did say on a clip that all the drinks were weak. Yes, she did. She said those were like the weakest drinks ever. But again, it wasn't a good look. I wasn't a fan of those interviews at all. And I remember watching them like when they would air on Dateline, Nightline, whatever, Max, and like certain things that Karen said, I was just like, oh my God, why? Why did they let her do this? Okay, they're coming back to their respective tables.
I kind of was like, do whatever you want, girl. But I see it.
You do Friday? All right, so we'll see everybody at 1:30.
1:30. All right, so 1:30, what are they going to do at 1:30? They're going to send the jury to lunch and tell them not to deliberate because you're going to lunch.
God. I'm holding in my pee. I won't be able to move or pee until this is There's no way I'm peeing.
So they're told to come back at 1:30.
Dude.
And here we sit. Again. Hopefully this is the season finale today because I'm done. I've had enough. Have you had enough?
Yes. When it was like everything. Yeah, they gotta be quiet too out there. You know what I mean?
They do, yeah. Alan Jackson has asked everyone to be quiet, and I think Karen has too. They don't want to cause any commotion out there.
Yeah, Karen's like, hey guys, I appreciate the support, but can you not?
Right.
It's my life.
Right.
Nathan Reed gets out there. He's like, how many of you guys need a new car? What are you paying monthly? Let me get you an Alexis. But no credit, no problem.
That's hilarious. All right, so we're waiting until 1:30. Turtle Boy's grinning from ear to ear.
Oh,
and he was in the chat. Couldn't see it because it's been
amazing.
flying.
This is amazing.
Do you think they want their lunch? The waiting is the hardest part.
How can you eat at a time like this? I can't even pee.
Bettero just said he thinks they're coming back in 90 minutes. Wait, let's see. Currently on the East Coast, it is 12:30. She did tell the lawyers to come back at 1:30.
Yeah.
Bettero said 8 minutes ago, call it a hunch, but I'd expect a verdict within 90 minutes. Some of the reporters coming and running out of the courthouse. You can go to the bathroom, Jim. We'll wait. Also,
I don't know if I can. I don't know if I can move.
Let's see. Lawyers told to come back at 1:30.
All right, I'm gonna. You think I can?
Absolutely.
Let me see what happens.
We have an hour. We have an hour. There's nothing happening right now. Oh wait, here they come out. They're coming out of the
Yeah.
courthouse.
Liza looks so good.
Hopefully they'll let them walk by. Yesterday was crazy.
Nikki haircuts.
Do you see this as a positive sign?
How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Shut up, guys.
Let's find out if Mr. and Mrs. Reed have any comment. Hi, Mrs. Reed. Mr. Reed, any
How are you
comment?
feeling?
How are you spending the deliberation time?
Ms. Reed, your family vividly believed there was like an exasperation moment when you found out the questions. Do you feel the jury's leaning a certain way?
Are you
Talk to me about the
prepared for a
emotion
verdict?
inside the courtroom.
I'm prepared to hopefully find out your
Talk to me about the emotion a win for your family.
Are you prepared for a verdict? Is that really a question? No, we're not.
A lot of people out there today.
Wow. What?
At least they'll let them walk by. Yesterday was scary.
When they were leaving at the end of the day?
Yes.
That
they
was
were
like
being
Britney Spears
crushed.
level.
It was. It
Mhm.
was. And why don't they get a police escort the way the McCabe's and Alberts did last year? Every time they walked in and out of the courthouse, they had police escorts, and Karen gets nothing.
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Jody has major FOMO not being there today. Well, let's see who's talking over here.
Bill, why they wanted you back at 1:30?
Grab my hand.
It's Bill.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not privy to that.
Do
Would
they
you
work
consider an
for you?
OUI conviction a win for Karen Reed? And free. I gotta run, okay?
Get out of his face.
Where am I going?
He said, I just want my daughter home and free.
Where am I going?
I know they're crowding. He can't even see the car that's like
Yeah.
picking him up. Well, at least she's giving them an hour to go eat something because they have to go off campus to their satellite office, which is like 15 minutes away.
Yeah, I got you.
He's like, get my good side, get my good side.
When Girl with the Sunglasses was on earlier, there was not a lot of people outside the courthouse at all.
Was it raining?
No, it was not raining earlier.
Would you be able to eat?
I don't think so. I'm sitting here and I don't think I can eat.
Would you have a drink?
No, I don't really drink anyway.
Me
Absolutely
neither.
would not have a drink. No. If I was a drinker, I would not have a drink. No, because that would just upset me. Because then all of my emotions would be exaggerated, and who needs that? Right? Hold on. I had reached out to Nurse Kim, so I want to see if she wants to join us, but let me see.
Oh my God, Kim's probably having a heart attack. Kim's having a heart attack. You know she is.
She said, I feel it's coming, Mel. I feel it's coming. I feel it's coming. Oh, she's like, I literally just took the afternoon off of work after I saw the jury questions. She says after 2:30 she could come on. So, oh, I know. It is a blessing, Kim. We are blessed to all know each other and have come together through this.
I got a message from her this morning. She was like, say your prayers. I'm saying my prayers. I'm like, okay.
I know. It's insanity.
Oh my God.
Well, let's go to some questions because we have a lot of them.
Okay. Are you coming up? If Just
Oh,
maybe.
if there's going to be like some sort of like, you know, happy, like a party, like a celebration. Yeah, I'll come
There
for
has
that.
to be. There has to be.
For
I'll throw
sure.
one. I'll throw one. I don't care.
Um,
She's throwing one, that lady.
hang on one sec. Let me just throw some links out to anybody who may want to come on, and you know, we'll see where the afternoon takes us.
You know, we don't know.
You
Who
never
knows?
know what's going to happen here. You know, it's like always like a box of chocolates. Let me send this out.
Yeah, don't give it to your Chloe dog or whatever.
No.
I was crazy this morning for the morning show. I was on fire.
You are. I know. People are crazy. People are like insane out there. They're just, you know, I mean, you know,
Yeah, I'm my
being
nuttiest in the
one of the
morning,
people
too.
who cover this case, like how the vitriol that we take on the daily. It's insane.
I throw it back though.
I don't know. I like updated my, I don't know. I updated the software on my Mac, and now like if I put do not disturb on my computer, it also does do not disturb on my phone, which I don't like. And I don't know how to fix that, but I think I can fix it. I think I just fixed it.
It's like I
No.
don't need everything connected. Like I don't need everything connected.
I don't understand what the situation is. But like nobody ever wants to talk to me, and now like everybody needs a million things from me. I'm like, I stop. I can't. It's
Leave
like
me
it's
alone.
verdict day. Like we're having a
Right.
verdict soon. Please, like hold your questions for later. No, I can't come on your radio show right now. No, I'm not going to interrupt my stream with 40,000 people watching and end it to come and say 3 things for 3 minutes on yours. Not happening.
And their question will be like, "What do you think of the verdict slip?" And you're gonna be like, "I've answered that 10,000 times, hon."
It's great that they finally listened to the defense. Oh, that's so funny. Camille says that the court officer looked at Aiden when you asked for a waive. I wonder if he has an earbud in. That is funny. Oh, and hang on. I don't know why we can't do this without like covering your face, but hold on a second.
Go ahead. Cover it up. I'll go pee.
Oh yeah, go do that. Okay. We're waiting for to see if another friend will join. So yeah, jump. Go do. Thank you, Nixon. No streamer I'd rather watch this verdict come down with than you. Thanks for all you've done. Not guilty. And you asked for it. You got it. Here's Mark Betterow, everyone. Everyone say hi to Mark Betterow. Woo, woo. Hi.
Hey, how are you?
I'm going to open the bathroom door and you got Betterow here? Love Betterow. All right, I'll be right back.
The people asked for it. They got it.
Anything interesting going on today?
Yeah, you know, couple of questions came in. You know, you've been watching.
I mean, the homicide charges appear to be literally hanging by a thread. Those notes, you know, read between the lines. They're nitpicking for one or more jurors about a misdemeanor charge that in the grand scheme has nothing to do with anything really in the case. Of course, they didn't understand the jury slip because, of course, they didn't understand the jury slip. But you know, even the questions about the misdemeanor at this point, they're not great for the prosecution. I mean, if you're sitting here saying, are we supposed to be gauging 1240 or 5 something, and the judge properly answered, well, you know, you're the fact finder, that is your job. How are you finding proof beyond a reasonable doubt based on that? You know, because you have the blood alcohol extrapolation, the timing of that, everything else, arguing about the clips. I mean, there are a few clips where she did say, I consumed alcohol, but does it say when and how does that impact the time? I mean, I think you're going to see something within shortly after lunch. I don't think this is rocket science at this point, and you never know until the verdict ever comes in, obviously. But if defense now, you are elated and you can taste it. I mean, it seems at this point as close to a certainty as you can get without really knowing that she's getting acquitted on certainly all the homicide related charges, and probably the OUI, excuse me, as well. But who knows?
I mean, the jury questions indicated to me that they were done with everything else, and this was the last thing that they wanted to know. And they were probably arguing about this in the back. And some people were arguing, all right, but if we find her guilty of the OUI, does that mean they're going to say that she's guilty of manslaughter and sentence her accordingly, and they don't want her to go to jail? Maybe. I mean, it's one of the thoughts.
Yeah, no, I think everything about the notes just is disastrous for the prosecution. I mean, there's nothing good to take from that. The factual ones, again, weigh against them. And to your point, to say, well, if we convict her of the lowest of the low on count 2, of the lowest of the lessers, what happens to the higher one? I mean, logic should tell you what happens. You're in essence acquitting, but they want to know before they're even willing to do that. And you don't even know what the breakdown is on the OUI. You know, a lot of people thought it was a good move to add it. I didn't like it personally, although I understood it as, you know, that off ramp to potentially steer people away. I thought if there's no car accident, you're done here. It does appear they have concluded there's no car accident, certainly beyond a reasonable doubt. And they're now, you know, needling back and forth over a misdemeanor, which if that's what happens, it'll be the most expensive misdemeanor conviction probably in American jurisprudence. And I got to tell you, God bless Hank Brennan for going down with the ship and, you know, hoisting his sword to the sky by arguing right to the very end that he's entitled to the better time reference for the DWI when he's not. They never pled it in the indictment. That's kind of a mistake. You know, you have a theory, you might want to tell us what time it was, and they didn't. And to argue that and to argue, you know, don't tell them in terms of the weight of the clips, if any, which should have been added, by the way. But whatever, it's not that big a deal. But I mean, to just fight to the end over a misdemeanor and just the gig's up, man. It's time to pack up your bag and go. And if
Party's over,
it should be. And if it's an acquittal, I think it'll be the correct one. Look, I don't think it's a case that ever should have been prosecuted. Certainly not in a superior court after an indictment. I don't think it should have been continued after they had all those federal disclosures a year and a half ago. I don't think it should have been continued after the first trial, certainly when, in a practical sense, she was acquitted of 2 of the 3 counts. We know that. Don't know what happened with count 2, although I suspect they might have gotten twisted on some of the lesser includeds, and we don't even know that they were considering the higher charge. That may very well be why they added, in their eyes, the OUI to kind of work against that. But if she walks out of there today fully acquitted, there's going to be a lot of real difficult questions. And Michael Morrissey, the gag order will be removed. Speak up, speak loudly, speak clearly, so everyone in the back can hear you. When they ask, you know, if you thought this was the right thing to do, if they thought, you know, your excessive use of taxpayer money on outside prosecutors when your own office was here was the right thing to do, if you think you got your money's worth on the experts that you hired, why you needed outside experts in the first place, if your own state police couldn't do it, why you did this, why you did that. I hope he answers all those questions. He probably won't.
I don't think anybody's going to ask him those questions. Not one reporter has ever asked Michael Morrissey to answer for that hostage video that he did in August of 2023, and they've never asked him a question since. Has anybody asked him anything during the course of either one of these trials?
The
Not that I could find.
The gag order will be lifted, so there's no reason not to speak. You're apparently running for office again, and I think you're going to owe the voters and taxpayers some answers if this doesn't work out.
Right. But did anybody ask him one question during the first trial? There was no gag order during trial number 1. So
I don't think they did. Yeah, I think, you know what, I think some reporters will. We'll see. I mean, obviously, when there's finality to this process, if that's what is going to happen, that appears to be what's going to happen today. Although, you know, you never know. until you hear it, and as lawyers, you never want to assume anything until it's done. But
Choo-choo.
I'm turning it off now. Hold on.
Oh, that's you. I'm like, I just heard a train go by.
I have choo-choo text and my Ozark crickets ringer.
Yeah, your crickets. I was gonna say.
I'm doing my best.
Wait, does the verdict clock stop during lunch? Because there's a lot of buzz that the verdict clock has stopped, and so people are freaking out.
I mean, I've seen it both ways. I've seen cases where jurors deliberate over lunch. I've seen times where they don't. If it were me, I would say let's just plow through it.
Right.
Finished. I mean, look, she told the lawyers to stick around, to be back at 1:30. That's her way of saying she expects something too.
Mm-hmm.
Previously, it was just stay within 10 minutes and see you at 4 o'clock. In my experience, when you get notes that are asking for clarification on the instruction on a certain count, that portends an end. That's something where we need to know what we're doing. There's a few factuals to plug in, but that for all intents and purposes, this is ending or nearing the end stages, and almost certainly will end today. I mean, I'd be stunned at this point if it didn't, in light of those questions and what you saw.
I agree. I think the questions are good. I think that means we're in the home stretch, and people have any questions for Mark, just throw them in the chat. Go ahead, Jim.
So is there going to be new, and I just learned this word and I feel smart, case law?
Case law is made in the appellate courts.
From this, or new law from this? Are they going to reference this?
This case is a terrible example to use as precedent for anything because it really is an outlier and one of one. I can't think of any compelling precedents or persuasive value that any decision in this case would have in the future, except maybe on how not to do jury slips, in terms of, just being an example of how not to do things. But I don't think there were any significant legal rulings or anything that came out of this case. Certainly, you could have bad precedents that emanated from the first trial. You obviously had decisions that went all the way up to the highest court in the state and even some federal courts about double jeopardy, which I think are troubling, but that's such a rare issue. I mean, the odds of another case in which a jury says we acquitted, but we were all confused by these stupid verdict slips, so what do we do? I mean, I just think the likelihood of that happening again is slim and none. So I wouldn't expect there to be much precedential value. Hopefully there's precedent and warning to other prosecutors and, maybe checking themselves before they just plow ahead on cases that have so many red flags, so many problems, both with the nature of the police investigation, the conduct of the police, the possibility of their intent in taking steps and not taking steps. When prosecutors are presented with so much exculpatory evidence, whether they agree with it or not, witnesses who perjure themselves to the grand jury, does that bother you? How do you handle that? Witnesses who lie to other investigative agencies, how might that influence you? I mean, you could go on and on. There are so many things that were so wrong with this case, whatever the verdict is going to be, that you'd hope that other prosecutors would say that Karen Reed's situation is just a poster child for how not to handle an investigation and prosecution, as well as how not to handle the public trust and use of their pocketbook. I mean, this is so awful on so many different levels, and hopefully it won't happen again. And realistically, I mean, Marcy's toast after this. If she walks out of there acquitted on all these counts, he's toast.
He probably has some toast, a lot of butter on it. I did get some intel from Jenna Rocco that the jury will have another question at 1:30.
Question or note?
That's interesting.
Question.
Do we? Okay. I mean, a question is not a
question. It says question.
I guess maybe I would clarify and say, is that her word or is that?
Yeah. What are you talking about, Jenna? Let me ask you.
Because it's a note. the note could be, we have a verdict. A question would not be a verdict.
Question. Yeah. Yeah. What do you mean, hon? Enter. Okay. We're confused, okay? Also, do we know how much money total Massachusetts has spent? Nick said they have another question coming at 1:30. Jenna said that Nick said.
Question. Okay. Well, question is not a verdict. So
camera settings. Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just tell her. That's not. Let me just tell her. Hold on.
You talk amongst yourselves while I fix my
That's not
my
a
camera
verdict.
disconnected. Hold on.
And she's gonna write back. You're right. That's not a verdict.
well, a verdict is a note. It's not a question. A verdict is an affirmative statement.
Yeah, she just said they had a question. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. No verdict, another question.
That means that they have a legal question. They still may have a clarification. I mean, look, do you really think when she went over the juror slip for count 2 and the lesser included, it was a little more clear, but was it that clear? Not really. I mean,
I felt it was clear.
Okay.
I did. I felt like it was, if you think she's not guilty, don't write anything. If you think she's guilty, put guilty.
What happens, though, there's that scenario that, we've all been contemplating, which appears to be very much in play, which is, as it relates to count 2, assume counts 1 and 3 are gone, right? But on count 2, what happens if the jury in their mind has intellectually said, we've acquitted her on everything, we're deliberating the OUI, and let's assume they can't reach a verdict on that. In that scenario, what are they supposed to do?
Guilty on all 3 at that point. No, I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, it's, you sit here and
Don't
you
scare the people, Jimmy.
There's
40,000 people watching. You will scare every one of them.
It's frightening, but it's frighteningly close as to what happened at the last trial.
Right.
Is we didn't know what to do. And obviously, if we had known what to do, we would have said, can we do a partial verdict, not guilty on 1 and 3, and we're twisted in a knot on some permutation of either count 2 or the lessers.
Mm-hmm.
The note they sent today appears to suggest, at least at that point, the same possibility, although they're not done deliberating the OUI, and some of the questions that they might have had about it could very well lead them to acquit or convict, at which point they're done and whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But if they can't agree on that, you can't check not guilty on all offenses, because that would not be the case. And then if they say we're hung or we don't know what to do, what happens if this prosecutor decided, well, in that case, if it's a hung, we want to try it again? And you would have a situation where the defense is now arguing that double jeopardy prohibits a retrial on count 2. I mean, again, it happened the first time on 1 and 3, and now you'd be arguing that they, in essence, acquitted on count 2 because they're stuck deliberating over a misdemeanor. I mean, this is in many ways absurd that we're sitting here on a case of this magnitude, wasting time debating, are they going to confuse themselves because they can't determine whether she drove after drinking too much alcohol, like everyone else, by the way, who was out that night.
Right.
That's neither here nor there. I get it, but
what if they come back and say, we want to know, if we find her guilty of OUI only, how much jail time is she looking at? I mean, they could be back there saying, listen, I'll compromise and find her guilty of the drunk driving if I find out that she's not going to do any time.
It's an easy answer. This comes up a lot, actually. And the only answer is that you are the fact finders. You determine whether each element of the crime is established beyond a reasonable guilt. But I'm instructing you that any sentencing issues are my province as the judge. And you are not to speculate, assume, factor in. That I'm telling you, you cannot do that. Now, that may not be what they want to hear. That may scare the shit out of some people because it's a non-answer.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the problem when you add the misdemeanor of the OUI as a lesser included 37 paragraphs after a manslaughter, which could result in, more than a decade in prison. And we're now whittling it down to, a low-level misdemeanor. But a jury could very well be concerned, well, what if she gets punished for severely. And now the reality is this: the judge can't answer the question, but if the jury is worried about the sentence, that probably hurts the prosecution more than it hurts the defense, because they're not going to want someone punished for manslaughter or something similar for someone who may have been, consuming alcohol. But also remember, every single person who perceived Karen that night said that she appeared in control of her faculties, no slurred speech, no bloodshot watery eyes, no nothing. Her friend Karina, who is, saw her and said she was fine. The two kids who were driving saw her driving more than appropriately. And the evidence of her intoxication are some videos from the bar, Karen's own statement, whatever that means, and a really, not reliable extrapolation test. And you don't even know what the timeline is. I mean, the reality is, if you tried Karen Reed just for misdemeanor OUI on the facts of this case, if you took out the homicide part, she'd probably be acquitted in 5 minutes.
Agreed. And I said when you and I discussed this, I think that when the defense asked to add that OUI charge, I said I think it's going to lead to longer deliberations, because that's going to give them something to talk about, right? Because if everyone goes in and they take a straw poll and they say, okay, who here believes that there was a car accident, and nobody raises their hand and the OUI charge is not there, we go home, we're done. And so I can see why the defense did it. Karen has said in interviews, and we did a fundraiser stream, you and I were on with the glare, and Karen came on, remember? And Karen said she thanked everybody, and she was teary-eyed, and she's like, I cannot do this again. I cannot do this again financially. I cannot do this again emotionally. Like, this needs to be over. And that was before this trial started. And so it's up to her, right, Mark? This is her decision in the end, whether or not to put that charge in. And I can see that she just wants some finality to it.
Yeah, this is one of those rare things that obviously client is going to have serious input on, like testifying, that kind of thing. I totally understand their reasoning in doing it, whoever's it was, and they'll adopt it as a team. They'll rise or fall as a team. That's what lawyers do. No one's going to throw anyone under the bus. They're locked together, and they'll win or lose together. But I understand it. I mean, it really is an off-ramp for if there are certain jurors who are all twisted in a knot about, letting her go. But the problem I have with it is it's illogical. Okay. If there's no car accident, there's no crime on the indicted charges. And you would think, you would hope, I know what happened the last time, although I think they were confused amongst the lesser includeds, and that's why they weren't unanimous in one way or the other. But I would really like to think that if you have intelligent jurors, you had an incredible summation, which was really focused on the lack of a collision, that at one point, anybody would say, whether we think that she was drinking or not, if there's no collision, these are the charges. She's not charged with that. She's not guilty. Again, I think lawyers could disagree on this point. I really liked the clarity of no accident, no crime. We're done here. Right. It's clean. It is logical. And it avoids going down, in my view, the rabbit holes of, oh my God, but she was drinking and this. And what if she was drinking and almost hit him? And I don't even want to hear about it. Car accident or no car accident, go home. And I think people almost put too much stock in the famous juror interview that they had.
Right. Yeah.
And they're different people, and the defense tried a different case. They tried a better case in many ways. I think most people agree. And although you want to listen to jurors, there were a lot of things that juror said that made no sense to me. Not that he's not telling the truth, but you just have to flush it. And, when he's saying we wanted to ask the judge a note and the foreperson wouldn't allow us, and you just say, are we like, this is crazy. How can this be? But at some point you just have to flush it and say, that was a one-off. That's not going to happen again. That's not how trials work. And I wouldn't have put any real influence in that interview, as disturbing as it was. And moreover, when it comes to jurors and talking to jurors, for what it's worth, he was an acquitting juror, by the way.
Right.
I'd much rather hear from a juror who says, I was going to bang you for this. And I'd want to know why, rather than an acquitting juror saying, well, some people, I would want to know why. I don't think they had any of those people. I get it. And if she gets convicted of a DWI, or God, I keep saying it, OUI, that's whatever. That's the choice they made. That's a win, by the way. Let's be clear.
Right. 100%.
She's tried for murder, facing life in prison. And if she gets convicted of a misdemeanor OUI, which they requested the jury consider, and after 2 murder trials and millions of dollars and bringing in ringers for this and experts and doing finger painting and this and that, and she comes out with a common level misdemeanor drunk driving, that is a complete win, and they should treat it as such, even if she has some sentencing issues that could attach to that. If it were me, I would have been recommending, let's not give. To me, there's a time and a place for lesser included offenses. If you have a weaker defense case, you often will ask for the lesser included, because obviously you want to minimize damage. But if your defense in this case is all in, no accident, and you have a ton of evidence to support that, and there's no burden of proof, I'm not giving them that off ramp. It's not what I would do. But I fully understand why they would want to do that. And so far, it's working either way. That's what the jury's talking about. If you're going to include it, that is what you want them talking about, not car accidents. So
exactly. And when everyone in the chat was freaking out about it taking so long, and that's exactly what I said this morning. I said, that's what I think is happening. They're done. There's no car accident. They're discussing the OUI charge. And also with regard to Ronnie and his opinions, you and I both know every jury is different.
Yeah.
Every jury is different. They're made up of different people, different personalities. And just because Ronnie felt that way, and he's telling us what some of the other jurors felt, doesn't mean that this jury feels that way.
Also, and again, lawyers have different views about this. And, a lot of people think, jurors, what past jurors tell you is the gospel, whatnot, and go with it. I don't always feel that way. Even when you talk to jurors, and maybe that's a flaw, because the reality is, I like to do things my way. And obviously, if you're influenced by outside forces, you should factor that in. But I'm never doubting my confidence if I think what I'm doing is right based on one juror saying something. Okay. So I have no idea why they decided to go this route. I can't believe it's because of one juror interview, but we don't know. They know. Right. They made a choice, and these are some of the smartest lawyers you'll ever see. They know exactly what they're doing. They factored it in, and they did it their way. And some people agree with that. Some people disagree with it. It doesn't make it right or wrong. It's just interesting that is what they're deliberating, apparently. And that is also the risk with what the jury instruction is confusing them. Clearly, they're confused about the OUI and the larger impact on that jury slip, which is just a mess. And when you look at it, it doesn't even, it looks like it's an 8 font. It's single spaced.
Right.
It looks like somebody threw up all over the paper. And I've never seen a jury slip that looks anything like that. I've seen, 14 or 16 font, triple or quadruple spaced to make it as clean as day. And if you have multiple pages like that, so be it.
And the proposed verdict slip by the defense attached to their motion was like a chart with like boxes, like a columns. It seemed much easier to follow, and if you find guilty, stop here. If not, go on. And then she wound up changing it to exactly what they proposed exactly, because she didn't want to admit she was wrong or anything.
So frustrating when it makes so much logical sense, as happens in other trials, to simply tell the jury, you start with the indicted charge. If she's guilty, you're done. If she's not guilty, you say so. You go to the next serious, lesser included, and down. And when you get to the next charge, if she's guilty, you stop. If she's not guilty, check not guilty on that and go to the next, and so on and so on. Why you have to have the one catch-all not guilty, it's just convoluted. And I don't know if it's this particular court, that particular county, how they do it. I don't know, but it's not the normal way to do it. And all the defense suggested yesterday was dumb it down and make sure that the jury understand. And the judge denies it without considering it. And you say, you'd think that all would agree, no matter how you feel about this case, whether you think Karen is innocent, whether you think Karen is guilty and Karen is responsible for cancer and all the wars and everything else that's wrong in the world. There's not plenty, but a few people who think that, or you fall somewhere in between. You'd think that all would agree. Literally, this is like the unifying kumbaya principle for everyone, that it's better if the jury understands what the hell they're doing, that's actually universally good. So why don't we tell them, start here, guilty, not guilty. If not guilty, go here. Guilty, not guilty. If not guilty, go here. And that's all they suggested that the judge do. And she just says no, because it's like giving ground to them. It looks like, I'm wrong and you guys are right. But all it does is add to more confusion. And then here you are today, you get a note and they basically say, I don't understand the slip.
All right, I need to interrupt for a very important purpose. Justin has sent in a super chat. I know you don't like super chats, but this came in earlier and he's got to go to work. So we're gonna cover this now.
I'm gonna turn into a pumpkin.
Justin watches every day with his girlfriend. I would like his girlfriend to please stand up. Justin's girlfriend, if you're watching with Justin right now, Justin England, could you please stand up? Listen, shh, everyone shush. Justin says, me and my girlfriend watch every day. Free Karen Reed. She would love being proposed to through your channel. Can you ask her to please stand up? She is the love of my life, has given me everything I could dream of in a partner. I wish we had a camera, Justin, to catch this right now.
Yeah,
this
but
is
she's
amazing. I've never had anybody propose to anybody on my channel or even wanted that. And so please tell us. She says yes.
What did she say?
Please tell us she says yes.
She goes, I don't understand the verdict slip.
Can you send us a screenshot? He says, hey, Mel, you're awesome. Been with you since season 1. I leave for work in 40 minutes if possible. Could you read my previous super chat? And I just happened to see it fly by. So if there's a newly engaged couple in the chat, congratulations. I'm so glad I put on the waterproof mascara this morning, because I had a feeling there was going to be a verdict and I was just going to start bawling. And if that doesn't happen today, at least I've got the waterproof mascara on for Justin. And Mark, do you officiate weddings?
I do.
Auntie Deb officiates weddings?
I do. Yeah.
For real?
I'm an ordained minister. Yeah.
That is the most non-surprising thing I think I've ever heard you say. That doesn't shock me at all.
OMG. Did she say yes?
Yeah, what'd she say? Oh, he's done answering. So
I think he did. I don't know. I didn't see it because the chat, there's over 40,000 people here witnessing this. So it is as if you just proposed to your girlfriend at Citi Field and we were sold out, because that's how many people are here right now to witness this. I can't see. The chat is flying by. So please, if she said yes and you guys are now engaged, congratulations.
Say yes, say yes, say
Auntie
yes.
Deb can officiate your. Are you volunteering to officiate the wedding?
Yeah, I'll officiate.
And
better all be the ring bearer.
She said yes. She said yes. It says.
If we're all invited, we'll go. Let's all go. If we're
we will
invited.
totally go. We will come to your wedding. I don't know when your wedding's going to be, but
I
don't know how you made that happen, but congratulations, you guys. Who is Justin? Justin's a guy with really good taste in out there.
Streamers.
On the tubes of you. and asked me to have his girlfriend stand up so that he could propose to her during my show. And I am honored. And I lost the original super chat, but I think all 42,000 of us will smash the like button in congratulations
Should we
of
harmonize?
your engagement.
Put up 2 thumbs.
It doesn't work for me. I
Who
don't know why
knew-
that does it for you.
Who knew that corrupt murder trials could just bring love together and lead to all these wonderful things? Wow.
I know. And listen, if you are with a partner who does not understand your obsession with the Karen Reed trial, maybe you're with the wrong partner.
Yeah,
So
leave
listen,
him.
I want to say to Justin, you have found your girl. You have found your girl. She's got excellent taste, as do you. And I'm sure that if people in the buffer zone are watching this right now, that if you're listening to it, congratulations to Justin, who just proposed. Well, actually, I think I proposed to her, but hopefully he did his duty and got down on one knee and has an actual ring and all of that good stuff. So congratulations.
She said yes, so go buff her zone.
Oh, ba-ding, there you go. Okay.
And for those people who said earlier that we were watching Aiden Carney's photo booth in the background, this is Law and Crime's feed. This is what they were actually choosing to show while we're on the break until 1:30. It's 1:11 right now. Those are angel numbers too. So everyone say a prayer.
Well, if you add up the numbers of the verdict clock, it's 11, and that's a master number for messengers.
For messengers, I love that. Here it is if you're just tuning in. My girlfriend and I watch every day. Free Karen Reed. She would love being proposed to through your channel. Can you ask her to please stand up? She's the love of my life. Has given me everything I could dream of in a partner.
That's sweet.
Auntie Deb has agreed to marry you. He does have his whatever license is required to marry you. So it actually would be a legit. And so what another amazing moment it is. Justin, please tell us your girlfriend, your fiance. She's now your fiance. I love a good Seinfeld reference, don't you? I can always find a good Seinfeld reference.
You love Seinfeld references.
Have you seen my fiance? Have you seen my fiance? Has anyone seen Justin's fiance?
I like a
I'll
Curb
allow it.
reference.
Yeah.
I love Curb. I love Curb. We've talked about this. I love Curb.
What a day.
Look at all those.
Wedding bells are ringing. The bells of justice will be ringing soon, I think. The lawyers are told to come back at 1:30. We're not sure why, but somebody says maybe they have a question.
Yeah, I think that lends guidance that there's the note, and I'm sure what the judge told them at the bench before they went was, we have a note, we'll do it at 1:30. That's got to be what that is.
Or maybe after they were excused, they went back to the room and said, hello, Madam Judge, you did not answer our question. The question is this, and you didn't answer it. Finally, someone will call her out for not addressing a question. Maybe.
I don't know that I mean, it was better than it was before. But and even she said, oh, I misread it and had to be corrected. And then said, oh, I hope that's clearer. And, it's not clear that the slip is word salad all over the place. And it's not supposed to be that complicated. It really isn't.
Right.
Oh, I wanted to ask you both about this actually, and I mentioned it yesterday. I had Mark on to answer my my blue collar questions that I had because I'm not gonna ask questions that I feel like people are too afraid to ask because they don't want to seem dumb.
I love that. You're like a juror. You're like
I'm a Ronnie. Give me a bow tie. Call me Ronnie, right? So, is there any reason or anything or do you feel like when Judge Bev is explaining something very important or going through something very important, an important decision, she does it quickly, like she did with Alessi in the sweatshirt. But when it's something not important, she does it slow and monotonously, like the jury instruction. It was like, and if you find this, blah 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 blah. But when it's super important, I feel like she goes right through.
You know what? I never picked up on that, but I think that that's a great thing that maybe the jury is picking up on.
I don't know,
Mark.
I mean,
did you notice it? Is all I'm asking, I guess.
No, I mean, the only thing I notice about her demeanor in general is that she gets frustrated, exasperated, heavy sighs, or just, And, ideally you would have a more even keeled judge who doesn't react at all. But I can't say that in reading instructions, I've seen her do anything one way or the other, but I haven't been looking for it either. So I don't know. Maybe I missed that.
A lot of people in the chat say that they have noticed it as well, Jimmy. So that's a great observation.
Okay.
I tend to, when I'm rewatching, because sometimes when you're running a stream and reading the chat, you miss things, and I rewatch at like double speed. And so I just thought she always talks fast, but I don't know. She definitely doesn't like to be bothered. Yeah, I'll agree with that.
She's a Cancer, emotional, rules based on emotion. I figured that out.
Yeah, and sometimes she goes behind the backstage to make her rulings, and sometimes, like this morning, she just sat at the bench before she made a ruling. So there's no consistency with her, Mark. We've talked about this a lot.
Yeah.
One of our major problems with her is that you never know what's going to happen on a given day. There's no consistency with her rulings, and many of them are not backed up by any case law or any precedent. She just scribbles on a paper, denied.
Yeah. That happens a lot. And a lot of the rulings, you don't even get, as you said, a real record for any possible appeal to kind of digest an opinion. A lot of times it's just denied because I say so. Very short descriptions. It is frustrating. I mean, lawyers can deal with judges who generally have a reputation, as they all do.
Mm-hmm.
Is what it is. The same way lawyers have reputations, if you're familiar with certain judges, but it helps to at least know that they're consistent and what might happen, rather than it feels like in this case, every single ruling, it is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. I mean, an objection can be overruled. It can be asked the exact same way and sustained, or vice versa, and there's no rhyme or reason to it. You've seen things where apparently raise grave concerns about things that are really not a big deal, like in the pretrial setting, that led her to tune up the entire defense team unfairly. And then what you saw a week or two ago, where Brennan appears to have almost certainly deliberately tried to mislead the jury over the hoodie. And there was no concern at all, other than, why are you lawyers talking to each other instead of looking at me? People see stuff like that and they lose confidence in the whole way that this case is being adjudicated. I mean, that's why so many people think that this case is unfair, and that's not ideal. Whether it's true or not, the judge does appear to give appearances of bias, and that's just never a good thing. When so many people are watching, if this is supposed to be an example trial for people to learn about the criminal justice system, see how it works, this is a terrible case. It's an entertaining case. It's interesting, but as an educational tool, you should flush it from your mind, because this is not how trials work. This is a terrible test case for how an efficient trial works.
I don't know if you can answer this, since you do represent Aiden Carney, but when Karen Reed is acquitted of all of the charges involving homicide or manslaughter or the killing or the car accident, does that affect Aiden's case at all?
Sure. I mean, look, whether you like him, hate him, or agnostic, whatever, none of you would have heard of this case but for him. That's just the reality. And the reality is, he took a very strong opinion. Some of you think apparently over the line in terms of should be indicted repeatedly. Many people don't. But the bottom line is, he took a very, very strong opinion, which is that this case was a sham, that it was corrupt, that it was unjust. And the reality is, most people who follow this, which has now become the biggest case in the country, they agree. Not all, but most agree. Most people certainly believe she's not guilty, and most people believe that shenanigans happened related to this case. And the first person to say that publicly was him. Mm-hmm. So in that sense, if this is an acquittal, it's validating. And, you've seen some of the signs out there where they say Turtle Boy was right. That's probably true. Again, you may agree or disagree with the way he expresses his opinion, but he's going to be right about what happened here and the outcome of the case. That's just the reality.
Even him like going to interview the plow company, and he was told that in an outside company plows Fairview Road, and he goes to the Department of Public Works, and he's talking to people, and they're not answering. He's like, "Why are you answering?" And the guy outside, he's like, "No, we plow all the streets." He went and like figured all that stuff out.
The idea that he discovered the plowing issue and the fact that, remember, the police claimed that the roads were not plowed, which is not true. And he found the company. He interviewed someone who turns out to be a very significant witness, Brian Lawford, long before the police ever did other investigative things that the police never did. Again, you can like it, you can hate it, but the reality is that's journalism, and he exposed that. And the larger question you should be adding is, why is a so-called blogger, if that's the term you're going to use, able to learn these things, investigate these things, and report these things before the state police even look into these things? And that's just another black eye for this whole gross process of a trial, which, many of us believe. I do. I mean, I think, as I said, this case never should have even been indicted, and it certainly should have been dismissed once the federal dump happened. I mean, if that wasn't enough to get you to reevaluate, apparently nothing will be. And, what do these people do? They just double down and spend taxpayer money like drunken sailors to keep at it. That's a choice. It's a choice that appears to be on the verge of backfiring and is going to create all kinds of political scandal for them and whatnot. But long story short, I mean, if Karen Reed is acquitted of all of these charges related to John O'Keefe, absolutely, he was right. He had an opinion, drew attention to it, and that's what journalists are supposed to do.
He did a better investigation into the murder of John O'Keefe than the Canton PD and the Massachusetts State Police. Think about that.
Combined.
Right?
Absolutely.
You can't argue that.
He went to the neighbors across the street to see if there was Ring camera and looked at the angle and did those experiments. No police officer ever did that. He got into a car, slammed it in reverse, tried to do. They never did that unless you call the Trooper Paul thing, that he did at the Canton Police, some degree of doing that. He investigated all of the plow driver thing that they never did. I mean, the list goes on with the things that he did, and you can dislike his methods. That's fine, but you're not watching this right now if he doesn't report it. That's just a fact.
If this happened to you, who would you call? Would you call him? You know what I'm saying? Or so
if this happened to me,
like anyone, people who are like, "Oh, I don't like the methods." Well, if this situation happened to you, who would you call to report the truth? Who would you trust to report the truth?
Well, you're seeing a lot of things. The mainstream media coverage of this, and I think this is a larger problem with mainstream media, probably in general. They're fly by night. They don't go into detail. They don't go into depth. They do 5-minute news hits on the 6 o'clock news. Generally, they might do a little more here and there, but they don't go all in, dig, investigate, peel, get their fingernails dirty, looking for things. And I think a lot of this is just, also what new media is. And yes, a lot of new media is also confrontational in some regard. And, those, it's different. Does that mean it ought to result in criminal charges? That's an issue that I'll stay away from for today. That's for another day.
Here they come. Team's walking back in. Here's the dream team without. Oh, Alan, Karen. Listen, they were so afraid of Turtle Boy,
petrified,
that they had him set up. And I'm going to say this because I don't represent him. They set him up to have him on some alleged bail violation or whatever the hell they did to set him up. Tully, Mello, Kate Peter, Lindsay Gattani set him up, and he did 60 days in jail fighting for journalists everywhere. There is no journalistic privilege in Massachusetts. It's one of a handful of states, but not to mention that everyone in this county wanted to shut him up so badly that they put him in jail. Let that sink in. For believing that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. Right?
Yeah.
And
No,
when
I mean, look, I mean, I won't speak more about it other than, you know, it's been written about because, you know, as they like to say, all I know how to do are write letters. But, you know, lays out whatever people can read for themselves. But as far as all you need to know about how irrational many people are, there, whatever percentage of people are just in the current format want to blame Karen Reed for everything and think she's guilty. A frighteningly large amount of those people used to actually be different until they, you know, had a problem with a certain journalist, at which point they became rabid people who are just so fickle that they wrap themselves around a criminal case that has nothing to do with them and become obsessed with it because I hate the reporter so much, and that's what it is. And that's the reality. I mean, there's even pictures of people who are involved in some of those cases wearing, you know, free Karen Reed shirts, in, you know, because they loved her until they didn't. And what's the common denominator there, which is a certain journalist. So,
and then you have Court TV, which is like the media, real media. And what was Homegirl saying the other night? Will they arrest Karen with John's handcuffs? Gross.
Who said that?
What's her name?
Julie Grant?
Yes. Yes.
Really?
Do you think they'll arrest Karen with John's handcuffs like they do, like the tradition? Ew. Ew.
I don't know what happened to her. Obviously, this is, I mean, she's kind of made herself into a cartoon character, and it's unfortunate because the reality is she's a lawyer, a former prosecutor, a TV host, has a legal background, and at a minimum ought to be doing things. Hello. Oh, thank you. Oh, Twix bars for everyone. Okay, and Twix bars and gum. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Sorry. Wants the Twix bars. Oh my god.
Adorable.
So, shit. Where was I? I don't know.
Julie Grant. Julie Grant talking about arresting
Yes.
Karen with John's handcuffs. Is that a tradition? I did not know of that tradition.
Oh, I mean, cops. You know,
She's
solve,
like, what do you think?
cops solve a murder of a deceased cop, and when they arrest the perp, yeah, they break out the handcuffs of the fallen officer. That's true. They do that. But this isn't that. Okay, first of all, and by the way, Julie Grant knows this. Again, she's a lawyer, a former prosecutor. Karen's not going to get arrested. If anything, she's going to be taken away by court officers, not police officers. She's not getting arrested on the street. She's going to get, I mean, she's not going to. I think it's pretty clear later today. But if she were, it would be it would be a different agency altogether. So I don't know what it is she's doing, but she's not even pretending to be biased as, you know, the hostess of or host of Court TV's coverage. And Court TV, you know, back in the old days, that was the gold standard of this stuff, you know, with the whole Jay Simpson and even beyond that. They were, I mean, they were probably the only one, but nevertheless, they were like a real serious source of this kind of stuff. And now they've devolved into, you know, putting this Baghdad Bob on. And you saw the way he behaved yesterday on that New York Post tweet, what he was doing. He's not a serious journalist. They put, you know, the
Baghdad Bob, that
DePietro.
Oh, Kim. We just watched a clip earlier of Nurse Kim handing him his ass on Friday.
Yeah, well,
Fabulous.
that's not shocking in the least. And some of these other people they put on and talk about, you know, a deliberate misunderstanding of what the Fifth Amendment is and the right, you know, against self-incrimination and, you know, lawyers making stupid comments, ex-law enforcement, FBI agents. I mean, these are the people they continue to platform. And there comes a point, you know, other people you know, who live in the attic and those kinds of people.
Big
They're just not serious people. So you have to ask yourself, is there nobody else?
Yes, there's nobody else. How many times have you declined? How many times have I declined? Like
Quite a few.
There are
And-
many people who will not go on Court TV anymore because of this exact reason.
Well, I mean, obviously, I mean, I think the network has a lot of credibility. I don't think they're all bad people. I think Vinny Politan is fair. I like him.
I like Vinny too. I like Vinny a lot.
I don't agree or disagree with everything he says, but I think he's in many ways kind of too serious for them at this point. But the fact that, you know, the host of the show is lamenting or hoping to see, you know, Officer John O'Keefe's handcuffs come out and take her away, she ought to be asking the more difficult, relevant questions, which is, why are we here? What is the evidence of her guilt? Instead of having these interviews that I saw in the beginning of the trial every morning with DiPietro, who, if you didn't know any better, you think he had to be getting paid by the prosecution to make these, I'm kidding, of course, but to make those ridiculous statements about how perfect everything is for the prosecution and how terrible everything is for the defense. And there comes a point, say, are you watching any of this? And when he's tweeting from the courtroom about how, you know, Karen looks depressed and is doing this, and sources say close to the defense that they're upset about this. I mean, he has to be making this up, or his source is somebody who walked down the hallway and, because they're close to the defense in a metaphysical sense, becomes a source close to the defense to tell them something. I don't know, but it's just regrettable because all they're doing is damaging the brand of Court TV. And I just, at this point, don't think they're a credible agency. And they do have good people on it too. They do have some good lawyers that go on. I mean, obviously, if you're not bothered by it, you're not bothered by it. But for me, I just don't find it credible at all.
Not even on cable anymore for most people.
Right. I have to watch it on my laptop.
Right.
I think I have. I'm pretty sure I do, actually. But I mean, I don't know that I would watch it. What am I supposed to take from it?
Weird speculation about handcuffs.
Yeah.
I mean, didn't they in the past put on, and again, this is the good show, okay? They put on that famous video that, you know, the guy in the attic put on about, like,
Yellow cottage cheese, I call him.
Looked like, you know, the little Toyota, what do you call it? The Prius, and, you know, John O'Keefe tying his shoe and getting hit by the Prius on the other side of the car, getting hit in the head. And how do you put that on? How do you put that on TV?
No, let me just correct. He bent over to pick up a martini glass in the roadway. That's what the video shows. Let's be accurate here.
I don't remember.
Completely
Okay.
laughable. I do remember because that's how laughable it was. And then they showed it as if it was some sort of evidence of
Groundbreaking.
something.
If you put on someone who advances that video and later, you know, claims that the inverted video is showing, as, you know, the other famous clip I saw over there, like, there it is, and it turns out to be the left, and then supports all these other things that, you know, I heard that, you know, the data, and of course there really is no data. There comes a point that maybe these aren't.
Here we go. Shush easy.
Please be seated. Court is in session.
All right, so I'll see you at sidebar so we don't do this part in open court.
This part? What part? What part are we doing? What are we doing? I don't know. I'm very.
Well, I guess she's going to tell them what the note is, and, you know, her. By the way, just observation: her handling of notes takes an extraordinarily long time. I mean, that last note took almost an hour, didn't it, to get, like, fully resolved?
Yeah.
But to explain to the jury that they were instructed wrong on the holes in the sweatshirt took
Can I
3
have that
minutes.
question, please? Thank you. All right. So as counsel knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, It's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply, this is not a question I can answer on this, and sending it back.
But his position is not, certainly not for it. I agree, we can't ignore your question. However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than one count, but
Take
on
it.
a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right?
Like appeal?
So this is at this point.
Yeah.
No, that's not what she means.
It's premature. It's hypothetical. It's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah. I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
Well, I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question. I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel?
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute.
I think there's any traffic around the courthouse. You guys are 10 minutes late.
About avoiding a mistrial.
She's
and
late
they
every
wanna-
day.
And she's giving them half the time because you are late.
She's late every day. Get days off. Yo,
I mean, what Alan is saying, you ought to tell. I mean, obviously, you can take a partial verdict. If they have a verdict on counts 1 and 3, then there's no reason not to take it. And then you can send them back to deliberate the other one. This is what they did with Harvey Weinstein last week in Manhattan. This exact same thing came up. And what Judge Farber in Manhattan did was took a verdict on the count that they reached, sent them back, continue deliberating. You can do that.
this whole trial is about the jury. So why wouldn't you answer their questions?
But the part that's confusing is, I mean, is this what we're doing over a misdemeanor OUI count? Are we now literally potentially blowing this whole thing up because of these confused jury instructions, and it's happening again?
Okay.
I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No. What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah, I'm going to send it in like this. Your objections noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer.
She's misleading the jury by saying it's not.
About the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course, you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict, it's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying, I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate, this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that.
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
Better.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
They know what happened during the first trial. They know that the jury found not guilty on 1 and 3, and they don't want to see that happen again. That's what it indicates to me. But there, I guess because the question was phrased.
At this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question that could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights.
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't
is
tell
that.
you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in.
She's going into that mode. She's doing it.
All set.
She doesn't want to deal with it. And I mean, look, it's obvious at this point that there's at least one or possibly more, who knows, maybe even 11 jurors who are willing to consider the misdemeanor, obviously. And
what was the exact, can you repeat back to us what the exact question was? It was like, what if we find.
In English, I think what they said in English was,
I'm gonna rewind it.
We have verdicts on 2, but can't decide the 3rd, which again, to put that in English, acquittal on murder, acquittal on leaving the scene of the accident, and we're stuck on misdemeanor OUI, but they clearly are not in agreement yet. And they're wondering, what is the consequence? What if we cannot agree on that, but have an agreement on the other 2, which is their way of ironically saying we are exactly in literally the exact same position, which led to the fiasco at the end of the last trial and led to a mistrial, as it turned out, on all 3. And at some point, what the defense is saying is, you can't just tell the jury, I'm not going to answer it. That gives them nothing. And you can't tell them, there's no way for me to answer it. The reality is, if they have a verdict on 2 of the counts and say, but we're still working on the 3rd count, then she should take a partial verdict. And you could even take the verdicts and send them back.
I wanted to hear the question, like word for word, one more time. Let me just hear it one more time.
We received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges, but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge? I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially.
You know what? That could be one of 2 things.
Mm-hmm.
That could be counts 1 and count 3, or that could be a mess within count 2.
Mm-hmm.
When they say 3 charges, do they mean lesser included under the same count? That very well could mean we're fighting over, who knows? Like, it's not clear. And again, when the jury's asking questions, you don't know what they're really thinking. So this is kind of a mess.
It's kind of like we're in the same exact situation that we were in first trial.
They are literally asking a question which leads to how the first trial ended. Exactly.
And do you think that she is ruling the way that she did because they are saying, if we do this, and they're not saying, we have come to a verdict on 2 of the 3 slips, but we can't agree on the 3rd. What do we do? They're asking it hypothetically because they don't want to see her convicted and they don't want to see a hung jury all over again like the last mess.
And what she is saying is, but you are asking it in the hypothetical. You are not telling me you have a verdict on these 2. And because it's in the hypothetical, her response was going to be, I'm not answering that. At a minimum, at least what she says, I can't answer that right now. Or, you've got to tell them that it's not an inappropriate question, and that I will have an answer. You can't just say I'm not answering that, leave.
Right.
You can't do.
Stepping on the scales of justice once again, putting her thumb right on the scale.
I'm going to have a Michael Morrissey level heart attack.
I mean, there's a simple out here. The simple out is the jury goes back on the OUI or whatever it is they're tied up on, and they reach a verdict. And at that point, you have a verdict. But it's if this is all over the misdemeanor OUI that's throwing this into peril like this, that would be really unfortunate.
I feel like I'm just like catching flies all day. Like my mouth is hanging open. Like, really, we're doing this again? They may just go back and be like, you know what? F her, not guilty on everything. Let's go home.
The other thing that's not clear, remember how when they came in, we were talking about this, how long it takes her to adjudicate the notes.
Yep.
The other risk in that is while you're wasting an hour on that, they're still deliberating. Okay? They can do other things. And who's to say that last note did not come before the judge gave them the instruction? In other words, that note could have been sitting there while they're all arguing and wasting time. It took an hour to adjudicate the 3 notes. That may be when the jury sent the other note. In other words, that note, the 4th note, may have come before she gave the jury the instructions, which may very well have answered that question. So because they take so long, they're not communicating in real time back and forth. And it's...
Look at Jimmy's mouth.
This is because I peed. This is because I went pee.
Oh.
This is why.
There's one other point that has to be made, and this is what is perhaps the most profoundly frustrating. All this juror slip nonsense. How in the hell this was not conclusively determined before summations, before the jury got the case, and before the jury was charged is outrageous. The idea that you would do this after you dismiss the jury and send them back to deliberate and then argue over the jury slips is batting out of order in a way that makes absolutely no sense. There's no reason this should not have been done before summation, when the charge conference was happening, before the jury ever got instructed on this. That's crazy.
And then, Mr. Brennan, do you have anything to say about this? Oh, Judge, I just agree with you because I know, wink, wink, nod, nod. We're on the same team here. That's what it looked like to me, in my opinion.
I don't think he's ever disagreed with anything the judge has suggested in the course of a year and a half, whatever it is, a year.
She's rushing the most important things. This is the whole reason for 35 days, right? This day, this moment, all the, and where did you go to high school? And what groups were you in? And did you have Habitat for Humanity? And we had to go through all that bullshit. And this is like,
well,
I'm going to scream.
But we were talking also right before she came out about, the appearance of bias and judicial demeanor. And you just saw what we were talking about. There's a serious issue. Obviously, nobody wants a mistake that could lead to an appeal by either side on jury behavior and instructions. And, you're getting a note which is identical to what happened last time, right? Everyone should be afraid of that. Yep. And then as they're arguing, the lead defense counsel says, I'd like 2 minutes to talk to my team. And in this moment, we're at like code red, everyone be careful what you do here. The judicial reaction is you can have 1 because you were 10 minutes late. That is judicial pettiness at its worst. There's just no need for that. You want to make sure the jury gets it right, and you want to make sure the instructions are right, and you want to make sure every side makes a proper record. And limiting them because you claim that they were a few minutes late, whether that's even true or not, I don't care. It doesn't matter. There's a time and a place for that kind of stuff, and it certainly wasn't there.
And the world saw it. Y'all saw it. You were here. We were here. We all saw it. Here's my gut that the jury's going to be like, really? You can't answer our question? Okay, not guilty. We're done here. Because now it's confirmed. that
Well-
you will not help us in any way, shape, or form. And you actually don't give a flying F about justice and the law. You all just want a conviction because you can't even answer our goddamn question.
The concern I would have now is that she's made this worse in confusing the jury, and that I would be concerned about the likelihood of them now coming back with another question, because they get the slip initially. It's a mess. They ask a question. She brings them out and is going to answer the question, but there's already another note that they don't have that they've already asked. That's not being answered. The information is going back and forth at the wrong time. Like, it's not, question, answer. And at this point, you have to wonder if some of the jurors anyway, have any clue about what am I doing here? And, and if they can't agree on the OUI, and part of that is the concern over what's going to happen if we do that. What if she does get 10 years? What if she does, or what if we say we can't agree? What, is it going to be like the last trial? And they're talking about that.
Right.
They know about it. It's impossible that they don't know, like, holy shit, this is happening again.
Right.
And the reality is, if that influences them or certain jurors to make a decision one way or the other on the OUI, that's not justice at all. If that's what makes them vote not guilty or guilty on that count, just to avoid this, they ought to be voting on the evidence and the evidence only. And this has been twisted into a complete convoluted mess in the exact same way the first case was. And it's as if they learned nothing. It did nothing right after the first trial to correct it. And it comes back to one person, and she's sitting in the black robe.
Feels like she likes this.
I don't think she likes it.
People are saying that Alan said that they got that question around the same time as the other questions. So did she really hold this question until after lunch? Is that why she said, come back at 1:30?
No question. That's why she said come back. She's telling them I have another note. And my concern is that if she had that note before,
right,
why not get 2 for 1, explain to the jury, and not have them come back? Because if your concern is about wasting their time, you're just wasting their time now, bringing them back and forth, back and forth.
And they could have wasted an hour eating lunch, waiting for the answer to that question to continue. And here we sit. And how could she have even said you're 10 minutes late when she said that at 1:37 and she told them to be back at 1:30 and they had already been in the courtroom waiting for her to come in. So
listen, this is why people watch this trial and say, it's just off. Something is completely off with how they're doing this. And that's why many people think it's a national embarrassment. And there's so much, you just watch this and you can't look away, whether you are a trial watcher or a lawyer, whoever. You'll never see anything like this again. It's just so bizarre. There's so much mismanagement in just deliberations. Why not work out the slip before the jury gets the case? Why is this even an issue in the middle of deliberations? That's crazy. Why is the jury having to go back and forth and not understand this? This should have all been worked out in advance. And, you had the benefit of this happening last year. And it's as if nothing was learned, nothing was gained. There was no use of history and experience to make it not happen again. And yesterday, when the defense tried to address this and give their exhibit of a modified slip, it was summarily denied without even discussing it. And look at us now.
You think she hates them, or doesn't like Jackson, or has personal beef?
Yeah, no. Let's call it what it is. I don't think she likes Alan Jackson. I don't think she likes Karen Reed.
I don't either.
I think she tolerates David. I think she likes Liza a little more than the rest of them, but not a fan. And I've never seen her say anything at all to Brennan about his conduct, which there are 27 different examples of which you probably should have. It is what it is. She just criticized them for being late and cut their time to confer on a huge issue.
What it is same shit, different day. Here we are again. you better want what you wish for, because the world is watching, and this is a worldwide embarrassment. And people who are watching this trial for the first time that did not watch the first trial are getting to the level of being just as outraged as all of us that have been here throughout both seasons of this insanity. And we're watching it in real time once again. Once again. It is like Groundhog Day. The verdict slips are confusing. Jury instructions this thick to bring back with them. But, I'm also going to tell you some things orally, and whatever I say verbally to you is going to rule over what you bring back with you. At least this time she did clarify for them. You can, when you come to a consensus on one of the charges, fill out that slip. We have another special guest for everyone. Our friend and yours, El Jefe de Verdad, the Glarer.
What up,
guys?
What's up?
Homies. Stop.
How are you? People, just in
I'm doing
case.
great.
how do I look at you?
Well, I am livid. So I am trying to. I'm going to watch my language because I remember where I am.
The dean's office.
We are played in like doctor's offices and nail salons and hair salons, and we have to, we don't want that to freak out the clientele and make them leave. So we just try and keep it clean as well. But yes, go ahead. If it slips, I won't be mad.
Well, because me and my chat were just listening to this, and I can't even count how many times where I felt like, am I crazy? Is what's happening?
Mm-hmm.
Like, to me, that came off as just a blatant expression of a violation of Karen Reed's Sixth Amendment rights. Like right there, like she just publicly did it. I mean, that's how it came off to me. Am I crazy?
You're being gaslit at the highest level. And
It's
Mark, I will
yeah.
give it to you from there. Or you. I don't know which way you are. I'm mirrored. I'm inverted. My camera's inverted. I don't know.
I mean, look, we are literally right where we were a year ago, where the jury does not understand the ramifications of presumably acquitting on 2 counts and having a disagreement. I'm not even going to say on the 3rd count, because it could be any one of 7 different theories under that count. And by all accounts, on what their notes were, it's probably all the way at the bottom, right? It's probably over that. And the fact that they are sitting here saying, we don't know what will happen if we reach a verdict on that, what it means. And we don't, more importantly, perhaps, if we don't reach a verdict on that. And again, you can draw all ironies if you want. If they turn out hanging on the added charge, I mean, that would be regrettable in many ways that it's the misdemeanor, but whatever. And the judge is basically saying, well, I'm not really going to answer this. It's a hypothetical, which it kind of was. I mean, but then she should have said, you're not telling me anything. Clarify. I need clarification. Do you have a verdict, or not, whatever. And ultimately, they're going to have to be told that if you reach a verdict on 2 counts, those counts should be published. And then you should try to finish the 3rd. And what she's doing is punting. She's not going to say it. But the part that's so frustrating is if that note had been received before, she should have read it earlier, given as part of that explanation, or did that note come in because they were wasting so much time dealing with the first 3 and they're just communicating by carrier pigeon and missing each other, and they're not even addressing their current concerns. And right now, I mean, the jury could be back there deliberating, waiting to hear what they're going to be told. I mean, you could have a complete shit show. They could just say, well, you know what? We have a verdict without this even being answered. Right. That could happen. They could resolve it on their own and not know and just say, the hell with it. We have a verdict. If they have a verdict, she's going to take it. She's not going to say, forget it. I didn't answer this question. I'm going to take the verdict.
Well, true. I mean, but everything about what just happened stinks. Like everything was wrong with it. So I'm in this place in my head where I'm just like, I don't know what to expect out of this. I don't.
Nobody knows what to expect because no one's ever seen it once, and now you're seeing it twice in a year. And none of this would happen if the judge had dealt with this issue before the jury got the case. I mean, certainly if they had a question, you would deal with it. But if you really hammered this out and came to an agreement, or the judge made a ruling before the jury got it, I don't think you'd be having all this back and forth. You wouldn't have a verdict slip that looks as crazy as it does, which it looks like a bunch of word salad. I mean, who the hell can understand what that thing says? You can talk to any lawyer here or elsewhere. I mean, I've never seen a jury slip that looks like that.
Dude, Randazza, one of my favorite lawyers, Randazza tweeted, like, why not just have a verdict form that says guilty or not guilty on each of the counts? What's so hard about that? I was like, maybe I just don't understand verdict slips because I'm not a lawyer.
That's how it's normally done. You start with a high count and you are either not guilty or guilty. If you're guilty, it's over at the highest level. If it's not guilty, you go to the next one and you repeat. If you're guilty, it's over. If not guilty, go to the next one, and so on and so on. And I don't know why she doesn't just say that and didn't use the slip that was proposed by the defense yesterday, which, you know, I mean, it was a little wordy too, but there's no choice at this point. But ultimately was saying, dumbing it down, saying, if guilty, stop. If not guilty, indicate and go to the next one. That's
why is a verdict slipped? Why is the verdict slip set up that if it's a not guilty verdict, it's a choose your own adventure book? What is going on?
It's so true.
The answer you're being given is because that's the way it's done in Massachusetts, or what I like to say, you know, forget it, Jake.
Land of the Lost. It's Chinatown.
Or what Mel calls Land of the Lost. Yeah, I call Chinatown, and the judge says this is how we do it in Massachusetts. It's all the same principle.
Every American following this case right now should be infuriated with what they're seeing.
Yeah.
Every American following this case right now should be infuriated. This should not happen in the United States of America.
The only way out of this mess is for them to reach a verdict on the OUI, assuming that's what they're fighting about, which it appears they are. But then the concern you have is, are they reaching a verdict on that focused solely on the evidence of lack of reasonable doubt, or whether there is, or are they doing it by being influenced by, well, we have to do this or else the judge will do that, which is not justice. A jury should never be thinking about, I'm afraid if I do this, this is what will happen. That's not an evidentiary fact-finding trip that they're supposed to be doing. And at this point, you don't know what the hell the jury is doing or why they're doing it. And you're officially in crazy town with this. You don't know what's going on. The jury doesn't understand. The lawyers don't understand. And the DA says, Judge, whatever you decide, I'm cool with. That's where we are.
Think about this. Here's a positive thing that I'm thinking right now. So let's think about this.
Yeah, hit us.
Yeah, please.
All it takes
I need
is
it.
one juror back there who's saying to the rest of them, listen, I saw what happened in the first trial. What happened in the first trial is that the jury acquitted her of the murder and the leaving the scene, and they were hung on count 2. And what had happened was the judge did not allow them to report that verdict. And so it went all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States. And here we are. And really, she was acquitted of those. And we want to make sure that doesn't happen again. So let's ask her this question, the judge. Let's ask the judge this question and see what she says when she comes back to us. And maybe be able to see right through the BS when this answer comes back. And maybe be like, and that juror will be like, you know what? I told you. She doesn't even want to answer our questions. We got to walk out of here with it straight up not guilty across the board. Otherwise, a year from now, Karen Reed is going to be sitting in that same chair and they're going to try her on all the charges again because she won't answer the damn question about what happens if we hang on 1 and we acquit on 2. And she's like, I'm not going to answer you. And then they'll be like, okay, good, let's go.
What is the motive here? What's the motive? What's the motive for causing a mistrial and it going to a third trial? Because there's obviously an agenda. There's obviously an agenda here. So is it to,
no,
you don't think there's an agenda?
I don't think anybody, including the judge, wants this to go on. Okay. I mean, I just honestly, I'm not you're not going to convince me to go that far. The point is,
fair enough.
Nobody knows what the hell is going on because it's a giant cluster F. I won't swear. It's a mess. The instructions are a mess. The jury doesn't understand. They're speculating about the consequences. They're all aware of what happened last year. They're not supposed to think about it. There's no incentive to declare a mistrial. The other problem you have is because the judge's instructions to them are so confusing, the jury, they're not lawyers, so they don't know how to properly ask the question. So when they give a hypothetical and say, well, if we reach a verdict of not guilty, which by the way is code word for telling you we've basically acquitted her on 1 and 3.
Right.
But that's not what it's saying. That's not what the note says. It says if we were to do that, and they don't know how to phrase the question. And if the judge says, I'm not answering this because you're not asking the question right, you're inviting the jury now to be left to their own devices, to speculate and start thinking about things that are different than what they're supposed to think about, which is at this point, is there evidence of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt on whatever charge there is? And they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about what happens if we do this and that. And that's not what they're supposed to be doing. And this is created by the judge's mess of instructions, the mess of the slip, not handling this before, and being clear with the jury. And this is the second time it's happened in 1 year. It's unbelievable. That's 2 times more than you'll ever see it happen. And it's happened twice in 1 year in the same case.
That can't be a coincidence. That can't be a coincidence, Mark, because I mean, it's something just like you said, you never see it, and now you just saw it happen twice. That has to do with the judge. Every single attorney that I've ever heard speak about this case has said that they don't even think that this should have even gone to trial in the first place, much less a second time. There is clearly, in my opinion,
I don't think it should have been indicted. I totally agree with that.
I mean,
I respectfully disagree on this. I think they want to pin it on the girl. I think there's some really powerful people behind the scenes that are going to get totally effed if Karen Reed is not convicted. They need to convict her. We can all see it. I'm willing to say that, Mark, because I'm not admitted to Massachusetts.
Clearly an agenda here.
And there is something going on that is so far deeper than the Karen Reed case. And I've been screaming this into a closet for a long time. And hopefully somebody said in the chat and it flew by, this may be true too. Think about this. The jury's totally effing with her. They're totally effing with her. Like, here, let's just toss this out there and see what comes back, because we know what we're going to do. And if she doesn't answer us, we know the fix is in. I mean, these people have been living in this county for a long time. They may be young, but people living in Norfolk County and Massachusetts in general have been talking about the corruption in this county for decades. Just because they're young doesn't mean they haven't heard their parents complaining about it for decades, right?
So without commenting officially yes or no, whether, I'm actually making hostage videos because I have kids in Norfolk County, I'll let you guys all decide that. I mean, obviously, I've said repeatedly, there's nothing normal about this case. It's one of one. There are so many problems with here. I think what the judge has done here is make a complete mess. And I think it's self-created, and she did it twice in a year. And that takes talent. That's unheard of. But are we basically suggesting that she and the DA are doing what exactly in real time to push this? Because there was a note an hour and a half ago where the jury basically said it's misdemeanor OUI or nothing for us. Then there's another note. We don't know when it came, what the timeline was, where they say we're still confused. And she says, it's a hypothetical note, so I'm not going to answer it. That's technically true. Now, the jury doesn't know what they're supposed to do. Although I think she botched this, on this issue, I'm being honest here. And again, you can decide whether I'm really not, because I'm, have a Norfolk County gun to the back of my head and have to go there next month. That's for you to decide. Now, I won't say anything further with that. But explain to me how, if you accept that I'm being honest and not having a gun to my head, how in real time is the court and the DA fixing this in real time as we're watching, as opposed to just royally screwing it up?
how, and on the one hand, can she say to the jury, which I've never heard in New York, we say, I'm going to instruct you on the law. She says, I'm going to teach you the law. She is willing to teach them the law, but she is not willing to give them any guidance about how to fill out the forms or what's going to happen. She won't give them the guidance, but she will teach them the law. Like we're in some, first year of law school of Judge Beverly Cannoni. I mean, that's.
But I agree with you. That's a train wreck. I don't disagree that she's messed this up, that her instructions have been terrible. The timing of the jury slip is terrible. Her refusal to accept the defense amendment is terrible. Her refusal to factor in what happened last year is terrible. Her handling of these notes is terrible. And I know what you're all thinking, like you're talking yourself into corruption, and maybe the guy with the gun to your back of the head will come out and you'll just say it's corruption. But
I mean, you're spelling it out, man.
Look, at the end of the day, though, what's really happening is the jury is saying we can't decide, and they're not saying we're done. They're not hung or anything. They're not saying we're deadlocked. They are legitimately asking. I mean, the jury, we agree, is straight, right? They're not corrupt.
Yeah.
Oh.
I think it's very telling that they asked that specific question.
Okay.
I think it's very telling. Yeah.
They may very well, my real point was they may very well make this a non-issue by just saying we have a verdict on everything. And that's that. My concern is if they come back with a verdict now, even on the misdemeanor, and even if it's an acquittal, which I think it probably would be, are they doing that, or even a conviction? Are they doing it for the right reason, or are they doing it because we're speculating because the judge won't tell us what we need to know, which appears to be what they're doing at this point. And that's a terrible thing, to ask a question of a judge and we don't know what the consequences or ramifications of our actions are, or we don't know what it means about if we don't reach a verdict, and she's not going to tell them. You're leaving it to the jury's own devices to just do whatever the hell they want, and there's a woman's life in balance, and that's pretty scary.
Yeah. Let me ask you guys this. Does anybody here, am I the only one that feels if they convict Karen on an OUI that it's just petty and stupid? Like, considering the magnitude of everything, and it's been 3 years, what would be the rationale for something that stupid?
Well,
of a conviction.
It's petty, but in all fairness,
a compromise.
The defense asked for it, not the prosecution. Got to be fair to that. The prosecution would have been, according to them, take the indictments, win or lose. She gets an acquittal, they lose. If now the defense asked for the misdemeanor, and if she ends up going down for that, I'm not blaming them for that, but I'm blaming them for saying you just spent millions of dollars on this, double 2-time murder trial, and what you've ended up with is the most expensive OUI conviction in history, and you're also inviting the obvious factual comparisons about what about Brian Higgins doing wheelies in the Canton police lot, driving around after drinking from New York City all day? What about all the other people who were allegedly drinking? And of course, they're not going to do anything about it. On the other hand, there's no real evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that she was under the influence, unless you're going to accept that test, which, based on the question that the jury had about the time of the drinking, I don't think some of them are. So I think you're looking in a worst case scenario, a hung jury on that count, unless the not guilties capitulate because they're like, we just got to get it over with.
So, but what if the jury votes? What if they get hung? Because that's what I predicted earlier today, was that it was going to be an acquittal on counts 1 and 3 and hung on the OUI. That was my prediction. And the OUI, I don't know, man. I feel like I just don't see them. Like you said, it's the most expensive OUI in history, dude. Like, why would they do that? You know what I mean? It just doesn't seem. I could see
jury-
the technical reason for it would be, well, she did break the law. If they found that she broke the law, then okay, convict her on it. Sure. But I feel like when you tap into the humane aspect of what the jury is, I just don't see them doing that. If they feel strongly enough that why are we even here, which is pretty much the case the defense presented, was we don't even know why we're here. They don't even know why we're here. So
Great. Is 2 the OUI?
The OUI is the lowest lesser included under count 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
that-
think that, okay,
Yeah,
go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm done.
As far as why the jury would do that, Will, is what you're saying? Why would the jury do that?
right.
They want to give the O'Keefes something.
Okay.
They feel
Yeah, that
bad
makes
for the
sense.
O'Keefes and they want to give them something, but they don't think there was a car accident. So maybe they feel bad for Peggy for whatever reason. Peggy O'Keefe's been weeping the entire trial. They want to give them something.
But
Right?
you also have to be fair to the process, which is at the request of the defense. In other words,
Right.
strategically, and I don't agree with this. That's just me. I would not give them, I want all or nothing, car accident or none. I know that you feel bad for Peggy O'Keefe, but evidence is evidence. But when a lot of people
I'm
don't.
saying that maybe they do. They've
Right,
watched her weep this entire
But
trial.
if the defense says we want the OUI, right? Then they want, for what Melanie just said, just in case. It's a catch-all, an off-ramp, whatever you want to call it, to say if you feel like you have to do something, don't convict her of something as terrible as this. There's no evidence. And the only reason the jury is allowed to consider that option is because strategically that's a choice the defense made. And if she gets convicted of OUI, that's a hell of a lot better than getting convicted of manslaughter. And I totally get their reasoning. I just don't like it because of exactly this. I mean, it appears that this entire mess, if you go on the tea leaves from the jury notes, is related to exactly this, the misdemeanor count.
But what can we give Peggy? We have to give Peggy
No,
something.
they don't. No, they don't. Their responsibility.
She needs something. She
Right.
needs
Like
it.
when you put it like that, it sounds absurd.
It,
You know,
no,
because
but
what
Bill,
Melanie just explained makes perfect sense, and it would probably happen.
Right.
But
It's a compromise.
But
Peggy
Peggy-
Deb is making a great point. Like it sounds absurd.
But there's Peggy.
Right.
when you are a lawyer trying a murder case like this, and you have the victim's family sitting directly across, staring at you all day, every single lawyer who knows what they're doing and tries cases, including lawyers as good as them, okay? People like Melanie, myself, anyone else, you're always going to be concerned about, their son is dead. The family is here. They're crying. It's upsetting to jurors. Okay. It is. And you're concerned, like, what if that sympathy carries over? For example, look at Brennan's summation. Okay. Look how he started. Look how he ended. It was 1,000% sympathy, not evidence. It was a picture of John O'Keefe. It was about what a wonderful man he was. All that's may be true, but it has nothing to do with the evidence in the case. And he knows it. It's exactly the concern that the defense is thinking about, that a jury says, how can I not do something? I need to do something. I agree with you. I wouldn't have done it, but I totally get why they did it. Some lawyers would definitely do it. Some wouldn't. It's not an open and shut thing.
I mean, we never see trial at the Glare Institute of Law and stuff, but if we were, I mean, I would use the same technique if that's all I had. I mean, it just seems like a lawyer thing to do, right?
It can, but that's why when you represent the defendant, and look, they're aware, based on the last trial and some of the publicity, what is the public impression? I'm not talking about people who think Karen is innocent and all that. What are some of the criticisms of Karen? That she doesn't come off as sympathetic.
Everything.
Right.
If she smiles, it's bad. If she frowns, it's bad.
Right.
If she looks right, it's bad. If she looks left, it's bad. It looks up, it's bad. Down, it's bad.
Yes, and I'm not even saying it's fair, but I'm just saying that's the perception. Oh, she turns around and smiles. She's inappropriate. She's out to dinner and there's a glass of wine in front of her. And like I said, I make a joke that people who think she caused cancer and do all this.
9/11 is her fault.
The clips the interview clips, they don't look so great. I mean, I don't think they're all that compelling, but they don't look so great. So there's no question that they would strategize if they chose the decision, if we have an off ramp, to let them feel better, but it moves them away from any of the murder or manslaughter or even negligent homicide, then obviously that's good. That's a win for them. I would prefer the complete win for the simple reason, just like Alan said in his summation, which is one of the best I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot. Accident or no accident, that's it. Like, that's the litmus test. That's the line in the sand. And analytically, none of the charges in the indictment can stand if you can't prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she made impact. And
right.
The OUI doesn't need that. You don't need that. Now you're going down the rabbit hole of all the other crap.
If there was no collision, why are we here? What does an OUI matter? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm saying there are two kinds of people who drink: those who have DUIs and those who don't. Simple. If you are someone who has drank recreationally for even in a phase, and you tell me you've never driven drunk, you're a liar. You're a liar. So why are we here?
This is an answer, and it's just honest to the analysis. If we're debating the OUI charge and that's all they're considering and they're ready to acquit on the homicide charges, and I'm just being an honest analyst, okay? Look, I'm very much I think Karen Reed is getting railroaded. You know that, okay? Yeah. But if we're sitting here and there's confusion over the charge as it relates to OUI, and the jury is, can't reach a verdict on OUI, why are we here? The reason is the defense asked for it. That's why they asked for it. It wouldn't have been there except they asked for it. That's not a criticism. That's just an honest answer. They specifically asked for it.
We did this for you, Peggy.
I mean, Mark, you're handy sometimes, dude. You know?
Listen, that's why I love this panel, because two of us are lawyers and two of us are not. And we all know a lot about this case. And you guys are giving us the viewpoint of a lot of people in the chat, a lot of people who would be on the jury. And you have the questions and you can tell us what you think the jury is thinking. And this is a great way to have a panel instead of all lawyers who all, may want to think they're right and talk over each other. Not that that has ever happened, but I'm just saying
never
can happen when you have a lot of lawyers in the same room. You get five different opinions,
What stuck out the most for me about Peggy and why I'm so like whatever is because if you respected it so much and you wanted to like make it so great and whatever, why are you walking around in this house with your shoes on? And why are you letting everyone else do it? And why are you laughing about it? And why are you shading your grandson and saying, yes. My husband, he's somewhere over there, try and wake him up. Oh, my other son, I don't know, is he thirsty? Fill up his water bowl and tell him to sit. Like, this one's bleeding me dry and all this stuff. And I like that nice big house. I put my shoes on, I get all mud on it, and then I do this and I spider pig on the wall. Like, I was like, that's very disrespectful. I didn't like that. The minute she said that, I was like, I'm done with you.
It's pretty low.
What do you?
Oh, go ahead.
No, I have a different topic.
I personally expect more from a grieving mother. Just saying. But go ahead.
Maybe, but I guess the final bow tie on this point with the OUI election. Well, yeah, I didn't even see what you did there. That's good. That's not what I meant.
Yeah.
The decision to add the OUI or not is one of those rare issues that, as strongly as I feel that it was the wrong move, it's totally reasonable and understandable to disagree. Like, this is one of those issues that I can totally see both sides of. It is a tricky lawyer gut feeling, and they are going on history. And you know what? They're factoring in, how the hell did they get 9 people the last time when, no car accident, no crime, yet they did. They are watching bow tie interviews, all that kind of stuff. And I think that influenced them to some extent to just be careful, the sympathy for the family, whether you two think they're sympathetic or not, I get it. But I don't think there's a wrong answer here. I just think it's unfortunate that what has the whole process twisted into a knot are them debating over whether we can convict on a misdemeanor, and we don't even know what that will do to the trial as a whole, the same way as the last time, and the judge won't tell us.
And why are they debating over the DUI charge? Because of the interview clips. Because that was question number 2. Are
Yeah.
the interview clips evidence? And if they are, how are we supposed to consider them?
Well, look at how they
Right.
look at the language in that question, though. It comes off to
Mhm.
me as if they were like, are we even supposed to give these any weight? Are they even supposed to be considered evidence? What are we supposed to do with these? That was the vibe I got reading between the lines and,
Well,
and the way that question was worded.
Again, I thought all of this was strong for the defense. I mean,
Right.
obviously it's evidence, and you get a note from the jury, and you're the prosecutor, and you hear the jury say, "Is this even evidence?" That did not make me feel good, because realistically, that was like 90% of their case.
That was his case. Yeah. He was
So,
putting on a show.
Pop culture references, I felt like.
yeah. But it is unfortunate because the judge, I don't think it was the worst thing in the world, but Alan was 100% correct that it should have been that it's evidence, but you can determine what, if any, weight to give to it. You could reject it outright. That was not a Lally joke, by the way. It really wasn't. But and she didn't. She just said you can consider it like anything else, how you want to deal with it. But why not tell them what is the standard rule? You can accept or reject any evidence as credible or not. And she wouldn't do that.
Sue O'Connell is reporting, and let me know if this makes any difference in your opinions. 2 minutes ago, she says, FYI, per Karen, the 4th question came in before they answered the other 3, not after.
This is what I'm talking about.
What is
So why did she wait to answer that particular question? Someone asks, and Sue says, I don't know.
Well,
like she was avoiding it.
The answer is she handled it terribly, obviously, because she just wasted time. The jury's not going to get told. They're deliberating. They're back to doing what they're doing. But she wanted to give the lawyers the opportunity to hear it, comment, and if necessary, convince me I need to do anything. And the judge's answer was, I'm not answering this. In other words, we're done here. But the jury had full knowledge, or we had knowledge that the jury was thinking about that question before the judge gave them the answer. So for all we know, whatever the judge said before lunch may have answered the question for them because they haven't come back. So we may be overanalyzing it. It's just bad judicial economy that, she doesn't read all the notes at the same time. When
I don't think we're overanalyzing anything. I mean, look at all of the behavior surrounding the situation. Look at the way she blew off Alan Jackson. She didn't even acknowledge him. That was the most unprofessional thing I've ever seen. She just kind of went like this when he was objecting respectfully and going, Your Honor,
227, right?
This is a violation of Karen Reed's rights. By you not even making an effort to answer this question, all we're asking is that you give the jury something. And she was just like, noted, Mr. Jackson, and then blah, blah, blah. I mean, the whole if any, when he insisted that she adds the words if any to the jury instructions, to the answer to the questions, she completely blew it off and showed him absolutely no respect.
But that's not new.
I gotta get a snack before.
Right,
I pass
it's
out.
not,
Give me 2
but-
seconds.
Good.
Also, I don't think we're overanalyzing it either. We never do that here at FKR. But what about the shoe? What about the shoes, Will? Talk about the shoes.
The sneakers. They're sneakers. They're Nikes.
Listen, dude, I swore I would have satisfaction by the end of this trial when it came to these shoe shenanigans.
I can't get
Now,
I can't get
I was really hoping for Alan Jackson to present it in his closing arguments. I have good reason to have wanted that to happen, but it didn't happen. But I can officially say that I'm officially satisfied because my chat and my supporters backed me up on the shoe, and they are
Shenanigans.
full of smart
Shenanigans.
people.
Shenanigans.
Shoe
I like that.
shenanigans is a thing. Shoe shenanigans is a thing, and my chat backed me up, and I'm very, very happy and grateful to them for that. I
will
am
die on the hill of the socks, and you will die on the hill of the sneakers, and that is it.
Absolutely.
The footwear.
That's it.
Never brought up the socks. Still want to
That's
know.
it. And Mark died on his hill of not calling Proctor to the stand. I get that.
Yeah, no, I understand why they didn't do it, but I feel there was more there to enhance the argument, but they obviously didn't feel the need to, and they still tried a spectacular case with reasonable doubt everywhere. So, but yeah, I mean, we can always speculate and say, what about this? What about that? This is still a no-brainer to me. I mean, in terms of reasonable doubt, and the fact that they're, still deliberating even after those notes, I wouldn't be freaked out about it. I wouldn't read into it. If anything, they appear to be where the first jury was, and at least potentially hyper-focused on the misdemeanor, which is not a bad place to be.
Well, I always got your back, Mark, and believe you me and AJ are going to have words about this shoe business. I'm telling you. So when that happens, okay, when that happens, I'm going to bring up the Proctor thing for you, buddy. I got you. Okay?
I that's a conversation I can do myself. That's okay.
No. I got you, dude. Trust me. You're going to want me to represent you in court against AJ. Trust me. A lawyer who represents himself in court has a fool for a client, sir. Or outside of court. So either way, doesn't matter.
That is definitely true.
I got you.
Well, we have passed 227. It is now 231. If the jury has sent a note back that they're ready with their verdict, I'm sure the judge held it way past 227. So, just because. But we'll see. Are we gonna finish today? Do you think we're gonna finish today? Didn't she say they're only going till 4? And it's 2:30 right now.
It's 2:30, an hour and a half.
I do think you're gonna finish today. I do.
Yeah, you did predict on Twitter or X.
Don't forget too, that last note and that argument that the lawyers had. The jury was aware of that note, and the judge spoke to them, and that may have covered a lot of things, and they have not come back and said, I don't understand, or we have more. So I'm going to think that they are arguing over the finer points of if there's video of Karen drinking and her admitting I had a few drinks, and there's this kind of fakakta blood alcohol extrapolation,
Mm-hmm.
what it will be. I think they'll resolve that. It's hard for me to believe that they would hang on this, knowing what that could mean.
Yeah.
I think that I forgot what I was just going to say. We have all agreed throughout the course of this that we did not think that the interviews were a great idea. And I think we all agreed that we cringed when we watched certain portions of the interviews. And the saddest part about that is that this was like in Hank Brennan's mind, like the strongest part of his case were her own statements. And that is even more horrifying, really.
Yeah. I mean, it's like
because there's no other evidence. There is no other evidence. And that's what the jury is saying by that question is like, okay, there's no other evidence. So are we supposed to say Karen is saying, okay, I had a couple of drinks. The drinks were really weak. Are we supposed to consider that as evidence, or are we just supposed to blow it off?
Look, I still think she's going to get acquitted across the board. I still think it'll probably be today, but we'll have to wait and see if they're fighting over little nuances of misdemeanor OUI. It's really dangerous business trying to interpret jury notes like we do, even though we probably shouldn't.
I know.
But in the world of interpreting jury notes, which is a very dubious task, admittedly, those notes were not good for the prosecution. Okay.
No
I mean, there's just no way, and it's not about being biased. I'm sure people who think that Karen is Satan on earth would tell you that ain't good. in terms of getting any convictions for causing John O'Keefe's death, and that realistically, we're sitting here talking about OUI, which is a complete loss for the prosecution if she's convicted of that. It may feel like that little annoying, it doesn't feel like a complete win. It really is.
They never charged her with that to begin with.
Well, and Brennan pushing it, wanting when they asked, should we be, convicting her on an OUI at 12:30 or 5 a.m, which one is it? So them asking that and Brennan pushing for the 12:30 to me is a big win for the defense. Because if you think about it, like, there's no way to prove that she was drunk at 12:30. You know what I'm saying? There was no blood alcohol taken, none of that.
Yeah, no, I think either way it's good because it's telling you that jurors like, well, we don't even know what time it is. And clearly it mattered because they were asking, right? As if it mattered what time it was. And if you're talking about reasonable doubt and they can't even agree like what we're supposed to do, I mean, I interpreted that very favorably for the defense as well.
Yeah, 12:45. Sorry, chat. I got 47,000 people yelling at me.
To all the supporters that are outside the courthouse, I am advised that Karen Reed is asking all supporters to remain silent as the verdict is read in court. No cheering. Please just do this sign only, the I love you sign. Thank you, Azran Fish, for letting us know that. Verdict today, very likely. This was posted at 1:32 p.m. in chat by Azran Fish. Thank you very much. And here we sit.
I guess, I mean, if they were inclined, and I don't know when they decided they wanted the misdemeanor DWI, OUI, how early in this process. Normally you would think before the summation.
Mm-hmm.
I'm almost wondering if that was made before, why no argument about no police officers at the scene saw any indicia of intoxication. No first responders were even asked questions about, any of that. Jennifer McCabe at 5 o'clock never said she seemed intoxicated. Kerry Roberts, I wonder why, if this was part of it, not a bigger push on that.
I think it was a last minute add-on.
I think that's what I'm getting at. I think that,
yeah,
my guess is that it was a last minute thing.
I'm glad I just wolfed down sausage, peppers, and onions. And
I see.
Cookies.
Oh. Should I DoorDash you some Altoids? Look at the shade fan.
This is getting shady up in here. It's getting shady up in here. I was listening to you guys when I was downstairs. I disagree. I think she should do more interviews.
Well,
just to rub it in their face. More interviews.
I never really felt that the interviews were necessarily a mistake. There were times where they were being played and I was just like, oh, that might be bad. But I've never officially felt that she should regret doing the interviews. I think that they really helped inform the public and helped her get to the support that she has.
I suspect if she's acquitted, the interviews will be a lot more interesting.
Yeah.
I just feel like it gave some people that have certain viewpoints a way to say she's guilty because look at what she said. Because we know from being in this for a long time here in the trenches that the people who hate Karen Reed because either number one, they hate Turtle Boy, or number two, they don't like her facial expressions and they think her skirts are too short and they think a lot of things. But I do think that everything that Karen Reed said in her interviews was with purpose. I think that certain things that she said, she intended to say. And people wanted to hear from her, and they got to hear from her in that way. Why do you think, Mark, that the defense never came back and put any context around those clips? Were they not allowed to do that?
She wasn't lying.
No, I mean, I think they were. I think they made a decision that they had the science. I mean, they stole the medical examiner really from the prosecution. They had the ARCA guys who were really solid. Their medical witnesses were really good. even their civilian witnesses were really good. And I think they made a calculation, whether you agree or not. We're not getting into Proctor, we're not getting into Higgins, we're not getting into Brian Albert, we're not getting into the videos that we have them dead to rights on the car accident, and that it became a pure reasonable doubt. And as far as Higgins, if you will, we're not going to accuse him of any crimes. We're just going to wrap him and tether him to the bad investigation, which I think they did very effectively, given that they didn't call any of these people, that the way they wrapped him around Proctor in that way. So I just think they made a calculation that we have them cooked on all.
It's simple presentation too, because by not calling them, and I know you kind of disagree with this, but you said that you understand as well, is by not giving them the opportunity to explain themselves, they're lacking providing a human aspect to those particular characters like Higgins and like Proctor. If they paint the picture of them just being a villain and leave this to the imagination of the jurors, well, then that could prove to be more effective than them testifying and then having an opportunity to go, oh, well, I served my country for this long and I did this and I did that, blah, 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 blah. And you might get some sympathetic jurors who are like, oh, thank you for your service. We love you. We know it's not easy being a cop. We know this and that. So they kind of created these boogeymen for the jury. Which
one could be like, oh my God, is that Brian Albert from Boston's Finest? Can I have his autograph?
That's what they did. I mean, my view was Michael Proctor is never going to be sympathetic. Okay. All you got to do is shove those messages
Good point.
All this other crap. But also there's the other component to this. You're going to walk Michael Proctor through all the things that he did and didn't do in the investigation. You're going to get all that evidence in front of the jury. And there's nothing on cross-examination that he's going to do that's going to fix that. But again, that's just a stylistic difference. They made a very reasonable choice that they didn't need to do that because their witnesses were so powerful. They were. I mean, Loughran was great. Barros was great. Russell, Lopesada, the ARCA guys. I mean, they really finished strong and felt they didn't need to do it. That's a totally reasonable thing to do. And it's probably going to get her acquitted of everything.
Yeah. And being such good witnesses, like being such likable witnesses, it only hurt Hank to do when he cross-examined them, because he had nothing but to try to discredit them. And in his attempts to discredit them, he attacked them. And because they were so likable, that didn't look good to the jury. It couldn't have, So I
don't know. You've never been cross-examined and impeached with a ham sandwich?
I mean, I think we should consider this, right? It's like
he had full meltdown.
It's like people, and I asked them the other day, like in the morning show, I'm like, okay, who do you guys hate more, Deaver or season 2 Jen McCabe? And it was Deaver.
Oh my God, for the love of the traveling Mary, it's Dever. You cannot call her Deaver. She will chop your head off.
She's an angry Deaver. She's an angry.
Let me just answer Emma real quick, and then I have somebody else backstage. So Emma said, who said the defense added the lesser OUI? I keep hearing this with no proof. The proof is at the charge conference. David Yannetti said it in open court, covered it at length. So you can go back and you can hear him say that we want to add it. So thank you, Emma. A lot of people might not know that. And it really wouldn't be a party without our girl, El Jefe de Verdad. You might want to change your name at least just to the Glarer, because people in chat who don't know you are saying, I can't find him.
I caught onto it. So
it would not be a party without our girl, Nurse Kim.
Nurse Kim.
But okay, listen, I am so sorry. My queen, Melanie Little, I needed to have some very strong words in my house, and I swore at the television multiple times, and I said, get it out before you go to Miss Melanie's house. And so now I have collected my thoughts, I have my pearls on, and I shall be a woman, of God.
Listen, whatever happens, happens. It's a day. And so whatever we need to get through the day, the warning is out there. Put headphones on if you're in a nail salon, hair salon, or out there in the buffer zone and you don't want to hear anybody cursing. How are you?
On the edge of my seat, I am aggravated. I am enraged at Judge Beverly Cannoni, but what else is friggin' new? I at least feel like I have a little bit of happiness with looking at Vinnie Politan and hearing him say there is effery afoot right outside that courtroom. Everyone is seeing this. I mean, it's an embarrassment to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, to Norfolk County in particular. And, you know, I am not thrilled. That's it, Mel. I am feeling hopeful that we're going in the right direction. We have momentum. I'm feeling positive about this jury. I like that foreman. Saw him with my own eyes.
Oh, tell
Okay.
us.
Saw him with my own eyes. He's a big man. He's a big man with
Climbing out
dreadlocks
like a
and
tree.
chains.
Stop it.
He's a big man with dreadlocks and chains. Tell us more, because Will, you were there too. So
Yeah.
tell us everything.
She-
Tell me more.
It
Tell
is
me
an
more.
it
Did
is
you
an
get very
accurate
far?
description. I don't share her enthusiasm for this.
He's a
big
vibes
man
guy.
with dreadlocks, but yeah, I get it. Yeah, it's an accurate description. Yeah, and he's definitely a vibes guy. He didn't seem to be taking a lot of notes, if any, at all. But he was paying attention.
He is paying attention. And I
Yeah.
think, listen, if anything we know about me and our Auntie Deborah is that we're people watchers, okay? That petty paralegal in her ill-fitting pencil skirt, you're welcome. I knew it. Like, we know these things. And it is my opinion that him being at the helm, getting those 3 questions, I was like slam friggin' dunk. I was ready. I was Scottie Pippen, okay? And I was looking for MJ. I go, this is happening. It's happening. Get, boobs up. We were going. And then I just get, as usual, a karate chop directly to my jugular from Judge Cannoni, because she would not bend in any way to make be normal. Why does this have to be such a shit show? Pardon me, I'm sorry. But why does it have to be that way? We could simplify this and not make us look like a laughing stock. But, I digress and yield back to the beautiful Melanie a little.
Well, but I was going to ask you about your Guzma coma score. After you got hit in the jugular, what was your Guzma coma score? Because you've heard of the Guzma coma score, yeah?
Oh my gosh. And Dr. La Posada, can we bring us back to happier times?
Let's talk about her.
Can we bring us back to the joy of Dr. Elizabeth La Posada?
6 minutes until, actually, but
oh, good afternoon.
Wait,
your
you guys
mother.
know that Guzma is a Pokemon character? He's up there in the corner of your screen. For those of you who did not know, Guzma is a Pokemon character. And so Hank Brennan announced to the world officially that he is a Pokemon geek.
Well,
and he doubled down on that Guzma.
Well, he's a guzzler Guzma,
he's gonna catch
all right.
From instead of
Ask
catching
me.
them all.
No.
Can I share this photo with you that Miss Peach Keeney drew on Twitter and posted it, and I asked her to send me the original, and it is the Commonwealth Witnesses.
Wow.
And I thought that was so good.
That is beautiful. Look
I'm
at
gonna
that
print it out.
Yuri.
Look at all of them. Look at Peg.
Oh man, that is like the stuff of nightmares. That
I know. I want hanging
I
up in my
see that
wall.
photo in my nightmares, literally. Like, she moved from my brain. She's a therapist.
Can we talk about Deaver and her split ends?
Oh, I didn't even notice. I've been threatening
I
to
know
send
them.
the judge a gift card to Dry Bar, and so many people in the chat didn't know what Dry Bar was. They said, "Is that a bar with no alcohol?" It's a place where you can go get a blowout. They only do blowouts. They don't do cuts or color or anything. And apparently they do have a Dry Bar in Dedham. So the split ends, I did not notice. The need for a blowout, I noticed.
I always have made up that Judge Cannoni goes to see Teresa in Lexington, okay, because she's an uppity broad. And Teresa has been saying, like, Beverly, you need to get in here. You can't just keep going. I know she wants to be knee deep in clams by
Stop
6
postponing.
p.m., but, you've got to get in here because this is not a good look. And
Gotta get you in my chair.
Teresa, I got to get you in the
Gotta get you
chair.
in my chair.
People were like, beach hair, don't care. Cape hair, don't care.
Yep, touche. Correct. Yes, this is just, what do we think? Sorry, guys, I didn't hear you because, again, I was yelling profanities at the television. at the televisor took the wrath of me today, and also Mr. Nurse Kim. Sorry, babe. But what are we feeling emotionally, physically, spiritually? Are we wrapping this up today?
Hey, Laura Leslie's in the chat.
Oh,
I love
really?
her so much.
She's such a queen.
Hi, Lovey.
Good
She's
girl.
such a queen.
Yeah,
Oh,
totally.
I was
she's
so
a
jealous when
strong-
Jimmy, she posted a picture with Jimmy, and I sent Jim just recently from an event that was quite some time ago. And I sent Jimmy a message and I said, "Are you cheating with Laura? How dare you?
I got a very
hang around with
abrasive
Laura
11:30 p.m.
without
text.
me?" And he was like, "Yeah, it was a long time ago." I was like, "Okay."
Oh.
Made me
Yeah.
feel better a little bit.
Yeah,
It was a
whatever.
it was 11:30. It was very abrasive. You were
It wasn't abrasive. It was cute. But it's Laura Alessi is Bob Alessi's daughter, for those of you who do not know. She's beautiful and brilliant.
She's the best ever. She's one of
Yeah.
us. She's one of
Yeah,
us.
for sure. Yeah, she's
Somebody-
super cool.
Nurse Kim, somebody in chat wants to know how you did not swear around DePetro, because we did play a clip from you from Friday earlier today, spanking DePetro, and we loved every second of it, the one that you put on your channel. How did
Yeah.
you hold that in? How were you able to control yourself?
We
Well-
do need to talk about how Nurse Kim has been able to control herself around DePP.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It's amazing. It's
And I want to
so-
know where you got that mock jury thing from. What was that from? That was so interesting.
Oh, I love. Oh,
I
Melanie,
watched
have you
it on-
seen this?
No, I have not.
Oh, babe, put it
Oh, was
on.
everything.
It's
It
really
was
good.
It was everything.
It was on Court TV?
Everything. No, it was on the Court Junkie podcast. No,
Oh, I
Crime
can't.
Junkie.
I won't play somebody else's stuff unless I get permission. That's
Morals and
the way
ethics.
I am. I'm a lawyer. You know what I mean?
Oh, I played. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouted them out and put their link in it, but I used it because it was it was jurors.
Yeah.
It was
It
like
was like a
pretend
mock
jurors.
trial thing. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about it, but I
Yeah.
haven't had a chance to watch
And,
it.
well, Brandy was in my chat and she said it was like she was like, "Isn't this fantastic?" So therefore, ergo, I was like, "Thank you, Brandy. I love you." Because she works with them. So I hope that's not. Oh my God, is that illegal? Are you not supposed to do
Yeah.
that?
I love Brandy.
They're on their way to come get you.
Oh. I
That's
didn't.
Didn't you hear the
Oh.
sirens?
Well, oh,
I heard this
time. Send her away. Let me go
Bye.
yell at something again.
See ya.
But these jurors, right? So they got these 6. Let me just do like a little synopsis then, right, for us. So it was Crime Junkie podcast, and they had 6 people from like all walks of life. One middle-aged man who I appreciated, a young man, and then 4 women who were incredible. There was a redhead. She was my MVP. Why do you need all this backstory? You don't. But they ended up going through their jury deliberation process for the 3 charges of trial 2. They did incredible. They talked all the shit about things that like typically what we think is a big deal. These are people who are very like, I'm seeing this for the first time with my eyeballs. They were like an actual mock jury. And they came to the final verdicts of not guilty, not guilty, not guilty for Karen Reed. And it was 40 minutes, the video. It was wonderful.
That's
Someone
awesome.
said, "I love you, Kim. Keep talking." And I just wanted to say, "Don't worry, she will."
Yuri might be showing up to your house with the occipital
fired.
boner. I'm just saying.
Oh,
Remember
an
the
occipital
That was one
boner.
of my favorite. Let's talk about our favorite parts of this trial.
Yes.
You know, humor wise, because we all need to laugh, because otherwise we're just going to start screaming and crying. So go around and tell me your favorite or
Ooh.
funniest part of this trial, whatever it is.
Good. Oh my good God.
I'll start since everybody's thinking about it. I was lucky enough to be in the courtroom for this, but it was when Alessi was cross-examining Burgess and Alan Jackson just leans over, hands him a yellow note, and then Alessi's just like, "Were you aware, sir, that the University of Alabama does not offer such a degree?" Like, it took everything I had to not bust out laughing and get kicked out of that courtroom. It was hilarious. I was all about it. Is easily
That
my
was
favorite.
great.
Yeah.
That was so great. I think for me, well, one of them was when Hank Brennan said, "I'm talking about Randy now." Like, that was just so bizarre. Like there's a crash test dummy. He's referring to him by his name. It was like he really thought that this was like a Perry Mason moment for him. I'm talking about Randy now.
Oh. Jimmy, what's yours, babe?
Can I show you?
Yes, immediately.
Hold on.
Immediately, yes.
Up wicked loud so y'all can hear. And let me turn it like this. Oh no. Yeah, like that's fine. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Ready for this, queen? Should be no surprise to anyone.
Now we could turn.
Correction, I teach at George Mason University, not Georgetown. That's correct. It is closed source. Absolutely. Yes. That's an open source tool. But thank you. I also, I'm sorry, could you repeat that phrase? I was unfamiliar with it. Apple's source code is the term we would use. It's not just Apple. Lots of tools are closed source. That's 100% correctly.
Now we could turn.
Correction, I teach at George Mason.
Watch that about 2 times a day. What about you guys?
The best part, you didn't include the best part when she said, well, it was really easy to remember because, you know, it was May 4th because May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you was very, very good. But I like when she was like, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that phrase. Could you please repeat it? Is that new? Did you make it up?
I'll tell you what the worst part of this trial was.
What?
Try to stay positive here.
Was when Buchanan held up a different shoe than the one that was in the pic that they showed as evidence, and nobody called him out on it. That was the worst part.
That's right.
Oh.
I'm never gonna get over it.
Oh.
I'm never gonna get over it.
It's the finger painting.
Me and AJ got
Oh,
words.
exactly. There it is.
You're gonna have words.
Better off.
You're gonna have words.
That's supposed to be their expert who's going to bring it home and, you know, score the winning touchdown for them. And that guy was a $400,000 finger painter.
The cosplay of a method actor? He was a method actor.
I mean, how could it be anything but that?
I mean, the fact that he sourced the wardrobe, that's where he had me. He had me with the wardrobe. Like he went out and found all the clothes. He went to the distributor that sells the barware to the waterfall to buy what he thought was the exact glass.
He went to the waterfall the night before. He went to Aruba 2 months before to get relaxed, to get into it. Like, what was up with that? Welcher, you weirdo, you perv.
Oh, I know what mine is. The load, the distributing the load.
Spreading the load.
Funniest, yeah. And what happens if I spread my, what happens when I spread my load out all over? I played that clip. My poor, sorry to my humans. I love you so much. I played that. I'm going to keep it forever. It's actually part of me now because I cannot handle it. It was such a weirdo that anytime anything gives you the ick, you just play Juddy B. Welch, you know?
Do you remember in True Beverly Hills when they're doing the Freddy? I feel like that's like a dance move for him when they're like doing like to the Freddy. Like that's kind of what he was doing. But my favorite part ever was, a man is dead or dying in your front lawn and your sister's not answering the phone.
Somehow I always end up on a panel with these two. I don't know how it happens, but I'm not complaining.
We got to get
a little off the rails.
I'm never ready for it. I'm never ready for it.
We got 217 of our closest friends.
Best friends.
We have sold out. I don't know how many people does Fenway seat on a sold out game. How many?
35.
Okay, so we have sold out Fenway and then some, my friends. And you know why? Because of you guys. Because we have all come together for a common goal. And the common goal is what?
Karen Reed. Justice, truth, the American way, not making Massachusetts, like as residents and lovers of the Commonwealth, we are disgraced and we've opened our mouths and we have stood tall. Okay. And those are things that there have been many of folk that have wanted us to shut up and not have our opinions. And they have done things that they have been very out of bounds in this world. And you know what? You still didn't win. You're never going to win. And you are never going to have us shut our mouths and not say what is truth. We will stand up for justice.
We're 5 strong, powerful women, and you can't stop us.
Look at us.
That's right.
Look at us.
Nurse
We're the Spice Girls.
Nurse Kim totally
Ginger.
just gave me a lady boner. Just totally got one.
It's an occipital boner. Will, you know that.
Occipital. That was one of the great moments in this trial as well, the occipital boner. And
Mark is like, what am I doing with my life, dude?
yeah,
Like-
Mark, I want to give you a pass. You can have a hall pass. If you got to go, you could go. I understand
no.
that, you know, you might have things to do, like, you know, make a living, keep the lights on and all. But,
No,
you
the
know, we
lights-
love
the lights-
having you here.
The lights are on today. I mean, look how I'm dressed. I was exercising earlier, doing some other stuff. So it's verdict day. This has been a long
Please,
process.
please. Oh, let's talk to
Allegedly.
Tiny Mary and Tiny Jesus.
Oh,
I
do you
got-
have them? Do you have
Yes.
Mary and Jesus?
Tiny Poppy.
Oh,
Who do we pray
Jim.
to? The patron. Who's the patron saint of lost causes? Is it Saint Jude
Peggy
or Saint
O'Keefe.
Anthony?
St. Jude. St. Jude.
Okay, Saint Jude.
I only know that because I've seen Man on Fire a million times.
Oh. What is going on? Why
That was
is nothing
horrifying.
happening? It's
I
3
would like
o'clock.
to say that if you know me, you know that I love any man that's older than 75 years old. I can't help it. I'm obsessed. Michael Trotta in the first trial had took me out. He looked like the old man in Up, and I wanted to fly away with him and some balloons. Obsessed. He taught me everything I know about F-150s, F-250s, F-350s. I love him. This trial, I got who? The weatherman. Okay. And track a cat was adorable. Are you enough to track a cat? Oh my God. And you know, he's going out to, he said, oh, when he was talking about one of his friends, one of his colleagues, he was like, he's still alive, you know. And I was like, oh, because he hadn't been doing something at one of the stations since 1984 of the satellites where they, you know, check the precipitation, and he was just adorable. So I loved him.
The
I still don't
weatherman.
know what it means to track a cat. I must confess. I have
Little
no
cat,
idea.
little cat tracks.
Glare will show you.
Lara's been known to track a cat or two.
Or two.
Whoa.
Hey-o.
Oh, it's a daytime show.
It's after dark somewhere. And I say it's right here. Because we are doing this. It is the Truman Show. It is Groundhog Day. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
If she's calling it late on this at 4, if they don't have a verdict, am I right?
No, please, God, no.
She did. Yeah, I think she said, come back here at 4. She made the, you know, you were late yesterday. You need to be back here by 4.
But we're ahead of schedule.
I feel like
so
Mona
let's
Lisa
take
Vito.
2 weeks
My
off.
biological clock is ticking and I'm stopping the floor.
And the way this case is going, I'm never getting married.
So in the event that we do not come back, right? Hopefully they all will come back at 4. But in the event that there is not a verdict today, we have tomorrow, and then Thursday and Friday is off, correct?
Who knows?
Thursday is off. Thursday is Juneteenth.
Correct, but we don't have Friday off.
If this goes to Monday, I'm flying out to Boston.
If you want an opinion
Don't you
on
threaten them.
Oh,
if you want to push me to believe there's corruption going on, if they have Friday off, if they don't reach a verdict, Thursday is a federal holiday. There's nothing you can do about it. If they then get Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, Thursday, 4 days in the middle of deliberations off, that should never happen. They
What
have.
if it was a
if they don't-
scheduled day? I think it was a scheduled day off. Like I think the jury was told during impanelment that they were going to have off that day. What if that's the case?
You want to pick out a couch
Tough-
with Jen.
Tough cookies. They need to fix it. You can't have a jury in a case like this take off 4 days in the middle of deliberations after having deliberated for 3 days. That's
I agree.
unheard of. That would be insane. They have to come Friday if that's the case.
I agree. But I'm just saying, what if she had told them when they were impaneled that you're going to have off these days, and that was one of them? I agree. She could take it back. But, you know, just like we have to run our lives, the jury has to run their lives. And so they plan their vacations, doctor's appointments, things they got to do with their kids on certain days that they had already planned to have off from jury duty. And so I'm just saying, like, don't be shocked if that perhaps happens. However, I would hope they would come back by tomorrow because they want to be done and they would like their 4-day weekend.
Now, having said that, if they have Thursday and Friday both off, that is a huge incentive for the jury to wrap this up. And usually the side that's losing gets very fearful of that. And usually that's the defense, not in this case necessarily, but you always get nervous about letting them deliberate up against holidays or deadlines. And I mean, if the jury knows we can finish up and then we're done, or we're gonna have to come here after a 4-day weekend,
right?
They're not gonna want to come back.
She might need a few days and she'll come back and she'll be done with her key cycle by then. She'll be in a better mood.
There's so many things to be. I mean, can you imagine that 4 days they're not going to be subjected to media, social media, walking around in public, hearing things, seeing things, watching streams, doing whatever. I mean, 4 days of that is almost impossible. I mean, they just turn on the television, they're going to see something about this case. It's impossible.
Exactly.
You know, they talk about anything and then they open their phone. If I don't know if they're even on Facebook, they're going to see ads for, you know, buying, you know, the dolls that they make with this case and all that stuff. I don't know.
It would be virtually impossible to avoid anything, even just by looking at your phone about this case.
Mark, we are politically correct here. They are prosthetic children, not dolls. Okay?
Correct.
Are you guys talking about the appellate attorney?
Yeah, I'm laughing.
Victorian child.
Caitlin Schillinger. Oh, dude, you didn't do that.
Who makes the baby, the AI babies of everyone?
It's a creator on TikTok. I think it's hilarious.
Official AI Karen Reed.
Oh, I love that.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that.
Those are funny, except I don't wear glasses. I don't know where that came from, but whatever. But those things are
I look
like
crazy in them.
The lawyers in shorts. It's just funny. It's great.
They're so cute.
Yeah, I don't know what they got me wearing, but you know, I'm honored to be included in it. But it's I'm like, what do you got me wearing?
It's a missed opportunity if they don't have you shirtless in one of them because of the New Year's Eve fundraiser. That's a missed opportunity.
Please save it.
Oh, that's true. Never mind. Maybe the trolls are right. Maybe I am weird. I don't know.
No,
don't believe anything they say.
About you.
I really don't get that. I don't know.
No, now, and I'm sure that you guys have already talked about this 47 times, but because I wasn't here, I was yelling again at the television. Is there any way that we could say an over under for the two attorneys in this room who I respect very much? Is it possible that I was not hearing the words correct from these notes that was indicating to me that they were hung up on the count charge 002 number 5, which was the straight OUI. And someone on Court TV had the connivance, Melanie, to say, oh, there's no way that they're hung up on just the OUI. This is not looking good for the defense, and that this is absolutely for the conviction of manslaughter. In my brain, hearing those three questions, I was like, oh my gosh, it's happening. I have bubble guts and I need to go puke.
Say their name.
Who's the analyst?
Say their name, Kim.
Same.
The lady on Court TV.
Yeah, who said that? Whose opinion was that?
Well, it was wow. It was not Julie Grant. It was someone sitting next to Julie Grant, who I don't know.
Was it a lawyer?
It said they said they were a lawyer, and she was like, "This is my opinion, and I'm not walking it back." And I was like, "Oh, I think that you should walk a lot back."
Based on what was said in the note, what was the rationale for thinking it was the higher offense when they specifically asked a question about the lowest offense?
Well, because she said, "Is it convicting or allegedly?" I'm just repeating what the alleged lawyer said. She said that they asked the question about the OUI only, but asked, does it convict on the entire overarching charge? So she was taking it as they are trying to convict her on the overarching charge, when I took it as that's the only thing that they're looking at.
Here's a perfect example of someone who wasn't listening. Okay. Because there were 3 questions. So let's break this down as if, it's a bar exam or, something logical. The fan is back up. The first question was,
Oh my God, if we're all here together and this
No,
happens,
not the courtroom fan, the shade fan, Kimberly. Oh, the courtroom
no,
fan too.
you fucker. I mean, sorry, but
Wait, listen. The first question was, what is the time frame for the OUI charge, 12:45 or 5 a.m.? The second question was, are the video clips evidence and how should we consider them? And the third question was, if we convict on, let's say, number 5, the OUI, does she get convicted of the overall charge of manslaughter? All three of those questions indicate to me they are talking about the drunk driving charge because they want to know what time they say she was drunk, the video clips in which Karen admits to drinking, and the third thing of the overall charge. So whoever that person was that was on court TV clearly was not paying attention.
Was it the F around and find out lady? Was it her?
no, it was
Melanie
not.
wants
It was not
names.
Catherine.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
the
mean,
TikTok lawyer.
She's an
all
idiot.
disclaimers apply. You don't know what the jury's asking because they ask a note and you don't know what their thinking is. But on the other hand, we're all remotely educated, can speak and understand English, and heard the question. And it was specifically about the subcount 5, the lesser of OUI. And in the context of the other questions, I agree with Melanie. It seems kind of obvious contextually that they were asking about the OUI and what the impact is. If we were to convict her of that, is she going down for the higher count? And you can only, in my mind, conclude from that, they don't understand the slip. They don't understand it's a standalone, lesser included offense, and that you should have already found her not guilty of everything by the time you get down there, because you look at the slip and it looks like word salad. So I don't know why a lawyer would say, this is what I think. And maybe it's a court TV problem. I would think that the host or the person with them would say, can you explain why you think that? And like, let our viewers know. And if they just let that fly and it's just gobbledygook without explanation, I mean, that adds nothing to the viewers watching, right?
They're on their way.
They're coming. They're coming.
Well, what time is it? The time is now 3:11. It is
3:11.
3:11.
A note or a verdict?
We don't know.
Oh, baby.
It's not.
Right,
I don't know. I
everybody.
got to touch up my waterproof mascara. Kimmy, did you
Don't
wear
do
waterproof
it.
mascara today? Just in case.
I did not, so we're going to be running.
All right, you guys keep talking. I'll be right back.
All right, we'll be here, and the fan is on. It is us. It is
Where's my
me,
water? I got a water.
and it's 3 men and a little Kimmy, okay? And we're all here together. And I have prayed since Friday.
Oh,
I've
here we go.
prayed for many. I can't help it. It's happening.
We are
And
here
we-
together. The Lord is with us, and Mr. Bettero.
He's with
We are
us.
together.
He's with us. Yup.
Listen to
That's
me.
this.
When I came home, there was a man in my house. He had a mechanical arm. I fought with this man. You find this man.
Yeah.
What's that
What
from?
happened?
What's
What
that?
happened? Do you have an intruder? What happened? Did you just black out, Will? What happened?
I just don't even know what to do with myself right now, dude. Like, this is the worst part of everything.
I know. Is the
If-
waiting.
If this were in fact to be a verdict, which I don't know that it is, I'm not predicting or I have no clue.
I have no idea. I don't even know if they're coming back. I just got a message that said it.
And I'll include Mel, even though she's here but not here. There's no one I'd rather be at this special moment than the four of you as we take years of this, and if that's what it is. Now, having said that, it's probably going to be we don't understand the instructions, or we're done today, we want to go home, or what happens, we can't reach a verdict on one. But
how come my fries didn't come with ketchup? Like,
I
didn't ask for ham.
I would personally love for AJ to be on this panel simply because I want an explanation why he didn't address the shoe.
Happy birthday,
That's
Ty.
what I want to know. I want AJ here. Me and him got words.
Oh, I loved that. Oh, Will, while we're just waiting, I love that picture of you and Alan Jackson where you're hugging in black and white. It's like it like moves my spirit.
Yeah, man. I love that dude. I'm not even trying to lie. Like dude is just every single person that I have met through this Free Karen Reed movement have been the best people I've ever met. Like this is just even having the slightest involvement in something this important is probably going to be the most significant thing that has ever happened in my life. So regardless of how terrible this has been, it's also been the best experience of my life. It's felt good to fight for something that I'm passionate about and feel strongly about alongside people who feel exactly the same way. Knowing people like Melanie and Mark and, and of course you guys too, but I'm saying like lawyers and you know what I mean? And having conversations with educated people about this stuff and validating, because I would be crazy. I would go crazy if I didn't have attorneys validating when I'm going, no. If I didn't have that, I would be going crazy. It's just really good to have a lot of like-minded people where we can remind each other, you're not crazy. This is wrong. This is terrible.
Right. So true. Did we find out if they're coming back? And
I don't know. That's just a message I got. But you know what? I'm gonna do not disturb my computer messages because I'm getting all this shit and I don't know what's what, and I don't like to get all roxy about things.
I feel like it's going to happen, guys. I really do. I don't know, but like I have a feeling today, but I've also said that yesterday, so I should shut up. But those questions are that was so close. It was so close, even at those 3 questions, in my opinion. So this is very possible.
Did you turn off your camera on purpose, babe? Because we lost your video.
Yeah, she's crying.
No, I'm not crying. Shut up, Jimmy.
Sorry.
I gotta go watch.
Jimmy, help Kimmy. Jimmy, help Kimmy.
Season 3, Kimmy helps herself.
They're saying the jury's coming back at 3:25.
I have really strong reason to believe as of 3 minutes ago that nothing was happening yet.
Well,
from people
I
who know.
I don't know. These people are crazy.
Well, where are they getting the 3:25 number from?
I don't know, and I certainly would, don't want to say more than.
Well, then I shouldn't change the camera. Okay.
All
right. Another
at least
channel
as far
said that.
as
Okay.
A couple of minutes ago, I don't think that's accurate, but I don't know what people see or they're being told. I just know what I have reason to believe for very strong, accurate reasons.
We deal in facts.
I saw it in Law and Crime chat room, so it must be real. Therese said it.
That hoodie guy said it.
That doesn't mean that may not change in a minute. I mean, but I mean, usually, the people who are involved in these things would know before anyone, right?
Of course.
And then they tell whoever they tell the people they're with, and then they tell other people and whatever.
And so on. And so
I got no I got no messages, so no one.
I got one that said they are not coming back. So I will believe that they are not coming back, and that people. I would ask you to please stop putting rumors in the chat.
Yeah,
I have it on good authority. They are not coming back. I saw the fan up, so I just put it on because
Yeah, like you guys recognize
Facts matter.
exactly. Yeah, we know when stuff is happening. We're gonna figure it out. Promise.
We got a guy.
This is coming from Will.
Melanie's
we got a
on.
guy. We got a guy.
Melanie's got a guy. She knows a guy.
You need a guy. I got a guy. What do you need a guy? You need a guy? What do you
Couple 2-3 guys.
We all know.
need a guy. I got a guy. What do you need?
I know a
So
guy.
the verdict clock is still going. It can't be stopped. So
You call it the
that
murder
makes
clock?
sense. The verdict clock.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Well, we could just keep it in the
Sources
background for
say-
fun. People get nervous when they don't see the fan. I don't know why.
I love.
Like we're going to
listen,
miss something.
Yeah, I love that fan. The only fan was wonderful to me.
I have
me the
Law and
truth.
Crime in my background here too, so I'm not going to miss anything. And make sure it's not muted. It's not muted. So.
Or maybe you should go to a different channel, Will, just in case. I don't know.
Oh
No, like Boston 10 or something.
No,
Because I have Law and Crime. So if he's watching Boston 10 or Court TV,
no, I get you.
we get
I
it from
get
both
you.
sides. If we're all watching the same bogus mainstream media, then we're getting no information. Sometimes one channel has it, another one doesn't. People are always like, "Oh, the camera's up on Boston 10." I'm like, "Okay, we're not missing anything. Don't worry."
Yeah, like
Been doing this a
usually
little while.
You guys remember
Usually
the lamp?
I snipe Boston 5 because they suck. So that's usually what I do.
Jen Altman's in the chat. That's fun. She said
That
you
is
didn't get any
fun.
text messages, and she goes, "So I texted you."
Boston 5 is not even live. So
I don't know where it's all coming from. People are saying no. The people who would know are saying no.
Right. Somebody
Okay.
said I saw on another channel that they're coming. Look at 51,000 people here almost. Smash the like
Wow.
button, everyone.
wild, bro.
Yeah. So
Okay,
hop off
Vinny's
my
on Court
cycle.
TV saying that something. Yeah, okay. Court TV is saying yes. Well, listen, we just told you how we feel about Court TV, but we got the fan up, so if something happens, we're here for it.
This is the worst
TV
part of
telling
the
me
trial,
yes.
where everyone has nothing to do, and so
Oh, like-
people see 20 people move in one direction and they assume something's happening. You also have to be careful, and I'm not saying this is Court, not Vinny, because he's the good one from Court TV. I'm just talking.
Yeah.
A lot of people who may cover this stuff, they want to be first. They want to say something, and they want to say, "Oh, there's a verdict" or whatnot. Obviously, at this point, nothing's happening. It's normal. It's very stressful, but this is what high stakes trials are. It's very when it's in the can, as they used to call it, or we used to call it. It's.
Or where Will
Well,
likes it. I'm kidding. Sorry.
You shush.
We know she
The
sent
lawyers
them home at 4, so.
Yeah. And I mean, what would she do if they came in with they sent the note and they were seated at 3:55 with a verdict? Are we going to turn into pumpkins at 4:01, or are we going to get this puppy done?
I think we might be turning
I
into
don't know
pumpkins.
why. I don't know why we only stay till 4. That doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't we stay till 5 or 6 every day?
Well, in New York, I know it was usually 5 o'clock. That's the union. That's the court officer union.
That's what I was
They're the most
thinking. It's a union thing.
courthouse, and they have a union thing. They only have to work till 5. I don't know what the Massachusetts thing is. Maybe it's 4, or maybe she just wants to beat the traffic. I don't know. I mean, if they added an extra hour over the course of several weeks, I mean, you're at that point, you're chopping off days.
Yes. Mr. Betterow, what is the average length of jury?
This is a family show.
Excuse me,
my daughter
Dara.
earlier on this. Wow.
I was asking, what is the average length of jury deliberation for that you have seen that you feel comfortable on, like, big trials? Because I know that you have had really high stakes cases as well. And then Melanie Little, could you tell me what you think is like a normal time of people that are really reviewing the information, going over all the pieces of the evidence, and then coming to that census together?
Can I say what I guess they're going to say?
Some trials are 30 days, some are a week. Some are more complex than others. Some of the stakes are much higher. So I don't know that I don't think we're at 14 hours for a 2 murder case with all this evidence. I don't think you're in the weird part yet. The other thing is, I don't assume for a second that they go over all the evidence, or that they go over what's important or what they want to talk about. I mean, if they go in there and they say, look, let's talk about whether there's a car accident or not. I don't know if they're talking about, 13 to 20 witnesses who testified who have nothing to do with that. I don't know that they're literally going to even address everything. I don't even know the way this trial played out, how much they care about Jen McCabe. I mean, she became almost an afterthought. I mean, really, everything going on in the house is almost an afterthought. It's all science-based and, data-based and clips. So we're told. So, I mean, I don't know. I think if you don't have a verdict today and you push into tomorrow, which would be a 4th day or 3rd, really, because Friday is
right.
Count. But if you push into tomorrow and then Thursday's off, given the notes you saw today, what would happen if we can't agree? And now I think you'd be getting into, it's getting warmer about, oh my God, are we going down that path?
Okay.
But right now, go ahead. I think it's normal right now. I do.
This live stream is about to have nuts in it, by the way, just for the record. But go ahead.
It's all right. We're here for it. Somebody just said the only stadium that holds more than 51,000 people is Dodgers Stadium.
Oh.
Dude, I love
And
it.
look at us with 51,805 people watching.
Oh, I feel
Ain't nothing but a thing.
no, now I'm getting like stage fright.
Ain't no thing.
I just feel like it's us.
Ain't nothing but a thing.
It is.
I just
You
feel like it's
guys.
us.
Takes an army, you guys. Takes
When
an
you're
army.
when you're rock stars, you pack stadiums, bro. That's how it goes down.
We don't know if they're heading back or not. But I will say
Well-
that Kindergarten Cop Scott, a moderator who is shared by both LeGlaire and I, said that he's watching live and he just saw a bunch of MSP walk down to the place where Karen Reed's car usually pulls up to. Not that that means anything, but as such, we may have some
That's
guests
pretty-
joining us that may be able to shed some light.
That might suggest something. I mean, when you see the security move to the areas, that's usually a tell for something. I mean, no one has said anything, but that's.
And if we know nothing else, we do know that they're leaving. They're dismissing them at 4, so we know that. Somebody said my clock is way behind, but time drifts, man. Time drifts,
Yeah.
and I'm on real time.
There's a
I'm on real
variance.
time.
Yeah, man.
21 to 29 seconds.
That's just like your opinion.
Or 30 years.
Man.
Did you just quote the dude like under your breath?
Yeah.
That's like your opinion, man.
That's just like
I mean, greatest band of all time, folks. The greatest band of all time.
I didn't even see that. You're wearing the Lebowski auto.
This band believes in nothing. They believe in nothing.
Just don't like the Eagles, man. Really hate the Eagles.
Did you guys see the meme I posted the other day during the ham sandwich gate where I had Walter Sobchak? You know, where I'm staying.
I'm finishing my coffee.
Finishing my coffee.
I'm finishing my ham sandwich.
You see what happens, Larry? Do you see what happens?
There's no way to properly quote that.
I won't
movie on a
swear
show that you
because
can't
I'm telling you, I won't do that. But the
Say that
Larry,
again, what?
the Larry, is this your homework scene? It is. Damn it, Walter. Look,
We
you
know
little-
it's his homework, man.
I'm
Bulk
going to
of
get
the
my
series.
little hands. Hold,
Bulk of the
please.
series.
Kimmy's got to get her little hands.
Bulk of the series.
You
Yeah,
know
we
it's
weren't-
stir crazy when we're talking about Lebowski quotes now, waiting for something to happen.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's we weren't talking
I'm
about
actually-
football stadiums. We were talking about baseball stadiums, just so that we're clear, and indoor stadiums. Actually, we were at Madison Square Garden earlier today, and now we are at I don't know Dodgers Stadium or whatever stadium the Dodgers play at. I don't know what they call it now. I have no idea. So people are saying football stadiums hold more, but okay. Don't rain on our
Football-
parade.
Yeah, get out.
Don't rain on our parade.
During Pride Month. Rude.
You hate. I know you hate Pride Month. I've heard you talk about hating Pride Month, and I think it's funny. The people are eating gummies in the chats. They are ready. They're ready for it.
They'd be eating them regardless.
That's true.
That's true.
The waiting is the hardest part.
Well,
Keep
Howard
up.
Will's here.
Keep doing your references to the movies. The people like it. I don't understand them because I don't think I've seen The Big Lebowski in like
You
10
haven't
years.
seen the Big
In like 10
Lebowski?
years. Like it's been a while.
Okay.
Oh, it's so
It's
good.
it's a cult classic. It's definitely the movie you watch over and over again. That's for sure.
It is Dodger Stadium. Okay, I was right. Thank you, Jody.
Oh, hold on. My cat must want some food.
Oh, my
People are
Lola.
hating. People are having headaches. Everyone's got a headache. We're all dehydrated. I think we need to
I need
hydrate. I've been
water.
sitting here
All right.
for 6 hours and 28 minutes, and I've had a gallon of iced
Thirsty.
coffee, and I'm gonna hold it in until I get.
Aiden texted me. He went back into the courthouse and
Oh.
he's saying that outside people are ready to explode. Like the crowd
Yeah.
outside is.
Yeah, it's like a
is-
pressure cooker.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So
That's what
Aiden
he's
did go
saying.
back into the courthouse, so he's not joining.
No,
Okay.
no. Yeah, I caught his text too late. That's my bad.
Oh, no worries.
But yeah, and
I love Lola.
and
Is he
then
saying
some-
anything's happening?
Someone else told me who's reliable said that they're heading back into the courthouse, but they don't know if this means a verdict or not. I just don't want to say who it was in case they're wrong. Then I want them to look stupid. So
But we totally want to know if they're wrong, so we can call them.
Melanie.
No, it's us. It's a collective effort. I hear they're beefing up security all
What?
outside the courthouse, and maybe they
All right.
heard me this morning saying, "Could somebody give Karen some security walking out of there, and maybe keep the reporters away from her,
Yes.
so that she can get to her car safely? Because safety first, folks. Doesn't mean anything other than they're beefing up security." Is
There
what it
are
means.
times, by the way, if they go heavy security, I mean, really heavier than usual, that's usually verdict. I mean, you've seen it in cases when you represent people, there's 3 or 4 court officers, you come back and there's a note, and the next thing you know, there's like 15 court officers around the defense table. Or, I mean, I had one case where they had the whole aisle up and down when I was a prosecutor. You know, if they're going heavy security, like really heavy, that usually is a tell for a verdict, as opposed to
or they're just coming after Auntie Deb, as they should.
well, that definitely is the next possibility. Absolutely.
Yeah. Drink up.
Yeah.
Drink up.
Aiden says that the registry steps are packed. He took a picture from the courthouse. Let's see if I can hold that up. I don't know.
I'm Matt McCabe right now.
That's from the courthouse, and that is a view of the registry of deed steps, and it's packed.
Wow.
This could, let's not, I would think maybe, wouldn't that be something though, if the jury was like, okay, let's just go over it one more time after lunch, boppity beep bop, and we'll wrap it up at the end of the day. Like, that's the way to, I think that's something that they could have maybe come together as a group to think that was a proper, get it done. We'll go over it one more time together.
Yeah, and they want to do it right at the end of the day so that they can, I guess after the verdict is read, do they go get on the jury bus? Yeah, I guess so, because don't they park their cars like off campus somewhere?
Mm-hmm.
Off campus, away from Rydell High.
Rydell High, or like, what was the movie with Sean Penn ordering a pizza into the classroom? What was the name of that high school?
Times.
Fast Time. Ridgemont High. It was Ridgemont High.
Oh, yes. Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Having some food.
Sweet Valley High. Sorry.
Okay, we're never all 5 speechless at the same time, so keep talking.
I'm very, very anxious. I have an elephant sitting on my chest, so I'm not well.
Get
I'm
Nagel
sorry.
off.
Yeah.
I'm having a Matt McCabe and cheese, and after this, I'm relapsing and doing peg stands.
Golly.
Oh, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. I think I might need to absolutely have a beveragino today. I am.
I'll allow it.
Yes. Earned.
So no verdict is what I'm getting from a source right now.
We don't trust
Okay.
I don't trust any of my sources.
Well, that's probably going to cancel my evening appearance for the second night in a row if there's no verdict. I keep getting asked to discuss a verdict, but they keep having no verdict. So we'll see.
Jojo, come on.
I got nothing. Kimmy, what you got?
I have nothing. It's 3:32. We still got another 20 minutes. We don't know. They have to be back there at 4:00. So let's just keep the faith as we always do.
I hear there's a watch party at the VFW hall. So everyone wave hello, because they're watching us. Hi.
Oh.
Carmen knows your address.
Do a peg stand for me.
Oh man.
They did have a lot. It was an interview that they did on Court TV from the VFW, right?
I don't know.
Who are we talking? Are we talking about what am I missing?
We're talking about,
The O'Keefes.
Oh.
right. The side of the McCabe's and Alberts. So there's that.
If they're interested, they're gonna watch. They gotta watch somebody. They might as well watch Melanie, right?
Well,
That's channel to watch.
His name does it. Kevin does it.
It's funny to watch them just give up too. I've been noticing that. It's been priceless, really. The F around and find out lady posting the video of her just dancing to a speaker box, a Bluetooth speaker box, like, oh, I know you guys want a Karen Reed you want to hear what I think about Karen Reed, but nope. I'm just in my feels right now.
She's a
Like
pack of Newports personified.
she is. Yeah.
Well,
She,
if this doesn't say it all, 2 hours ago, Mama Llama tweeted, and you guys are probably all blocked, so you don't even get to see this. In my opinion, not a good question earlier. Prepare for Karen Reed to walk, as if y'all didn't already know. Massachusetts is full of lunatics. So there you go. I think that's hanging up the towel. That is Jennifer McCabe's self-proclaimed best friend, if you guys don't know.
yeah, she's
Lucky
also
her.
an idiot.
I mean, I give her credit for recognizing the note was what it was and not being delusional in the first part of the tweet, and now turning and blaming it on all the Massachusetts wackos. You know, I mean, that doesn't really move the ball forward either. But I mean, honestly, whatever. These people can say whatever they want. They're entitled.
There are some wackos here.
Well, there's a lot. I mean, I don't know what her deal is in particular. I don't really care. But you know, they're watching.
Llama or Jen?
Llama, whoever.
Llama.
That's
I don't know who that is.
I think that's Jen's friend, I believe, but I don't know anything about her really.
Idiot. She's an idiot. Like, and I mean, I love these people so much because they love to just like, and they all have this hatred for Aiden Turtle Boy in common. And I love the irony that he sat in jail for 2 months for their right to spread lies and talk poorly about him. I think it's really hilarious. Nobody, you could always tell, like, there's this visceral aspect to a lot of these people. I noticed this earlier today too. Like, we don't see memes on Twitter of Peggy O'Keefe and anything like that, but the disgusting memes that they're making about Bill and Janet Reed and you know, Nathan, it's just disgusting. But you don't see this type of behavior for people about when it comes to you know, the O'Keefe family, except for Paul. I mean, but he kind of did that to himself.
I may or may not have remixed a Lil' Kim song to Peggy O'Keefe interacting with Hank Brennan. So that's not entirely true. Sorry.
They're saying the defense is back outside. Okay, so they're coming in. They were going to be dismissed at 4. It doesn't mean there's a verdict or anything.
Yeah, don't
All it means is that the team got back in time because they didn't want to get yelled at for being late again. Right? Because she did shade them for being late. You were late. You were 10 minutes late.
Yeah, my source is as reliable as Melanie's. Put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so I don't think there's a verdict yet.
But we will see.
Oh, I'm gonna start swearing again, and I don't like that. I don't like this. I don't understand I don't get it. We already got the answers to the 3 questions. Go watch the clips. I don't get where we're not able to just do this, just get it done.
Here's the thing also is that, remember, last year, they were out for 27 hours total before it was finally called a mistrial. We're only at 14 hours, and the jury has not yet said they're hung. And remember, once they say they're hung, they have to say it like 3 is the magic number, like 3 times before she reads them that Tui Rodriguez charge or a dynamite charge or Allen charge in other jurisdictions. And so there's still that. You know, she wouldn't call a mistrial today. She would still tell them to go back. It's only 14 hours.
Right.
And if last year is any indication, they went 27 hours.
And it's not true for Paul math either. You know, the very little bit of evidence that Brennan presented versus the tons of exculpatory evidence that the defense presented. I mean, just even in their cross of the prosecution's own witnesses, you're looking at it's a good thing for Karen. Ultimately, it's a good thing for Karen that it's taking this long, because that means that the jury is looking at everything and they're doing so objectively and they're doing so responsibly. That's refreshing to me that they're taking more than a day or 2 to review everything in a in a trial that lasted what, 2 months?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, to me, it's I'm nowhere near
Young jerks outside the courthouse.
I'm nowhere near panic mode when it comes to how long this is taking.
There's no reason to panic. It's not that abnormal. I mean, is it a longer deliberation? It's getting there, but it's a 2-month trial. It's a murder case, ton of stuff going on. It's not, there's no reason to panic, especially from the notes earlier today, which were entirely favorable.
Agreed.
I like how you kind of like told everyone what was up yesterday, Mark. You were like, this is normal, okay? It's been a day. Can you guys relax and have a nice Malbec, have a nice glass of vin?
Go have a Malbec and relax. Yeah. I mean,
I know a guy.
You need a toe? I'll get you a green toe, dude.
It's going to be hot as balls on Thursday. Does everyone know this? I was watching the weather.
But Thursday is a day off. It's a court holiday.
Oh, yep. I think but it's going to be a very hot end of the week, like very, very hot and humid, hazy, hot, humid. Let's get this done tomorrow.
The 3 H's. They should have the
orders.
weatherman come back that day and just be on the courthouse steps, like telling everyone about the weather. I mean, they paid him enough
Absolutely.
money, don't you think? Shout
They
out to
did.
Young Jerks, who is live streaming this from outside the courthouse. This was a little bit
JD
earlier.
says I'm annoying. I know, JD. I know, hon. No. Try living with yourself. Try living with me. Okay. It's not easy.
I don't
Ice
know if we
cream
missed them
trucks.
walking in, but there's the crowd. Crowd's getting restless.
Yeah, man. Like, that's a beautiful sight, though.
Isn't it?
I'll tell you. I adore every single one of those people.
Hey,
Me
Jennifer.
too.
Hey, Jennifer. I know you're in
Hello.
here causing trouble. You're going to Block Island. It is really. Can somebody look up the weather on Block Island today? I'm on my last nerve here.
Sunny and
Jennifer.
75.
Jennifer, babe, GFY. Thanks for coming in and spamming the chat. But have a nice trip to Block Island. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Your screenshot of court is 6 minutes behind. You're welcome. All the best with a little winky face. This is what they
bye.
do. Like, this
Goodbye.
is the best that you have is to come in and try and get me to believe that I'm 6 minutes behind when I'm on real time because time drifts.
You might be a few minutes behind though on this.
Look,
Yeah, Jenny from the Block Island.
we're on
See
real
ya.
time.
Oh,
At
yeah,
Law and
we're in real
Crime.
time, Jenny. How dare you gaslight me?
Jenny.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
Yeah, so
No one
source
likes
telling me
Bye,
source
girl,
telling me
bye.
that there's no verdict, just that they had to be back by 3:45. So that's why they went back to the courtroom, because they had to be back by 3:45.
See
We're just here
everyone at 7
waiting on the world to
a.m.
change.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
John
Waiting on the
Mayer.
world to change. Yeah, they would tell them that there's a verdict, of course, right? They would tell them there's a verdict, come back. They're not going to surprise the attorneys, right?
Yeah,
No, they have to
right.
file a note, and they would tell the attorneys it's a verdict, and it would leak out, and everyone would know it's a verdict. That's just the nature of how it works. You're not going to get a shock verdict. Nobody knew it was a verdict. That never happens.
Yeah.
We come back and do it again tomorrow. If that's what it is, because they're sending the jury home at 4. We know that. And we know she shaded the defense team for being late when they really weren't late, because she said you're 10 minutes late at 1:37, and she was the one who took her time getting on the bench. And it's 3:42. So.
Oh, I just got a text from my friend Annie. She says to tell you hi. Melanie Little.
I told her I'm coming to her
Annie.
show. She's going on tour. She's coming to New York.
She didn't say hi to you, Kim.
She's gonna be in Boston again. I was thinking of going back to Boston for her show there.
I think she's going to Nashville too, right?
Maybe.
Annie's perfect.
She has
Yeah.
been. She just came to Nashville, I think. But
I just got a text from Jake. He said hi to Jimmy.
Hey, Jake.
Jake from State Farm.
And tell Jake that I'll be in Nashville.
Is it Jake from State Farm?
Oh my God, Jake from the drive-thru, the guy we saw at the drive-thru. We were at Burger King. We made up like our own like romantic
from the
life with this man we saw at the
drive-thru.
drive-thru. Oh,
That was hilarious.
oh, he was cute. Sorry, I don't care.
Oh, somebody says my son says that Guzma is the bully of all the Pokemon characters. That's hilarious, Barbara.
Makes
Thank
sense.
you. That is hilarious, and it does make sense, doesn't it? We had a running joke that Rescue Randy's girlfriend was named Debris Field. So Debris Field and Rescue Randy are a thing.
Rescue Randy is dating Sally Port.
Oh.
Oh, well, it's a throuple.
And Sally Port just broke up with Sue Pine.
It's polygamy.
Oh.
Hey, there's a new baby video if you want.
Yeah.
I feel like the second I break away from this fan, they're gonna come in. You
How's
know?
the baby video? They have some good new ones.
Let me here. I'm gonna download it and then I'm gonna send it to Melanie.
Wait, is it on? What's it on? Because I'll just find it and play the source. Is it on YouTube?
It's
Or is
on
it on
Twitter.
TikTok?
It's on Twitter.
Who posted it?
Allegedly.
The source, Karen Retrial AI.
Yeah. Just look that. It's the same creator. So
okay.
Yeah, they just dropped it.
I got asked to go to Dedham.
I'm looking at a
for
baby
Wednesday.
Betero right now, and
Oh,
it's hilarious.
Because she made it for she or he. I'm not sure if the creator
they?
is a man
I
or a
don't know
woman.
either.
They,
but-
them.
I think it's someone we know. They pretend like they don't know, but I feel like it's someone we know.
Wait, hold on.
It's me.
It's Betero, dude. We knew it.
I know how to use the first
Mr. Bettero.
Are you
I
ready?
first thing I had to do anything on the internet. It's definitely not me.
Here it is. I guess it's in honor of us. Here we go. And voila.
This trial and say what it's just
But
like.
that's not the beginning. Hold on. Your chat. Oh, that because I'm the first
Ooh.
channel, but you know, life's a bitch, and so am I. And Carmen knows your address.
Yes, we're 5 strong, powerful women, and you can't.
Listen, this is why people watch this trial and say what it's just off. Something is completely off.
The glasses
with how
are
they're
off.
doing this, and that's why many people think it's a national embarrassment. And there's so much. I mean, you just watch this and you can't look away. Whether you are a trial watcher or a lawyer, whoever. I mean, you'll never see anything like this again. It's just so bizarre. There's so much mismanagement in just deliberations. I mean,
I like green pants.
Brennan's nasal polyps. I just want to hear.
I am
Leslie
captivated.
one last time. After Karen is acquitted, Miss Reed, you are all set.
If it's a not guilty verdict, it's a choose your own adventure book. What is going on?
Santa.
You know, is it going to be like the last trial? And you know they're talking about that. You know they know about it. It's impossible that they don't know. Like, holy shit, this is happening again.
We are disgraced, and
Yes.
we've opened our mouths, and we have stood tall. Okay, and those are things that there have been many a folk that have wanted us to shut up and not have our opinion.
Right.
And the reality is, if that influences them or certain jurors to make a decision one way or the other on the OUI, that's not justice at all. If that's what makes them vote not guilty or guilty on that count, just to avoid this, they ought to be voting on the evidence and the evidence only.
The head of hair.
And this has been twisted into a complete convoluted mess in
This
the
is
exact
great.
same way the first case was. And it's as if they
Vocabulary.
learned nothing, it did nothing right after the first trial to correct it. And it comes back to one person. And she's sitting in the black robe.
Every
That's it.
American following this case right now should be infuriated with what they're
Yes.
seeing. Every American following this case right now should be infuriated. This should not happen in the United States of America.
Which is not justice. A jury should never be thinking about, I'm afraid if I do this, this is what will happen. That's not an evidentiary fact-finding trip that they're supposed to be doing.
It's all from
and
today.
At this point, you don't know what the hell the jury is doing or why they're doing it. And you're officially in crazy town with this. You don't know what's going on. The jury doesn't understand. The lawyers don't understand. And the DA says, Judge, whatever you decide, I'm cool with. That's where we are.
Feeling positive about this jury. I like that foreman. Saw him with my own eyes.
Oh.
Okay. Saw him with my own eyes. He's a big man. He's a big man with dreadlocks and chains. We will
Oh my
stand up
God.
for justice.
He says to start in court.
Wow. Please go follow Karen
Oh,
Retrial.ai on all of the socials. He or
Amazing.
she needed to get to 10,000 subs to
Oh.
monetize on TikTok. And so one day
Yes.
I shouted them out and I was like, this is amazing. You guys have to see this. And they're well over 10,000 now. So thanks to all of you guys who went and followed as such Karen Retrial. And talk about the speed in which that was put together. Kimmy, you just came on and that was all from today.
Yeah.
Everything that was said was all from today. So think about how fast that was done.
Thank you so much. That is incredible. And that
love it.
part at the end with the jury foreman is the funniest that she put him in there.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
I'm just glad to be included. Thank you.
Oh, I love it so much. So
Yeah.
it's at KarenRetrial.ai on YouTube, Twitter, TikTok. Thank you. That was adorable. I love it.
was
I
cute.
love the
It was-
babies.
I love
The company I was put
Okay,
in.
here we
is
go.
an
Here we go.
honor.
They're back.
It's an honor.
We're back.
Okay.
All right.
Wait, it's okay. Yeah.
Jury's back.
Boo, you suck.
Don't make me mute you. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, 1444. I like that.
It's all about the force today. We had looked it up earlier, the repeating force. Angel numbers.
That means structure. She looks happy.
Put us back in session in 80.
Come on. Come on.
All right, jurors, I know you want to go home. So it's been a long day for everybody. I have to give you those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Do not do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. Be careful with your social media use. We know you've all been working really hard and we appreciate it. So please just clear your heads. Don't think about this case at all as best you can. We'll see you tomorrow morning when everybody's fresh to start again. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors following.
Yay. I'll switch. Day 36.
Yeah, because they're still trying to figure out what the hell to make of that verdict form.
Right.
Oh.
This lady. You gonna smell your pits again or what?
She put that thing on Facebook too. That was weird.
Oh, the defense team has to be wanting to. Who's Tori?
Thank you. Court is adjourned.
We'll see everybody tomorrow. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Yeah, another dud.
Well, they never
Where's Kim?
came back.
Where's Kim?
Bye,
Where'd
Kim.
Kim go?
So I wouldn't, again, read too much into this. It sucks. It's not over. But, the judge answered the question. You know that person.
The phone was nothing. He said, "You gotta see them read the paper and do the makeup."
Wait, hold on. They're gonna show out. Do you want to see outside? We'll just put it up in the background. I don't know where Kim went. She just jumped.
Oh,
ship.
she's done that to me before. Oh,
Oh.
we're done.
I think she might have just jumped off. Maybe she started her own show. I don't know.
I wanted to do a series, but he gets.
All right, we'll just keep this in the background. If you guys got to go, obviously, I've been kept you here way too long. But there's Vinny up there on the courthouse steps.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming.
I need to go hold. I need to go hold Josephine.
Go.
Just for emotional whatevers.
Vinny
guys
has
tom-
managed to keep me liking him. I don't know how
Yeah,
he's done it,
I like him.
but I
Why
still
not?
like Vinny.
Yeah. I mean, he's fine.
Listen, he's got an
dying.
employer. He really can't speak the truth or what he really feels, or he'll get fired. You have to, we are all our own employers. We can say whatever the hell we want on our channels. He can't.
See you guys
But I
tomorrow
think he
morning at
knows. I
7.
think he gets it.
Yeah, that's why I don't hold it
Good
against
night.
him.
Good night,
but-
Jimmy. Thank you for coming. Everyone
See you
watch
tomorrow.
Jimmy's show tomorrow at 7 a.m. and go sub up to Annie Deb on YouTube. He's got a great morning show, 7 a.m. pre-trial, pre-court, all the funny
7
stuff.
a.m. Wow.
Yeah, supposed to do 7 to 9. We talk about you a lot, Mark.
Well, I know the opening. I appreciate the Squirty Bellows, and we went over that. That was
Homos,
quite-
heteros, Mark Betteros.
Right. Yeah,
Ladies,
no,
fellows, Scorty Bellows. Love you guys. Bye.
See you later.
Later.
It's a lot of people out there.
Love that dude.
I know he's the best.
Very creative.
Well, what is there to say other than
they got a note, right? She answered it, and they went back and deliberated and don't have a verdict. It's 2 full days. The note was favorable for the defense. The confusion's not so good, obviously, but even the confusion was, we're kind of stuck deliberating a misdemeanor. So I think, a little big picture perspective is probably a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this Pank.
He's wearing a 3-piece suit.
Guy's a weasel. Guy's a rat. A mob goon. Hired mob goon.
That's a lovely shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we move the camera. We don't need to see the roots. Yeah. There goes the family. All right. Well,
Leaving at 4 is a full day for the judge in this case. Jury's only been out for 14 hours, 45 minutes total. Last year it was 27 hours, so at least we got that going for us.
they haven't given any indication that they're deadlocked or that they're struggling or at wit's end. They've asked a couple of substantive notes and they asked a clarification on the jury slip. Other than that, I don't remember the exact details, but I think by last year you had already started with the we can't reach a verdict stuff, hadn't you?
Pretty sure. You were here with me. Both of you at
I
some
just
point. I'm asking the
blocked
Magic 8 Ball.
I
Are they
don't
going to come back
remember.
with a verdict tomorrow, Magic 8 Ball?
I think so. I mean, I thought
It says,
actually
pretty hazy, try again.
oh,
Magic 8 Ball, Magic 8 Ball. Will the jury
Magic
come back
8
tomorrow with a verdict?
Magic 8 Balls is
My
big
sources
verdict
say
slip.
no. I don't know. The Magic 8 Ball is like 0 for 3. So now it's 0 for 4. For the love of the traveling Mary. I don't know. Nobody's going to talk, I don't think, as they come out because they're gagged and Karen's probably been told to not say anything.
Magic 8 Ball is going to be like, please go to the next page.
All right. I don't want to keep you guys here forever. And I got a bunch of super chats to get through and questions and comments and concerns. So Mark, I'm sure you have things to do. Will, you're welcome. Whatever you want to do is fine with me.
all right. Well, we'll see what happens tomorrow. In any event, have a good one.
We'll see. You all have an open invitation. Love you both with all of my heart.
Bye.
Bye, Mark. Mark, are you appearing somewhere tonight where people should go find you?
Nurse Kim's, right?
Yeah, aren't you going to Nurse Kim at 5:30 or sometime today? I don't know.
Supposed to.
Okay.
We'll have to wait and see. She kind of jetted out of here pretty quick. So we'll have to see what happens. I don't know. I just work here. I'm not management.
I'm going to DoorDash you some ice cream for your kids.
I'm assuming yes. But anyway, tomorrow's another day. There's no reason for people to get all freaked out.
No.
I agree.
No reason at all.
I
We gotta
like
keep
I
the
said,
faith.
I think we're still at the point where taking a while is a good thing.
Yeah.
It's good for Karen, I think.
I think so too.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank you for
having me,
coming, you
Melanie.
guys. I love you with all of my heart. And I'll
Love
see you
you
real
too.
soon.
Bye.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Wasn't that fun, you guys? Wasn't that so fun? All right, we have lots of questions. And yeah, they're not done. Maybe tomorrow we'll get a verdict. No reason to get freaked out. Just last year it was 27 hours. And it is our collective opinion that they're hung on only the drunk driving charge. And perhaps there are some people who just won't give up. They won't give up the ship. They're like, we cannot find Karen Reed guilty of anything, not even drunk driving. And so there's that. So we come back tomorrow, we do it again, and we know that there's a day off on Friday. Thursday is a court holiday. Friday was supposed to be a day off, but a lot of people are reporting and saying that it's not going to be a day off. So I'm not quite sure And I do not think we're going to get, so Mark Bettero has this rule that we can't like read super chats while he's on. So they've really backed up. I don't know that I'm going to be able to get to them all, and I'm going to apologize in advance and personally thank as many as I can. But don't get upset. Don't get upset. We're coming back tomorrow. We're doing it all again. And that's what we do here. Mrs. Parks is in the house. Thanks for your very generous 50. All the best on my favorite faces on the screen. What's the over under on when Kim will curse? Wait, she just did. Bet over. Thank you, Mrs. Parks, for being a very kind and generous benefactor of the channel. I really, really think, and you guys can tell me what you think, that they're hung on the drunk driving and that's it. And they just can't agree. Tomorrow, maybe they will. Valoma, thanks for the 50. You've been an amazing host, round 1 and 2. Thankful for your channel. Time for Karen Reed to live her life again. Free Karen Reed. Well, no verdict today. No verdict today. And it's got to be, it's so exhausting for the lawyers, for Karen, for the families. So exhausting. Here they come. They're coming out. Let me put this bigger.
Jump in the back. Was I any you guys right?
I mean, at least there's room for her to move today. Thank God somebody was listening this morning when I was screaming about how dangerous it was yesterday when she was trying to get out of there. Thank you, Brian M., for your $200 super chat. Manifesting a full acquittal and Mel Pop and champagne on stream. Not today. Free Karen Reed. P.S. I'd buy a Crip Ring Cancun t-shirt. That's awesome. I hear helicopters. Do you guys hear the helicopters? There's no verdict today. The jury's been sent home for the day. No verdict. People have said there's lots of helicopters out there.
I think they shut her down.
If they hang on the OUI, they retry her. They decide to retry her on the entire manslaughter charge. That is correct. There is no partial verdicts in Massachusetts. So it would be better if they came to a decision on the OUI. Will Newman, thanks for your 20. And that's it. They're done. Stick a fork in them. Court TV is done. They're all done. That baby AI video was so freaking cute. So freaking cute. And to think that that creator did that today while we were all on the stream together is amazing. That's amazingly fast work. You're hired. For what? I don't know, but I will hire you. And so will anybody else. You're going to get a lot of work from all of the Lord's work that you've been doing on this case. So, Robbie, it's astoundingly ridiculous that Bev is okay with letting the jurors remain confused about what to do. That is not a fair trial. No, it's not. A lot of people are pointing that out. A lot of people feel that way. A lot of people think the fix is in. I've been looking at your super chats as they've been going by, and you guys are not happy. And I hear you and I feel you. But I want to tell you, it's only been 14 hours. It hasn't even been 15 hours. And the jury has not yet said we are hung. They haven't said it. And if you were here for season 1, they had to say it 3 times or at least twice before she actually called a mistrial and gave them an Allen charge or like a last clear chance charge or a please you can do it charge. Like a go get them. You guys are the only guys who can do it. Brian, thanks for your 50. This whole case boils down to frat boy police work in the most immature manner. Red Solo cups, more butt dials than a 10 80-year-old men and a frat party house. I agree with you. I 100% agree with you. The world sees it now. Tell me if you see it now. If you didn't see it the first time, thank you, Brian. Operating equipment, you were operating equipment. I hope when I said something that might have been funny, you didn't get injured. And please, if you can't sue me if you did. Somebody spit out their drink at one point earlier today when I said something. Thanks, Edwina. And Bev resents AJ because he's better at law than she is. He already contested the confusion of the verdict slip, was angrily denied. And voila. Voila. Yeah, ice cream truck special. Maybe tell the jurors that the clips are just a part of what she said. Right. Those were taken out of context, the clips. There were longer interviews behind them. Some of them were actually contained within miniseries, but no, she didn't want to do that. And we're still here, but with no further. Yeah, do not besmirch our guests. Permission to time them out, Jess, if that's happening. Who would do that? Who would besmirch the guests? We don't do that here. A lot of trolls out today. They're getting nervous. They're really getting nervous. I mean, you can see it. You can see the desperation. Josie, jurors are considering no accident, no collision. That's why the question came in about OUI 1245 or 5. That's what I thought too. There was no collision at 1245. Yep. Read between the lines. And if so, no OUI either. Faith up. Thank you, Josie. Everybody needs to be talked off the ledge because we're good. It's okay. Gail Brennan, on the OUI charge, where's the evidence that she was drunk at 5 a.m. or 3 a.m.? Please explain. There's none. Unless you believe the evidence. Some people may point to the fact that Karen admitted to drinking in those clips. Some people may point to the testimony of the people who did the extrapolation junk science, in my opinion, and that's the evidence. I don't think so. But that may be what some people are feeling. Blood wouldn't have been drawn for evaluation by police for intoxication. The value exists because law enforcement piggybacked onto the medical record for mental condition. Yep. Many people think that she was sectioned just for that sole purpose. But even the witnesses testified that that extrapolation could not have been used, should not be used in court, and that's not what it's for. And they don't do that. Denise says, my husband told me he's been arguing online with DePetro for years about various issues. That's funny. Thank you, Joni, for your very kind compliment. I'll take it. I'll allow it. Nurse Joyce, my friend and I gave out pink cupcakes Friday, and yesterday we called ourselves a cupcake invasion. I love that. I love that. That's so awesome. Magical Michelina. Or Michelina, I live on the South Shore in Massachusetts. The corruption is real here. Very scary. If an accident doesn't fit, you must acquit. Free Karen Reed. Thanks for your super chat. Ashley says, I'm at my kids' vacation Bible school and had to tell them I'll be right back. Girl with sunglasses is on. Love ya. Yeah, that was from earlier today. And I'm sure now the feed is incredibly terrible, but we also need to wrap because it's been over 7 hours and I want to read some of your questions. And we all got to rest up for tomorrow. Kate says, I'm on the West Coast and so thankful for you making us feel part of the activities in Dedham. I thought Girl with Sunglasses was great this morning. She was our boots on the ground and she went around and talked to people. There were some audio issues, but she didn't even get Vinny. She got Vinny on for us. So that's freaking amazing, right? Go follow her on all the socials as well as the Glare, Mark Betterow. I'll put all their channels in chat. Mark Betterow doesn't have a channel. Auntie Deb has a channel. Nurse Kim has a channel. Glare has a channel. But we're keeping the faith. Unpopular opinion. I'm Free Karen Reed, by the way. Some Free Karen Reed creators are in their pick-me main character mode for who is closest to Karen Reed or the defense. I don't care if you're flexing with the defense. Stay on message about the trial. I do what I do behind the scenes and I don't talk about it. But I can imagine who you're talking about. And I don't think it was Will, but I don't know. Lola the Good Dog said, I really hope Karen Reed has someone keeping an eye on the Three Musketeers, Yuri, Telling, and Fanning to ensure that they are staying away from the jurors. Didn't like Yuri lurking about on Friday. I know, me neither. I didn't like it either. We had a proposal on the stream today. We had a proposal. I put the super chat up for Justin and he proposed to his girlfriend. And Auntie Deb was here and said that Auntie Deb is allowed to marry people here in Massachusetts and we'll do that for you. Shout out to my new friends from the buffer zone. Robin, who's playing you in her salon, and Tracy, love being there with you ladies. Thank you, Obsessed with the Truth. Leggy said, even if Karen did hit John, the state has not proven anything. My wife, who only watched this trial, agrees that they must find not guilty because they haven't proven anything. It's true. It's true. There's a link to memberships in the show notes. Thank you, Kyle, so very much for calling me gorgeous. So much the Yankee thing doesn't even bother me. Here's a 20 to salve the insult. Oh, it's okay. It doesn't bother me. I just think people should be called out. These disgusting trolls who wait 24 hours to just come on here and insult me. Like, thank you, though. Texas Prime, my 6-year-old grandson just said I'm having a relationship with Miss Melanie's hair. I think he learned a new phrase in kindergarten this past year. He has such a sweet and cute crush on you. Oh, I love that, Texas Prime. I'll allow it. That's so cute. So cute. Good morning, Gigi. That was early. Not guilty. Much love and prayers to the Reed family. They need it. They need it. Everyone, please, please, please pray for the Reed family. Do you think it'd be a good idea to start a GoFundMe for Karen and for a couple of armed security guards, or should this end today? I've been told Karen doesn't like security and she doesn't want it, but I think that I know Rescue Randy's compound fracture. This was from much earlier today when we looked at that video, and we saw what happened today, and they were much better outside the courthouse. And so if you would like to donate to the defense team, the link, to Karen Reed's defense costs, the link is below in the show notes as well. KYMI says, my oldest granddaughter's at the Cleveland Clinic giving birth to my second grandchild today, a baby boy, feeling lucky. It's a perfect day to free some Karen Reeds. Well, that was 10:01 a.m. Is the baby here? Congratulations on your new grandchild. Randy is no dummy. I pray the foreman is not a bully, like Ronnie Bowtie insinuated the last one was. His interview with Turtle Boy was quite revealing. Morning, Laura Murphy. Thank you so very much. We didn't get a verdict today. We did not get a verdict today. Look at this, Kate, Kentucky. Karen says, Mel, after 22 years as a corrections officer, I heard lots of comments when they couldn't be identified. These trolls are just cell warriors. Oh, are they allowed to watch YouTube in prison? That would make total sense, wouldn't it? Saitai said, Mel, I was in this buffer zone on Friday. It was just Karen and her lawyers and the media in front of them walking backwards. Yeah, we watched it. It was scary. It was scary. And you were across the street. It was scary. They were in the buffer zone watching today, this morning, when Girl with Sunglasses was going around. Everyone had us on. TG said in AJ's close, he highlighted that Officer Dever changed her testimony to a false memory after meeting with the Boston Police Commissioner. Dear Boston media, this is corruption to investigate. That would be journalism, right? Why has nobody ever questioned Michael Morrissey about the shenanigans, tomfoolery, and ballyhoo that has gone on here? Nobody has ever questioned Michael Morrissey that I've seen. If anybody can point me to mainstream media doing an interview with Michael Morrissey or even trying to ask a question, please point me in the direction. Arthur said, okay, so last week when I went for my weekend drill, I talked to a soldier buddy who works at the FBI building in Boston. All he could tell me is that this investigation is not over and takes them years to build a case like this. Thank you, Arthur Burak, for coming in here and for your service and for also being one of the many mail carriers that watches this show. So there you go. There you go. Coming from our friend Arthur, who's always in here and is an amazing contributor to the channel. EKG, thanks for your 20. Interested in a woman in the crowd yesterday, 8 years in prison in Hamilton County. Yes, we saw that. We saw her. We picked up on that. She was 8 years in prison in Ohio, right? And she got out, and she surprisingly, she didn't have a beef. She did not have a beef. Hope someone can find her and ask real questions. Yeah, she was like, yeah, I'm cool with it. Because I think it was Vinny that was interviewing her. And he said something like, do you hold a grudge against the judicial system? And she was like, no, I don't, which I was shocked about. Karen says, have you ever run into Emily Baker at a Dave Matthews conference? She's a huge fan also. Nope, I never have. Thanks, Karen, for asking. Mama Bess, thank you for tuning in from Australia. Our perfect, I don't have time to go over this today, sweetheart. I'm sorry. Partial verdicts are, here's the difference. Here's what a partial verdict is, okay? I think people are getting confused about this. Partial verdicts have to do with all of the lesser included charges. So for example, they can come up with a verdict on count 1 and a verdict on count 3, but they have to report it as such. They cannot hang on the lesser included on count 2 only. If they hang on a lesser included on count 2 and it's a mistrial, they can try, the Commonwealth can try the entire manslaughter charge again. That's what they mean by partial verdicts. There's confusion about that. I know. I hope that explained it a little bit better for you. Julianne, thank you so much. Oh, I didn't even plan that. The blouse coordinating with the background. Thank you for tuning in from Massachusetts. Big Massachusetts audience. Not guilty, sorry, not sorry, says the number 4044, seen as an angel number, signifies encouragement, protection, and a message from your angels that you are on the right path. It suggests your angels are working behind the scenes. Yeah, I shouted that out earlier when we were at something like 40,444 viewers. I said, somebody look it up. Key to key. The jury is probably weighing Karen's statement about how many drinks she had. They are leaning guilty towards the OUI or the lesser charge. This is what I thought too. Those interviews are an unforced error. Agreed. Heidi asked, Denise asked, what's the highest number you ever had watching at one time? That was today. That was at today. We were well over 50,000, something like 52,000. My mods probably hate me, but you guys did an amazing job today. I know it's hard. I tried to slow down the chat as best we could. Thank you. Thank you so much for your compliment. Offense number 2, 5 charge is OUI without a motor vehicle accident. OUI without an accident. So it's a way to find her guilty of something if they don't think there was a car accident. So thank you, lawyer 2, for that super chat. Can the jury vote guilty of murder and guilty of OUI? Well, she's charged with 3 counts. Yeah, so they have to decide each one individually. But they can't really, yes. So the answer is yes, because there's 3 separate verdict sheets. And the OUI is on count 2, and the murder in the second degree is count 1. So technically, yes. Oh, look at Chastity. I said, I've never done a super chat before, but I want to say I just adore you so much. Loving you hot for good people and so much passion for the truth from Austin, Texas. Thank you so much. Songbits Laura said, I'm so glad I found your channel this trial. Thanks for all your hard work. Thanks again to whomever gifted me my membership. That's awesome. Thank you. KW Dread said, did you catch that the jurors called her Karen instead of the defendant or Ms. Reed? Praying for her to be vindicated today. No. Was that in one of the notes that they said Karen? I'll have to go back and watch that later. Clay's godmother is here. You stole my heart, Melly. Thanks for being you. Thanks, Tammy. Well, Nixon said if Marcy has any shred of decency, he will resign effective immediately when the not guilties come in. I mean, great point, but you think that would ever happen, you guys? I don't think so. Leanne said, all recent conversations with my husband start with Melanie said. That's amazing. That's amazing. Should we make a shirt? Melanie said, I like it. Oh, today's my birthday, Coffee Girl's birthday. Happy birthday, Coffee Girl. Sorry you didn't get the not guilty for your birthday. I'm so sorry. Randy got his bachelor's in 4 years. Says, I was outside the courthouse yesterday and so many had you on and we were talking about how much we love you. Oh, that is so sweet. Thank you, Lisa Marie. Imagine if the fan just fell down. Well done, Hannah. Shout out to the best mom, Maureen Kelly from Too Funny Shorts. All the coworkers are listening, as is Maureen Kelly. You just doxed your mama. Oh, here it is. For those of you who missed this earlier, we put this on. It was just in England. Said, Mel, my girlfriend and I watch every day. Free Karen Reed. She would love being proposed to through your channel. Can you ask her to please stand up? She's the love of my life, has given me everything I could dream of in a partner. We put it up, and apparently she said yes. She said yes. Congratulations to Justin and his new fiance. Boston JD said, I moved that today becomes a Massachusetts holiday. Free Karen Reed Day. Well, maybe tomorrow. We'll be here for it. This is like the song that never ends. It just goes on and on, my friends. Remember that one? Dolly said, this case is the only distinction I have right now. My partner died May 17th. Oh, I'm so sorry. Feels like a nice group here. Yeah, we are a nice group here, but I'm so sorry for your loss, Dolly. And the only thing that I can think I have to say to you is that heaven just got a whole lot more awesome. And I send my deepest sympathies to you. Christine said, sweet baby, Jesus, stop the madness. She's making it worse. She doesn't even know what she's saying. Talking about the judge. I know. Jenny said, I so miss Auntie Deb with his wig. We need another short. We do. And I think we all were expecting a verdict today. And so we tried to stay on task. But it was fun, wasn't it? Wasn't it a fun day? Deleted comment queen says, I listen to Game is Whack by Auntie Deb several times a day at this point. Song about Higgy and Karen Reed's text. It's so good. Thank you for repping Auntie D. Melanie, your game is always on point. Love you both lots. That's awesome. I'm so glad. Hi, Grace. Hank's going to be sweating his L'Oreal Root touch-up at the post-verdict press conference a la Rudy Giuliani. That's hilarious. And yeah, apparently Jimmy said he pulled up next to Hank Brennan yesterday and said perhaps that might be the case. Maybe a little spray paint going on the bald spot. I mean, you saw it in person. Chief Cherie said, you guys whispering cracked me up. Toffee girl loves watching from the UK, cheering you up today as I tap my faithful doggy put to sleep. Oh man, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm heartbroken. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But at least we're out here trying to cheer people up. Kinley girl, love your commentary. Thank you. My birthday today. Happy birthday. Only present I want is not guilty. Well, maybe tomorrow. Maybe it'll be post-birthday. Do you think Karen Reed wanted OUI added in case the Commonwealth came after her later if she was acquitted on everything else? I don't think they would be able to come after her later if she was acquitted on everything else. I don't know what the statute of limitations is on OUI, but I will say to you that, and I know Mark would agree with me on this, that as a strict drunk driving case trial, never would have held up. Never, ever, ever, ever. She wasn't tested at the scene. Never, ever. And so I don't think they would ever be able to bring charges. No. But excellent question. Bobby said, did I miss her giving the answer, a decision of not guilty on the OUI charge of 2? Number 5 is an explicit acquittal on the higher charge or something to that effect. I think she said that she wasn't able to give them an answer. You guys in the chat can chime in on what you recall her saying, but hold on, I wrote it in red pen. She gave the human practice instruction about statements of the defendant and confessions is what she did. But she never really answered that question, right? Paul Kramer said, which is better, a hung jury or a hanged prosecutor? I think you win the chat today, Paul Kramer. They went home at 4, no verdict. She said they asked to go home, but I don't really know. Aggressive Carpet said, I'm jumping the gun here, but could you see Auntie Bev giving her the max on OUI? I could. I think for whatever reason, the powers that be want Karen put away for something. They don't care. They just want it. Seems like an easy appeal, yes. And I agree. I agree with you. And I think a lot of people think that too. People from Massachusetts say nobody's ever been put in jail for a first offense. I think they want to put her away for something. Thank you, Deleted Comment Queen, for your 20. Appreciate you. I'm starting to glitch, so I may have to terminate soon. Annie says, love you, Melanie. I don't know what I will do for the rest of my life after today. I may go into a deep depression. However, my fiance will be very happy that I'm not glued to my phone 24/7. Well, Annie Pops, I hate to break it to your fiance, but we're coming back tomorrow. So there's that. And then there's no court Thursday, and it is unknown whether if they don't come back tomorrow, they would have to come back on Friday. It is unknown because there was going to be a scheduled day off, perhaps. I don't know. Irish Wolfhound Mama says today we're all part of history. Thanks to you, Melanie, Mark Betterow, Mike from Young Jerks, Mazza, LTL, Glare, Microdots, Joe Flipperhead, Auntie Bev, and Auntie Deb, I think you meant to say, and never forgetting Turtle Boy. All of you have been my go-to 24/7 family. I love you too, Irish Wolfhound Mama, but you're going to have to come back tomorrow. I hate to break it to you. Because we ain't got no quit, and we're coming back, and we're here, and it's not over until it's over. That girl, thank you so much for your 50. That is super generous. The dedication that you have all demonstrated is remarkable. This could have been anyone, and I hope this never happens to anyone else in that area. Job well done, or anywhere in the as such United States of as such America, and anywhere else, anywhere ever. Michael, thank you so much. What is the likelihood of winning an appeal if Karen was convicted of OUI? Only the chances are good. Chances are good. We did discuss it earlier. Pamela, I hope Justin has a lot of money. This is a huge wedding party, right? This is a huge wedding party. And there's a wedding photographer here. Dexter Save Us from the Commonwealth says, I'm a wedding photographer. I want in. We had a proposal today. Justin's girlfriend. Well, she did say yes, right? I hope they're off celebrating somewhere, not still watching. And they must have cupcakes at the wedding, said Stormy Bell. Yes. And we all said collectively on the stream, we will come to your wedding. If you invite us, we will come. Mac, how will the jury read the verdict slip if found not guilty on all charges? Will they just read the first line or go through all the charges? I don't know if the clerk reads the verdict, if the judge reads the verdict, or if the foreperson reads the verdict. Nurse Kim was in here and she said she's gotten eyes on the jury foreperson, and he's amazing. And we don't know who reads it because last time we had a mistrial. So it would be not guilty. How do you find on count one? We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. How do you find on count two? We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. How do you find on count three? We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. That's what they will do. Great question. Thank you. Hi, Goodmans. She said yes. She said yes. Thank you, Mac, for your super chat. Jody, you have marriage proposals, and I am here with my husband, and he says I'm going to need a ride to the dealership when my car is ready. And I'm like, I'm not leaving this house until there's a verdict. Oh, well, that's hilarious. Thanks, Jody Mitchell. Brittany, I flew to Boston from Dallas to be there yesterday. It was truly emotional when the crowd would go quiet and put up the I love you ASL sign for Karen and the team. When there was positive, including the police, for Karen Reed and family. For those of you who had not had the privilege or pleasure of going to the courthouse and are watching this trial for the first time, what did you think this morning when Girl with Sunglasses came on and was our boots on the ground and went around talking to people? What did you think about the vibe? Cancel. Thank you, Maureen. What did you think about the vibe? I don't know why she held that question. I have questions about holding that question. Funeral lady, you might love that there's a Fall River connection to Handmaid's Tale. Just read that a company called Frank Clegg Leatherworks just made custom purses for the cast under her eye. That's crazy. Let me just go in here and take the speed off the chat so you guys can actually chat a little faster. We had to slow it down for a little minute. Okay. Okay, there you go. You may now chat with a little more freedom. Under her eye. Brian said Bev is wanting a hung jury on OUI to retry a murder charge. She's not being clear on purpose. Well, it would be manslaughter at that point, but I feel you and I know what you're saying. I did not hit him, so it doesn't matter. I'm so confused. I thought the first two charges would be a no-brainer, not guilty, and the third count, lesser included OUI, was the only one they were deciding, in my opinion, from the slip. Yes. And there may be some people who are holding out and saying, I'm not going to find her guilty on anything. No. We don't know, but we just don't know. And Grace said, aside from a few bad apples, the chat was so wonderful and respectful while hosting the fabulous panel. Thank you. Thank you, Grace. Jury asked the question in plain English. The judge responds in ancient Sumerian, said Brian M. Motions in CPA earlier. Jimmy's faces are all of us right now. Get it together, Bev. Wasn't that fun? Ski Randy, no answer. Not guilty on all charges then. I know. And I thought they would come back a little more quickly with that, but it's okay. Maybe they want to go home, freshen up, take a shower, and come back tomorrow. They may have said that. You know what? Let's go home. We'll announce it tomorrow. We're tired. We don't want to talk to the media right now. Monique said, I think I'm losing my mind. So infuriated with Court TV 4. Government expert testified John O'Keefe's injuries are indicative of a pedestrian vehicle strike. Cross-exam. What? That's a headline on one of the shows. Don't lose your mind. Just go on there and comment and tell them what you think. Grizzly with a jetpack. Would you please wish my mother Elizabeth a happy birthday? Happy birthday. Oh, it says, today she is redacted years old. I know better than to put a woman's age on the internet. You're very smart. You're very smart. Lawyer 2, retrial all the way down to the questions from the jury and the verdict slips. Unbelievable. Thank you, doubling down for your 10. They didn't want to tip their hand to the judge because they don't trust her, said Snark Tank. Yeah, I think maybe they just want to go home and they're like, you know what? We know she has to dismiss us at 4 anyway. It's late. We want to go home. Let us take showers. Let us get dressed, get a blowout, and we want to wear nicer clothes tomorrow. Can they ask the judge to pull the jurors, pray for innocent, and be set free? Yeah, well, unfortunately, we'll have to readdress this tomorrow. Right? You've all been an incredible panel throughout this craziness. Who would investigate the DA's office and Auntie Bev? As a juror who sat on a civil and DUI case, this verdict slip in this trial has been embarrassing and ridiculous. Well, there's a judicial oversight board, and the governor could oversee the DA, but what's really going to happen here unless there's some actual evidence of some actual criminal acts? And we don't know. G-Force Lexus in the sky. If the jury convicts on only OUI, in my opinion, this is proof putting it on the slip was the correct thing to do. Heather said it's a compromise. 507 video showing her driving, which is close to 9 a.m. blood draw, plus her admitting drinking. It's a gift, in my opinion. Yes, but Melissa says we should not be. Karen shouldn't be the sacrificial lamb. Yep. Priscilla said not everyone can say they had a marriage proposal on their stream. You may be the only one. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Camille, in the witch trials of the past, used Malleus Maleficarum. Heinrich Kramer, now Photoshop AI gaslighting and the rebirth of the Twilight Zone of the New World, Land of the Lost. Thank you, Camille. Denise said, could the defense thing have headed this sympathy thing off by saying to the jury that this railroading of Karen is not justice for John O'Keefe? I think they did say some certain things like that in the closing. Marsha loved the panel. Thank you. According to Sue O'Connell, yeah, we put this up earlier. Thanks, A. The 4th question was submitted before the first 3. The judge did say, I don't know what order these questions came in. She had 4 questions and said she had 3. Snark Tank said, yeah, exactly. She said, I have 3 questions from the jury. Right. She did say that, right? Am I being gaslit yet again? Tina Tuck says it all begins and ends with Marcy. Sharon Smith, Bev withheld the question on purpose. Once the jury had left, she followed them to give an explanation. She practically ran after them. She can't give the jury an explanation ex parte like that. That would be highly improper. Thank you, Sharon, for your super chat, though. Brian, WTF is Proctor doing now for work? Better be Fry Guy with a 19-year-old manager or boss. I don't know. I heard he was like a PI for somebody. Do you know, anybody know what if anything Proctor is doing? There's Laura Alessi. Laura Alessi, thank you for being here. Hi, Auntie Melanie, Kim, Glara, and Mark. Much love to you. Also grateful for you all. You're all wonderful. You're all wonderful, Laura. Your father is wonderful. For those you don't know, the entire defense team is working for free, including Laura's dad, Bob Alessi. And you did a great job with your dad, Laura Alessi, raising him. You're amazing. Kathy O'Grady, so many of us getting, yeah, right. UTIs, being stuck to the screen and not using the restroom. Yeah, it's not good. When you gotta go, when you gotta go. When it's time to go, just go. Yeah, this came up earlier. Stacey Ann said when per Turtle Boy, the foreman saw Karen Reed's parents and smiled at them when the jury came back into the courtroom. And I think that's awesome. The petty paralegal is here and says, thank you so much. Sister Kim, let everyone know that I'm the original petty paralegal and I don't screw Hank. Yes, we did hear about the pencil skirt. Brian, I don't know anything about Tommy Boy's little brother, so I don't know anything about that. It's 320 though. Any super chats like involving the family and stuff, I'm just not going to put up. Many of these are repeats. Massachusetts courts framing women since 1692. Robin said, I'm late in finding you, Mel, but I'm so glad I'm here for it today. Thank you very much for your super chat. And so glad Will changed his name so I could find his YouTube. I know. He's the glarer. We've done a lot of shows together and he's awesome. Although it's a very different, we run our channels very differently. And so the language flies over there. Just so anybody who's offended by the language, I'm just giving you fair warning. Doesn't bother me, but if it bothers you, I'm just giving you fair warning. Liz, can the defense not say the judge gave verbal instruction, view each charge individually, please? The fourth question, can the defense not say each charge, though, each charge was on a separate slip, and that's what she means by charges. However, there were several lesser included on the second charge. Danielle said, I'm here for the girls and the gays. Love you so much too, Danielle. Did you know that Dr. Russell raised her own niece and nephew? I did know that. I did know that. Thank you, Michael. How long to earn a bachelor's degree? How long? All 5 of you in one chat is amazing, says Terry. Thank you. We hope there's no season 3 too, but we're coming back tomorrow for more of it. Around the world, totally unrelated question. Can you recommend a fabulous hotel on the Upper West Side of Manhattan? Need easy subway access to Columbia Medical School, moving my sweet boy into housing next month. That's amazing. Congratulations. Upper West Side. I don't know. The hotels keep changing names. And I mean, there's a fabulous Ritz-Carlton on Central Park South, which is, bordering the park, and it's lovely. I would highly recommend the Ritz-Carlton, Central Park South. If anybody else in the chat wants to chime in on that. Erin gifted 10 memberships. And the reason I say that is because I once met Phil Lesh at the bar in the Ritz-Carlton at Central Park South. So there's that. If you know, you know. You might just spot some celebrities there. Truth be told, if a verdict comes in today, can the press interview the jurors after court ends for the day? Only if the jury wants to speak to them. It didn't happen, but they are not required to speak, but they are allowed to speak if they choose. The defense 100% added the OUI charge. David Yannetti said it in open court the other day. Go back and look at my stream where we talked about the verdict slips. Absolutely 100% added by the defense. Thank you, YouTube girl, for asking and for your 10. Can we get a live shot of D&E pizza? Nope. Nope. I don't know if you can't post comments. We're on a 24-hour hold, so you have to sub for 24 hours. We try and keep out the trolls that way, Andrea. It doesn't always work. So just make sure you're subscribed and you'll be able to chat tomorrow. Thank you. Legal Swag. Thanks for your constant coverage and amazing outlook. Would I have Peter Murphy on my show? He's spearheading a few justice movements for John. I've been talking to Peter Murphy behind the scenes for a very long time. He's been a very excellent emotional support person for me. So I do know Peter Murphy and we'll talk. Ice cream truck special. Thank you for your 100. That's pretty super awesome of you. Please take this and relax for the evening. You do so much for us. Look at that sweet kiss my hubby gives me. Oh, love you. Love you too. That is very, very, very super sweet of you. Super sweet. To all of you who sent me Venmos today, I thank you so much. And to everyone who super chat that I wasn't able to get to or put up on the screen, I hope that you will forgive me. But it has been a really, really, really long day. And your girl's tired. And we're coming back to do this again tomorrow. If you sent me a Venmo, I will be sending you a little thank you note. And I will also try and get onto the live chat and thank you in the comments or something for the supers because you're amazing. And thank you, Justin, for your super generous Venmo, making the journey fun and educational. And it is, it's like a journey and we're all on it together and then we're all in on the same joke. And it's like a bad dream that we can't wake up from. But you know what? Maybe tomorrow it's going to be better. It's going to get better. It starts with a feeling. We set a new record for viewers today. So thank you all so much for being here. You have no idea how much I appreciate each and every one of you, every single one of you who chose to spend your day with me, all 7 hours and 40 minutes of it. I am so grateful for you. I am so grateful for you. You have no idea. And I hope that you come back again tomorrow because we ain't got no quit and we are here for it. And my mods are the best. And I love everyone so much. Please do all the things that YouTube likes. Like the stream, comment respectfully, be kind to each other, and stay cool, stay kind, stay classy, because that's what we do. Keep on keeping on. I love you with all of my heart. Who do you want to do? You want to do a cupcake invasion on someone who's live right now? Hang tight. Let me. That's what we do. We redirect to people who we love to do a cupcake invasion on. Do you want to go see I want to go see Andrea Burkhart because she's probably going to be talking for another 4 hours. And when my voice can't talk anymore, Andrea's voice can, because she does. She stays on for 4 hours. I'm sending you to Andrea Burkhart. Tell her cupcake invasion. I love her, and tell her we will get by. We will survive. She'll know what I mean because she's a deadhead too. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Love you all. Peace, my friends. Peace. Be back at it tomorrow, 9 a.m.